Chapter 334. An earth-shattering roar caused the entire valley to boil. The Yin energy surged violently, a terrifying fluctuation that was like a mountain that made people have the urge to look up at it spread out from the valley. Network, outside the valley, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao immediately turned pale with fright. Beitang Ao was the first to retreat, while Dongfang Long picked up Dongfang Chen, who was on the verge of collapsing, and retreated as well. They had no choice but to retreat. Just like what the azure-robed Taoist said, if they didn't want to die, they had to leave. Inside the valley, there really was an unimaginable existence lurking. Just a roar was enough to make the three of them suffer a great impact. It was easy to imagine how powerful the existence inside the valley was. Boom! Another loud sound came from behind them. A terrifying energy fluctuation, like a monstrous wave, swept out from the valley, and the ground shook violently. Beitang Ao and the others who were running for their lives felt as if they were standing on a violent wave. They almost fell to the ground. It was too terrifying. This was definitely a sound that could only be caused by a peerless cultivator. Peerless cultivators were fighting inside the valley where Yin energy gathered. After running for dozens of miles, Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long finally stopped. They climbed up a mountain and gazed at the valley from afar. A battle between peerless cultivators was definitely a rare sight. They didn't want to miss it. Waves of muffled noises kept bursting out from the valley. Rays of strong light broke through the layers of Yin energy and rushed out from the valley, illuminating the entire world. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless talismans surging inside the valley, constantly dispersing the surging Yin energy and emitting an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. A huge demonic shadow loomed inside the valley, emitting an unparalleled ferocious aura. It constantly bombarded the countless talismans that emitted endless rays of light. The talismans drew in the energy of heaven and earth and unleashed an unimaginably powerful force, constantly bombarding the demonic shadow. That person is a powerful cultivator from the Xianxia sect. Dongfang Chen exclaimed. Dongfang Long had already put him down. The front of his shirt was stained with blood. The ferocious demon in the valley roared angrily, and the terrifying sound wave directly injured Dongfang Chen. In front of a peerless expert, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao were as weak as ants. After all, Dongfang Chen was a disciple of the Taishan sect, and the Taishan sect was one of the three great Taoist sects. With his knowledge, of course, he recognized that the Taoist in blue who rushed into the valley was using the talisman technique of the Xianxia sect. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power erupted in the valley. Then, Dongfang Chen and the others saw a soul-stirring scene. In the sky above the valley, rays of golden light danced in the air like countless golden snakes. Then, they formed into a giant talisman that covered the entire valley. With enough energy to destroy the heaven and earth, the talisman slammed down. Rumble! It was as if countless thunderbolts were roaring above the 9 heavens. The incomparably huge golden talisman attracted the spiritual energy of the world. The moment the golden talisman was formed, the endless spiritual energy quickly gathered towards the golden talisman that shrouded the sky above the valley. The golden light illuminated the surroundings, covering the snowy region in a layer of gold. The gigantic golden talisman that enveloped the heavens and the earth sealed the entire valley. The endless Yin qi that surged out from the valley was also suppressed. Inside the valley, there was an earth-shattering roar. The ferocious demon was roaring. The moment the golden talisman shrouded the giant demon, it instantly exploded. The first son of the Demon King is only SOSO. The vast voice spread throughout the sky and the earth. The Taoist in blue stood on top of the golden talisman and used all his strength to activate the golden talisman. The endless Yin qi was dispersed by the golden light emitted by the golden talisman. The Taoist in blue seemed to have the absolute upper hand. It turned out that he was making a move against Chugu. Chugu, who had caused a ruckus at Bailing Pass and slaughtered all the guards at the pass, had escaped here. It seemed that Chugu had awakened from his state of madness. Otherwise, he would not have found this Yin cave and wanted to use the mysterious Yin qi to heal himself. Network, damn it! The yin qi in the valley surged violently and Chu Ji's crazed roar could be heard. That day he had fought against two opponents, Dan Qingzi and the peerless expert in Biling City. In the end, he was defeated and had to escape with injuries. That day on the ancient stone bridge in the abyss of immortals and demons, Dan Qingzi had stabbed him between the eyebrows. His mud pill palace, which he had painstakingly repaired, had been destroyed and he had lost his mind. Chu Ji's demonic body, which had been modified by the blood of the gods and demons, had the ability to automatically recover. It was no weaker than Gu Fei's 5 elements martial body. After the battle with Dan Qingzi and the peerless expert, he had escaped to the snowy region. Chu Ji's mud pill palace had gradually been repaired and he had regained his sanity. The golden talisman shrouded the area and the entire valley shook violently. Boulders rolled down the mountain continuously. The endless heaven and earth spiritual qi in the surrounding area rapidly gathered and turned into rays of golden light that swam around the talisman. The golden talisman formed by the endless spiritual qi showed signs of becoming solid. The yin qi in the yin cave was gradually being pushed away. The Taoist in blue wanted to suppress this place where the yin qi gathered by himself. Bang! At this moment, a ray of blood-red light that exuded an endless evil aura broke through the layers of yin qi. With an unstoppable momentum, it struck the golden talisman fiercely. The golden talisman that enveloped the area immediately shook violently. The golden light that was emitting from the talisman dimmed. The sky demon blade? It is indeed extraordinary. The Taoist in blue from the Xianxia sect stepped on the talisman and continued to descend. He did not believe that the talisman, which had gathered the endless heaven and earth spiritual qi, could not withstand the sky demon blade. Using the talisman to draw the power of heaven and earth to form a terrifying attack was the specialty of the Xianxia sect. The Taoist in blue's cultivation was extremely powerful. The golden talisman had actually successfully blocked the sky demon blade's attack. Die! Chu Gu roared angrily in the dark clouds. Suddenly, the yin qi in the valley retreated like the tide. A blood-red demonic blade emitted a blinding blood-red light that had never been seen before. The demonic blade was devouring the endless dark clouds and demonic qi. Break! Chu Gu shouted. The surging demonic qi gathered to form a demonic shadow that was hundreds of feet tall. The demonic shadow held the blood-red demonic blade and slashed upwards with all its might. Swoosh! The blood-red light from the blade shot up to thousands of feet, exuding an endless amount of evil aura. Like a terrifying blood-red ray of light, it seemed to split the void and shatter the heavens and earth. In an instant, it struck the golden talisman that was enveloping the valley. Boom! With a loud bang, golden rays of light shot out and the sky was dyed red. The blood-red light from the blade cut through the golden talisman that was enveloping the valley and struck out from the valley. The 1,000-foot-long blade of light shot straight up into the sky. This slash had gathered an endless amount of dark clouds and devil qi, pushing the terrifying might of the sky demon saber to an unimaginable level. Even the golden talisman that had gathered an endless amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi was cut by this slash. The golden talisman that was cut did not collapse. Instead, it quickly shrank and entered the body of the Taoist in blue. The Taoist in blue suffered a great impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the Taoist in blue turned into a golden ray of light and rushed out of the valley. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared under the night sky. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle between the peerless masters, Dongfang Chen and the others couldn't speak for a long time. It wasn't until the horrifying energy fluctuation in the world gradually calmed down that they recovered from the shock. Dongfang Chen and the others knew that the green-robed Taoist from the Xianxia sect was defeated and the Nine Nether Spring was occupied by the terrifying demon in the valley. The demon was probably hiding in the spring and using the yin qi to cultivate. What should we do? Beitang Ao looked at Dongfang Chen and asked. Dongfang Chen stared at the valley that was surrounded by yin qi. After a while, he said, "What else can we do? We came here for nothing." They knew very well that unless the peerless masters from their clans came, they might be able to obtain the water of extreme yin. However, they could not invite the peerless masters from their clans. To be able to invite boss Dongfang, Bei Tangyu, and the other outstanding descendants of the two clans was already the limit of the power they could use. Just as Dongfang Chen and the others were about to retreat, they suddenly felt a light purple figure silently appear outside the entrance of the valley in front of them. Demon race? Chu Ji's voice came from the valley. Dongfang Chen and the others stopped in their tracks. They were very surprised. Another peerless master appeared. It seemed that many people were rushing towards the demon in the valley. One should know that peerless masters of the Royal Void Realm were rarely seen. However, tonight, near the valley where Yin Qi gathered, 3 peerless masters appeared one after another. Although the mountain where Dongfang Chen and the others were at was very far away, after all, the vision of a cultivator was extraordinary. They could still see the figure clearly. It was a young girl wearing a light purple dress. If this girl didn't have a pair of furry ears, she would simply be a human. Not only was this girl not human, but she was also a demon who could already transform. Demons who could transform were very terrifying. Not only did they have human-like intelligence, but they also had tyrannical strength. The Heavenly Devil Blade is indeed worthy of being called the #1 Devil Blade of the Devil Path. Chu Gu, your name is like thunder piercing the ears these days. The maid-like girl said with a smile. For you, I know a lot of demons who can transform, but you are definitely not one of them. Chu Ji's voice was very cold, so cold that it was suffocating. The people who came here were either friends or enemies. He, Chu Gu, had no possibility of becoming friends with a demon, let alone a demon. I want to fight with you, but... The girl was a little hesitant. She didn't have any intention of making a move. Are you afraid of an unfair victory? Chu Gu seemed to know the girl's concerns. A true expert, and a confident expert, often disdained to make a move when the other party was seriously injured. This was because they had absolute confidence in their own strength. Chapter 335. The battle between demons and monsters that Dongfang Chen and others were looking forward to did not happen. The demon girl outside the valley did not attack Chu Gu, but retreated in the end. Perhaps, the demon girl really thought that if she fought with Chu Gu at this time, even if she won, it would be an unfair victory, so she retreated. Although they were demons and monsters, they were not life and death enemies. On the distant snowy peak, the Dongfang brothers and Beidang Ao knew that their trip tonight was in vain. The demon in the valley ahead was incomparably powerful. It was not something they could imagine. Let's go, Beidang Ao said, and then turned to walk down the snowy peak. At this moment, Dongfang Chen suddenly said, "Wait a minute. What, do you still want to get the extreme Yin water at this time? Don't dream." Beidang Ao glanced at Dongfang Chen disdainfully and said coldly, "This is not impossible." Dongfang Chen said indifferently, "Second brother, don't take the risk. The demon in the valley, even if the peerless experts of the family come, they may not be able to drive him away. If we go to get the extreme Yin water at this time, it is tantamount to throwing away our lives." Dongfang Long said with a frown, "Big brother, will I be a fool who will throw away my life knowing that there is danger?" Dongfang Chen said calmly. When Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long saw that Dongfang Chen did not seem to be joking, they couldn't help but be curious. Does he really have a way to get the extreme Yin water? Wait, if my guess is right, the demon in the valley is about to leave. Dongfang Chen seemed to have a card up his sleeve, but only he himself knew that in fact, he did not have much confidence. I will wait and see." Beitang Ao had already walked more than a dozen steps. After hearing Dongfang Chen's words, he laughed and walked back. He wanted to see Gu Fei suffer. However, at this time, Dongfang Long and Beidang Ao seemed to have vaguely thought of something. It seemed that what Dongfang Chen said was not impossible. It had to be said that Dongfang Chen's words were really accurate. After the demon girl outside the valley left, soon, a mass of demon qi rushed out of the valley, and a heart-palpitating and terrifying aura immediately spread. The mass of demon qi, like a demon cloud, rushed out of the valley and quickly flew towards the north. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared under the night sky. This Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long couldn't help glancing at each other. They couldn't believe that the devil path expert in the valley really left. Second brother, how did you know that the demon in the valley would leave? Dongfang Long asked in shock. Dongfang Chen smiled and said, actually, it's nothing. I just found out the identity of the demonic cultivator in the valley. According to the azure-clothed Taoist who was defeated just now, that person seems to be called Chuge. Dongfang Long recalled the conversation between the azure-clothed Taoist and the fiendish Tao expert in the valley. Chuge, the first son of the devil monarch. I should have thought of it long ago. Really? When Beitang Ao heard this, he immediately came to a realization. The demon in the valley was the madman who had rushed out of the extreme North Devil region and destroyed the northern mountain pass. The northern region of the Northern Wei Empire was a bitterly cold place that was covered in ice and snow all year round. Under normal circumstances, no cultivators would come to such a desolate place. The reason why the northern region became so lively was because two things happened in the northern region that were enough to affect the nerves of the cultivation world. One of them was caused by the first son of the devil monarch. No wonder the demonic cultivator in the valley left. It was because his whereabouts had been discovered. It was believed that other experts would soon find this place. One had to know that many peerless experts had entered the snow region. They only had two purposes: to find the spiritual land and to kill Chuge. Dongfang Chen didn't say anything else. He directly rushed down the snowy peak. Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao also followed. After all, the two of them were in the transcending mortality realm, so they quickly surpassed Dongfang Chen. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the valley that was surrounded by Yin-Chi. This time, without any hesitation, they rushed into the valley together. This was a rare opportunity. As long as they obtained the extreme Yin water from the 9 underworld spring, they would be able to extinguish the Yuan spirit lamp in Minister Dan's hand, so that Minister Dan wouldn't be able to find Gu Fei. It's so cold. After going a few miles deep, Dongfang Chen felt that he was about to be frozen by the surrounding Yin-Chi. The place where Yin-Chi gathered was terrifyingly cold. Even Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao felt that it was difficult to endure. The surroundings were hazy, and all they could see was a grayish-black fog. Their vision was greatly hindered. In the valley, they couldn't see far. They seemed to have entered another world. The thick Yin-Chi seemed to isolate the valley from the outside world. The gloomy and terrifying atmosphere filled every inch of the valley. Second brother, you can go out, Dongfang Long said. The closer they got to the 9 underworld spring, the thicker the Yin-Chi and the colder the temperature became. Dongfang Chen stopped when he heard this. He knew that he only had the cultivation of awakening me 9th heavenly layer. It was difficult for him to resist the Yin-Chi that spread from the 9 underworld spring. He nodded, then retreated in the direction of the valley entrance. Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao continued to move forward. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in the valley. The battle just now was extremely fierce. Dongfang Chen retreated to the outside of the valley. He didn't wait for long before he saw Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long coming out of the valley. They didn't say anything and directly left the valley. They got what they wanted to get. Dongfang Chen and the others had just left for a while when a golden light flew from afar. A vague figure was wrapped in the golden light. Riding the golden light and flying in the void, the person who came was a peerless expert. The person directly broke through the Yin-Chi that shrouded the valley and rushed into the valley. Soon, the person rode the golden light and rushed out of the valley. The golden light flashed and went far away in an instant. Under the night sky, a golden light cut through the void and flew over a snowy forest. The golden light faded away, and a middle-aged Taoist wearing a cyan robe appeared. Chuge ran really fast. The cyan-robed Taoist muttered to himself, then stood in the void and looked in all directions. The cyan-robed Taoist patted the storage bag on his waist, and a cyan light immediately rushed out of the bag. Then, a simple and unadorned ancient bronze lamp appeared in front of the Taoist. On the wick, a soybean-sized cyan light flickered as if it could go out at any time. He should be nearby. Strange. The cyan-robed Taoist held the ancient bronze lamp and tested it in all directions. He seemed to be using the ancient lamp to sense something. What the hell is going on? Where did Gu Fei go? The cyan-robed Taoist stopped. The ancient bronze lamp in his hand didn't show any abnormality. This cyan-robed Taoist was Dan Qingzi. He found this place by relying on the ancient bronze lamp's guidance. However, what he saw was only an endless snowy forest. There was no trace of Gu Fei. The ancient bronze lamp in Dan Qingzi's hand was the primordial spirit lamp that Gu Fei ignited on the day the virtual sky world opened. The fact that the lamp didn't go out meant that he was still alive. The primordial spirit lamp was actually a unique treasure of Taishin sect. By igniting the lamp with blood essence, the primordial spirit lamp and the cultivator who ignited it would have some kind of connection. Gu Fei was nearby, but Dan Qingzi still couldn't find Gu Fei. It was very strange. It seemed that someone had used great magic to conceal Gu Fei's breath, so the primordial spirit lamp couldn't sense Gu Fei's exact location. Dan Qingzi held the primordial spirit lamp in his hand and flew through the air, searching back and forth within 100 miles. In the vast snowy forest, only the cold night wind blew from time to time. After an hour, Dan Qingzi stopped. He was sure that Gu Fei was within a few hundred miles, but he couldn't find him. This was very strange. He couldn't figure it out. He thought that some great figure had used great magic to conceal Gu Fei's breath, but it didn't seem like it. Gu Fei seemed to have entered another world, and his whereabouts were unpredictable, just like when he was trapped in the virtual sky world. Dan Qingzi was helpless, so he turned into a golden rainbow and left the endless snowy forest. After Minister Dan left, ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the air above a certain snowy slope in the forest. Then, a white jade gateway seemed to appear out of thin air, standing tall on the snowy slope. The white jade archway was surrounded by spiritual aura and shrouded in a hazy glow. It was 15 feet high. At this time, a purple figure walked out from behind the archway. This was an extremely beautiful girl who possessed the spiritual wisdom of heaven and earth. She was like a fairy walking in the snow. She looked ethereal and distant. This was a truly otherworldly temperament. This girl in purple was Yen. Yenna looked in the direction where Dan Qingzi disappeared and muttered to herself, "Who was that person? How did he find this place?" She pondered for a while and then withdrew her gaze. Who cares who he is? Even if he was a real immortal, it would be difficult for him to break into the Danding's paradise. I worry too much. As Yen spoke, she walked into the white jade archway. As if passing through a layer of transparent water curtain, Yen-er's figure disappeared in the air as if she had walked into another space. Then, the white jade gateway that stood on the snow slope that was surrounded by rays of light also disappeared. On the snow slope, it was as if nothing had happened at all. There were no traces left behind. 3 days later, Yen-er came to the barren small valley again and climbed the white jade high platform in the depths of the valley. On the high platform, a huge fireball was burning. The terrifying heat emitted by the fireball seemed to distort the surrounding void. There was no sound coming from the fireball. Gu Fei seemed to have been refined in the ancient cauldron. Chapter 336. Above the white jade platform, heat waves billowed. The large fireball suspended in the air was like a sun, emitting a dazzling light. The runes around the high platform were also flashing with a misty light. Countless runes were engraved around the high platform, releasing waves of magical power. A wave of power enveloped the entire high platform, binding the heat emitted from the fireball to the high platform. Yen-er stood in front of the large fireball, and the surrounding heat waves did not seem to affect her at all. Vaguely, within the fireball, a large red cauldron could be seen looming. There seemed to be fire dragons lingering around the large cauldron, and the high temperature caused the void to distort. The alchemy fire array above the primordial chaos pill cauldron gathered spiritual energy from all directions, transforming it into alchemy fire. It was not an ordinary fire, but a Taoist alchemy true fire. Although it was the lowest level of alchemy fire, not even the 3 true fire, the high temperature it emitted was enough to melt ordinary iron. Old Gu, are you dead? If you're not dead, answer me. Yen-er stared at the large fireball suspended in the air and said with a dignified expression, Gu Fei had been refined by the alchemy fire for 3 days and 3 nights in the primordial chaos pill cauldron. Even Yen was not sure if Gu Fei could survive it. This method could be said to have a slim chance of survival. Gu Fei was likely to be refined to death by the alchemy fire, but in order to expel the Xian Yin ghost qi from Gu Fei's body, it seemed that only this extreme method could be used. Although Yenner's voice was not very loud, it was mighty on the high platform. Her voice had a special penetrating power, and the person in the cauldron could definitely hear her voice. No one responded. There were no fluctuations coming from the giant cauldron wrapped in the fireball. Besides the raging fire, the ancient cauldron was silent. Gu Fei in the cauldron seemed to have been refined to death by the endless fire. He can't really be dead, right? Yen could not help but change her expression. She could no longer maintain her calm. Yen hurriedly formed a spiritual art and released magic power, stopping the alchemy fire array above the primordial chaos pill cauldron. The fire gradually sank into the red body of the cauldron, and the flames around the ancient cauldron began to dissipate. The spirit qi that gathered from all directions also dissipated in the void. The primordial chaos pill cauldron gradually stopped spinning and then slowly descended from the sky. With a bang, it landed in the center of the white jade platform. On the white jade platform, there was a huge Dharma array, and the primordial chaos pill cauldron landed right in the middle of it. The great flame on the cauldron had already been extinguished. The bright red cauldron began to return to its original color, and the runes faded into the cauldron. Hoo! The lid of the cauldron flew up. Then, a fiery red thing flew out from the cauldron and fell on the white jade floor beside the ancient cauldron. Pang! The cauldron lid fell back down and covered the ancient cauldron again. It was a man who was hugging his knees and curled up into a ball. His entire body was red like a giant roasted prawn. This person was Gu Fei, who had been thrown into the primordial chaos pill cauldron by Yenner and used as a pill to refine for 3 days and 3 nights. The clothes on his body had already turned to ash, and his long hair had already fallen off. His entire body seemed to have been roasted, and some parts of his skin had even fallen off, revealing charred flesh. Gu Fei looked extremely miserable, but he was not dead yet. Yenner could sense an extremely weak life force from Gu Fei's body. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying torture Gu Fei had gone through in the past 3 days and 3 nights. However, there was no doubt that he had made it through. His will to live was very strong, and could even be considered abnormal. No one could be refined in the cauldron for 3 days and not collapse. Good. Yenner heaved a sigh of relief and put down a huge stone in her heart. At the same time, she could not help but look at Gu Fei in a new light. Although his life force was very weak, he had ushered in a new life. Seeing the naked Gu Fei, Yenner's face couldn't help but flush red. She took out a set of clothes from her storage pouch and a jade bottle. She uncorked the bottle and poured out a green pill the size of a pigeon egg. A refreshing fragrance of plants immediately filled the air. Yenner held the elixir in her palm and used her magic power to turn it into a dark green mist. Then she controlled the mist to wrap around Gu Fei, who was on the ground. The mist from the green pill contained a huge amount of life energy. It was a huge amount of vitality refined from the spiritual energy of the plants. This vitality constantly seeped into Gu Fei's body. Gradually, Gu Fei's body changed. His red skin began to crack and fall off. The skin that fell off was as translucent as a top-grade jade, shining with a bright luster. The green mist that enveloped Gu Fei's body gradually thinned. Gu Fei's body was like a dry land that desperately needed the nourishment of rain. For Gu Fei, spiritual energy was like rain. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the pill, the weak fluctuation of life energy in Gu Fei's body began to grow stronger. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a new head grew out. The new head was no longer snow white, but black and shiny. After injecting all the mist from the pill into Gu Fei's body, Yenner left the white jade high platform. She knew that Gu Fei would wake up soon. After Yenner left, Gu Fei's body began to twitch slightly, and his breathing became rapid. The spiritual energy from the pill had filled his body with vitality. His eyelids were twitching, and his eyeballs could be seen moving under his eyelids. "I'm dying of pain," Gu Fei suddenly screamed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air, waking up. He felt a breath stuck in his chest, and it was extremely uncomfortable. He could only desperately breathe in fresh air to relieve the suffocating feeling in his chest. After a long time, he calmed down. "Are you out?" Gu Fei slowly stood up from the ground. He looked around and felt that he was standing on the white jade high platform. The ancient bronze cauldron beside him was still emitting bursts of heat. Gu Fei looked down at his hands. The skin on his arms was as smooth as white jade. It seemed to be even more delicate than a woman's skin. Gu Fei felt that his body seemed to be a little different, as if his flesh and blood had been reborn. After 3 days and 3 nights of tempering, Gu Fei felt that his body seemed to be more powerful than before, as if there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. He put on the clothes that Yenner had prepared for him and then left the white jade high platform. Just as Yenner opened the mixed essence pill cauldron and released Gu Fei, a figure sitting in a pavilion in a courtyard in Bailing City woke up from his meditation. He patted the storage bag on his waist. An ancient bronze lamp immediately flew out from the storage bag and floated in front of him. The green-robed Taoist sitting on the stone stool was Minister Dan. "What's going on?" "Gu Fei's life aura seems to be getting stronger." Minister Dan waited for a spark on the ancient bronze lamp and muttered to himself. The pea-sized lantern on the ancient lamp was emitting a dazzling green light. The lantern gradually turned into a flickering little flame. "What's happening to Gu Fei? Why is his life fluctuating so erratically?" Minister Dan frowned. From the strength of the green lantern, he knew that Gu Fei was in a situation where he was about to die. Minister Dan's heart was burning with anxiety. However, he could not find traces of Gu Fei. Gu Fei seemed to be in a strange place and it was difficult to pinpoint his exact location. However, Gu Fei's life aura flourished once again. This meant that his life was no longer in danger. He had taken a trip to the gates of hell and finally walked out. Minister Dan put away the green lantern, stood up from the stone stool, and walked out of the pavilion. After a moment of deep thought, he soared into the sky and turned into a golden ray of light, disappearing into the horizon. It was noon and the sun was high up in the sky. Bailing City was bustling with activity. People who looked like cultivators could be seen walking on the streets and alleys. Minister Dan did not hide his tracks. Many cultivators in Bailing City saw a golden ray of light rushing out of the city and flying into the depths of the snowy forest. In the eyes of an observant person, Minister Dan's whereabouts were no secret at all. Immediately after, a streak of green light also shot out of Bailing City and disappeared into the horizon. On a spirit mountain peak in Pill Cauldron Paradise, Gu Fei relaxed his body and sat cross-legged on a large boulder. His mind sank into an ethereal state. Soon, Gu Fei's consciousness gradually became illusory, as if he had merged with nature. He seemed to have become one with the boulder beneath him, his surroundings, and even the spirit mountain peak. Spiritual energy swirled around the spirit mountain peak, causing the flowers, grass, and trees in the surroundings to constantly tremble. Large amounts of wood power seeped out, as if there were rays of green light drifting about. The spiritual energy in Pill Cauldron Paradise was plentiful. The spirit mountain peak was filled with thriving vegetation, filled with endless wood power. Tiny rays of green light were guided by Gu Fei into his body. The wood power contained an enormous aura of life. Vigorous vitality flowed inside Gu Fei's body. His flesh, internal organs, and bones seemed to be injected with endless life energy. The 18 soul-suppressing nails in Gu Fei's body had long been pulled out. After being refined by the alchemic fire for 3 days and 3 nights in the origin pill cauldron, his flesh and blood had been cleansed countless times by the endless fire element spirit energy. The mystic Yin ghost chi in his flesh and blood had long been expelled from his body. Countless evil souls were also completely refined by the alchemic fire along with the dissipation of the mystic Yin ghost chi. However, the mystic Yin ghost chi in Gu Fei's body had long penetrated deep into his bones. Even with such extreme methods, he still could not expel the mystic Yin ghost chi from his bones. According to Yen, He would have to suffer one more time before he could completely expel the mystic Yin ghost chi from his body. Right now, Gu Fei only had one goal, and that was to make his life force exuberant. As time passed, the green vitality from all directions converged towards Gu Fei. It could even be clearly seen by the naked eye. A dense green mist swirled around Gu Fei. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed. The injuries caused by the alchemic fire had completely healed. His body seemed to have been infused with endless vitality. Energy surged violently in his body, but he still continued to cultivate. As for Minister Dan, he held the Origin Soul Green Lamp and searched the endless sea of trees for 2 days. During these 2 days, the flame from the Origin Soul Green Lamp in his hand grew even more resplendent. Minister Dan had searched almost every inch of land within several hundred miles, but he still could not find a trace of Gu Fei. Minister Dan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Gu Fei was in this forest, but he could not find Gu Fei. It was very strange. There seemed to be an unfathomable power that separated him and Gu Fei into 2 different spaces. Minister Dan felt as if he could not grasp or touch Gu Fei. That night, the moonlight was hazy. Beasts roared in the distance. In the endless forest, a speck of green light moved like a will-o'-the-wisp. Unknowingly, a faint mist began to rise in the forest. The mist drifted with the wind, causing the entire forest to become blurry. It gave off an ethereal feeling. The mist could not obstruct the radiance of the green light. Suddenly, without any warning, the moving green light in the mist was extinguished. Then, an angry roar resounded from within the mist. The rolling sound waves shook the forest, causing the mist in the forest to surge violently. "Who is it? Come out!" Minister Dan stood in the void. His eyes emitted 2 sharp rays of light that were as sharp as the edge of a blade. He angrily scanned the surroundings. In his hand, he held an ancient bronze lamp that had already been extinguished. He had just been ambushed. He did not know what method the person in the dark had used to extinguish his Yuan spirit lamp. Hee. A cold laugh rang out from the depths of the snowy forest. Then, a ray of green light broke through the mist below the snowy forest and charged out. "How dare you!" Minister Dan was furious. He put away the ancient bronze lamp and rose into the air, chasing after the ray of green light. He wanted to see who dared to ambush him. Once the Yuan spirit lamp was extinguished, unless Gu Fei used his own blood to reignite it, no one else could reignite Gu Fei's Yuan spirit lamp. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 rays of light, one green and one gold, disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye like lightning. The fog that lingered in the snow forest gradually dispersed. The mist in the forest seemed to be a trick of the mysterious expert who had secretly extinguished Minister Dan's Yuan spirit lamp. There was a lot of mist in the forest. Minister Dan did not think there was anything wrong with it. Because of this, the person's sneak attack was successful. The extinguishing of the Yuan spirit lamp made Minister Dan furious. He chased closely behind that person, and from time to time, he would shoot out beams of light that bombarded that person. However, the hazy figure wrapped in the green light did not plan to fight Minister Dan. He repeatedly dodged the golden streaks that Minister Dan shot out and continuously fled forward. "Who are you, scoundrel? If you have the guts, stop and fight!" Minister Dan shouted. His voice reverberated in the air and traveled far. The person in front of him did not reply. He did not care about Minister Dan at all. The speed at which an unparalleled expert flew through the air was incomparably fast. In a short while, 2 rays of light rushed out of the forest and into the depths of the mountain. This book. Chapter 337. Under the moonlight, the depths of the snow-capped mountains were no longer peaceful. Beams of strong light shot out and terrifying energy waves spread out, causing all the nearby snow-capped peaks to experience avalanches. The birds and beasts that lived in the snow-capped mountains fled in shock. Peerless masters were fighting in the depths of the snow-capped mountains. One of them was the enraged Minister Dan. The battle did not last long before the depths of the snow-capped mountains gradually calmed down. A golden ray of light shot out from the depths of the snow-capped mountains and flew towards Biling City. One of the peerless masters did not come out from the snow-capped mountains. No one knew where he went. At dawn, a white figure walked into a courtyard at the back of the Yunlai Inn in Bailing City. It was a handsome young man dressed in white. "Come in." The young man went straight to a room in the courtyard. Just as he was about to knock on the door, an old but calm voice came from inside. The young man respectfully pushed the door open and carefully closed it. The young man entered the room and saw that it was decorated in an antique style. A screen separated the room into two parts. The front was the living room, and behind the screen was the bedroom. The room was not gorgeous. The young man stood in front of the screen with his head down. He did not go into the back. He seemed to be very respectful to the owner of the room and did not dare to act presumptuously. "I know why you are here. Don't worry, the light has been extinguished." The old voice came from behind the screen. When the young man heard this, he could not help but reveal a smile on his face. "You can leave." The person in the room seemed to be a little annoyed. "Yes." The white-clothed young man didn't say much. After he heard the man's words, he bowed towards the screen and left the room. "Second brother, what did the ancestor say?" After the young man left the courtyard, a young man with a simple long sword on his waist walked towards him. This person was Dongfang Long, and the person Dongfang Long called second brother was none other than Dongfang Chen. It's rare that the ancestor is willing to help. The matter has been resolved. Dongfang Chen seemed to be very happy. Dongfang Long nodded and said, "Very good, this has bought us a lot of time. The entire north is filled with our Dongfang clan and Beiding clan's eyes. As soon as Gu Fei appears, kill him. This time, don't fail again," Dongfang Chen said with a gloomy face. Dongfang Long nodded and the two of them quickly left. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, on the peak of a spiritual mountain, Gu Fei faced the rising sun and sat cross-legged on a large rock. For the past 2 days, it was as if he could not feel the passage of time. He seemed to have merged with nature, his body and mind condensed together with this spiritual peak, blending with heaven and earth. This was a miraculous state. He seemed to be able to hear the thoughts of the trees and flowers, understand the words of birds and beasts, and sense the pulse of the earth. He seemed to have truly blended into this vibrant world, as if he had become a part of it. The breeze gently blew, and the fragrance of all kinds of plants and flowers slowly rippled in the forest. The rising sun was not dazzling. Like water ripples, it shrouded the entire spiritual peak with a faint layer of golden gauze. Gu Fei stood up from the large rock. Looking at the rising sun, at this moment he felt incomparably calm. He also felt the vitality between heaven and earth. Gu Fei seemed to have a feeling of enlightenment in his heart. A touch of the morning glow cut through the dawn, and rays of golden light sprinkled on the mountain forest that was surrounded by spiritual energy. Infinite vitality rippled, apes cried, tigers roared, birds chirped, and insects chirped. Gu Fei took a deep breath, and his whole body felt comfortable. As Gu Fei circulated his profound cultivation technique, his body became like a vast ocean that sucked in all the spiritual energy from the surroundings. The essence of the sun, the moon, the wood, and all the other energies that floated in the air were all gathered towards him. Streams of light, which were almost invisible to the naked eye, circulated inside Gu Fei's body, nourishing his body like sweet dew, covering his internal organs, bones, flesh, and blood with a layer of precious light. Sitting on the mountaintop for 2 days and 2 nights was not completely fruitless. His state of mind had been improved, and his body seemed to be filled with endless vitality. The essence of heaven and earth was like cold water, washing his flesh and blood over and over again. He tried to activate the pure essence of the sun that was released when the sun rose. He wanted to use the essence of the sun, the pure yang energy, to dispel the remaining ghost qi in his bone marrow. However, he seemed to have failed. The essence of the sun was not that easy to absorb, and the timing was very important. Obviously, Gu Fei did not grasp this fleeting opportunity. Standing on the top of the spiritual peak, Gu Fei breathed in and out the spiritual energy from all directions, pouring endless spiritual energy into his exhausted body. It wasn't until noon that the gathered spiritual qi drifted away. He stopped and sensed the surging energy in his body. He had to admit that the spiritual energy in the Pill Cauldron Paradise was really abundant. This place was indeed a treasure land for cultivation. When Gu Fei stopped operating the mysterious technique, a bone-piercing coldness came from the depths of his body, making him shiver involuntarily. It seemed that the ghost qi that had penetrated deep into his bone marrow was really hard to dispel with his own power. However, this was already good enough. After all, his body had regained its vitality, and the 18 soul-suppressing nails had been pulled out. His soul sense was no longer suppressed. Not only could the 18 soul-suppressing nails suppress the ghost qi in his body, but they also completely suppressed Gu Fei's soul sense inside his body, which made it impossible for him to open the space inside his body. Standing on the top of the mountain, Gu Fei carefully used his soul sense to communicate with the space inside his mud-pill palace. The purple vertical scar that had disappeared between his eyebrows began to appear on his skin. Gradually, the vertical scar emitted a misty purple light. Gu Fei's soul sense had successfully communicated with the space inside his body. His real body did not enter the space, but a wisp of his soul sense had descended into the space inside. He was very worried that because of his body, the space that he had opened up would be destroyed, and even turn into a piece of chaos. However, he seemed to have worried too much. A giant cauldron that emitted an endless aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world, was suppressing the center of the space. Traces of chaotic energy that were visible to the naked eye were guided by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei found that not only did his space not collapse because of the decay of his body, but it was also gradually expanding. The mountain and river cauldron refined the chaotic energy and suppressed the space. At the same time, it was also continuously pouring energy into Gu Fei's space, causing the space to gradually expand. Of course, the growth of the space inside was very slow. It had been a long time since Gu Fei moved the mountain and river cauldron from the chaotic zone into the space inside his space, but Gu Fei found that his space had only expanded to about 60 meters in radius. When he was in the virtual sky world, the old turtle once said that the inner world was closely related to a cultivator's body. As one's strength increased, the inner world would also grow. The stronger one was, the bigger the inner world would be. However, if one's cultivation level regressed, the inner world would also collapse and shrink. According to Gu Fei's situation, when his body deteriorated to the extreme, his inner world would have collapsed long ago. Gu Fei's luck was really good. There was a unique mountain and river cauldron suppressing the void in all directions in his inner world. Even though Gu Fei was seriously injured and on the verge of death, his inner world still showed no signs of collapsing. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the earth veins in all directions. It was definitely a treasure. Gu Fei found that the 5 or 6 spiritual plants planted in his inner world emitted a floral fragrance. Their branches and leaves were shrouded in a faint misty glow. The spiritual plants didn't show any signs of withering. Instead, they were growing very well. The surroundings of the spiritual plants were green and green grass grew on the ground. Gu Fei's inner world was no longer lonely and lifeless. After his divine comprehension retreated from the inner world, Gu Fei jumped down from the boulder and walked down the mountain. He wanted to find out what method Yen planned to use to dispel the mysterious Yin ghost aura that had already penetrated into his bones. Minister Dan was very angry and also very depressed. Someone destroyed Gu Fei's green lamp, which made him furious and flustered. Because without the guidance of the green lamp, it would be very difficult for him to find Gu Fei. The hopes of the elders of the sect were all on Gu Fei. Minister Dan was actually shouldering a heavy responsibility. After the trip to the virtual sky world, the elders of the 3 great Taoist sects didn't find any trace of the 9-colored longevity grass on the other disciples. In the virtual sky world, everyone saw that it was Gu Fei who took the 3 9-colored longevity grass. Because of this, the head of the Taishan sect and a group of elders used their great magical power and used the green lamp as a guide to keep an eye on Gu Fei's life and whereabouts. When the green lamp sensed that Gu Fei had left the virtual sky world, the higher-ups of the 3 great Taoist sects were alarmed. The Taishan sect immediately sent Minister Dan down the mountain to search for Gu Fei's whereabouts. Gu Fei became the disciple that the 3 great Taoist sects paid the most attention to. Of course, what attracted the higher-ups of the three great Taoist sects wasn't Gu Fei himself, but the things he had. In the evening in Biling City, a person came to the courtyard where Minister Dan was staying. Minister Dan respectfully invited this person to a side room, then stood to the side and waited on him carefully. Although he was already a peerless expert in the void-controlling realm, he still didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect in front of this person. "How did it go?" Taoist Xiaoyang, who was sitting high in the hall, asked calmly. He wore a purple jade Taoist crown, 9 suns shining in the sky, and the golden crow-burning sky robe. "Martial uncle, Gu Fei is missing, and the green lamp of the 9-colored primordial spirit has also been extinguished." Although Minister Dan was a little hesitant, he didn't dare to hide anything in front of Taoist Xiaoyang. "What happened?" When Taoist Xiaoyang heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and an invisible momentum immediately spread in the room. Minister Dan suddenly felt as if his chest was suddenly pressed down by a 1,000-kilogram boulder. He felt like he was suffocating, and his breathing became a little rapid. His forehead was also covered in cold sweat. This book was first published. Chapter 338. As night fell, a bright moon appeared in the sky, sprinkling down cold moonlight that shrouded the icy and snowy northern land in a layer of light gauze. Networked swoosh. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above an endless snowy forest in the northern land as if it had teleported. This person wore a purple jade crown on his head and a golden crow sky-burning robe of the 9 suns' brilliant sky. There seemed to be flames flowing all over his body. He was Taoist Xiaoyang of the Shaoyang Peak of the Taishin sect. Swoosh. A golden rainbow suddenly appeared in the distant sky, like a golden bolt of lightning, cutting through the void and flying quickly toward Taoist Xiaoyang. "Gu Fei is nearby?" Taoist Xiaoyang's eyes seemed to have no spirit, but it was as if he had a magical power that could penetrate the void, as if he could see anything he wanted to see. He glanced around but did not feel anything strange. What he saw in front of him was just a common snowy forest in the northern land. At this time, the golden light that appeared in the distant sky had already flown in front of him, and a powerful wave of spiritual power immediately spread out. The golden light dissipated, and a figure appeared next to Taoist Xiaoyang. "Is it here?" Taoist Xiaoyang asked. The person who came in the golden rainbow was Dan Qingzi. When he heard the question, he immediately replied, "Yes, but even with the spirit lamp in hand, I can't find Gu Fei." Before the spirit lamp was extinguished, Dan Qingzi had tracked Gu Fei more than once, but it was difficult to find any trace of Gu Fei. Although they were both cultivators in the royal void realm, Taoist Xiaoyang's strength and seniority were not comparable to Dan Qingzi, who had just broken through to the royal void realm. Even among cultivators in the same realm, there were strong and weak ones. With Taoist Xiaoyang's cultivation, it could be said that it was easy to kill a peerless cultivator like Dan Qingzi. Strange. Taoist Xiaoyang stood in the void, and there was a trace of doubt on his face. He could not feel any human aura nearby, which meant that Gu Fei had not appeared nearby. Taoist Xiaoyang's divine will was extremely powerful. Once it was spread out, he could see everything within a radius of tens of miles like the back of his hand. It was even clearer than using his eyes to see. As long as someone was hiding nearby, they would definitely not be able to escape the detection of his spiritual force. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the occasional roars of beasts could be heard from the depths of the snowy forest. Other than the birds and beasts that resided in the forest, there were no other signs of life. Taoist Xiaoyang was very proud of his own cultivation. Apart from demigods, there were only a few people in the world who could beat him. If there was something strange about this place, it would not escape Taoist Xiaoyang's eyes. If someone had really hidden Gu Fei with great magical power, and even Taoist Xiaoyang had been deceived, then this person was definitely not someone he could provoke. Thus, looks like it's time to meet some old friends in Biling City. Taoist Xiaoyang said calmly, "Let's go back." After saying that, Taoist Xiaoyang's figure disappeared in the air. Taoist Xiaoyang's speed was too fast. Even Minister Dan, who was standing next to him, could not tell how he left. Minister Dan could not help but be shocked. Taoist Xiaoyang's cultivation was much stronger than his. Daoist Chao Yang's speed seemed to be comparable to teleportation. Of course, the legendary magical power of teleportation could only be performed by a peerless demigod. Minister Dan did not dare to delay. He rose into the air and turned into a dazzling golden rainbow. He flew in the direction of Bailing City and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Of course, Daoist Chao Yang's arrival did not go unnoticed by the old monsters in Bailing City. The situation in Bailing City became even more delicate. There were many undercurrents, and a storm was brewing. Compared to Bailing City, the Pill Cauldron's grotto was quiet. There was no ice or snow here, and the temperature was warm. Several mountain peaks were filled with green. There was a small bridge that spanned over the flowing water, and flowers bloomed beside the stream. Cranes flew across the sky from time to time. A herd of spiritual deer chased each other on the grassland between the mountains. All sorts of spiritual herbs were planted on the cultivated slopes. The Pill Cauldron's grotto was definitely a blessed land for immortals. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a grotto in the snowy northern lands. This place was isolated from the rest of the world and was filled with spiritual energy. It was no wonder that even the old monsters who had not come out for a long time were alarmed. Unfortunately, this spiritual land already had an owner. The ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate had spent a lot of effort to set up a peerless formation to isolate this spiritual land from the rest of the world, forming a grotto. This grotto was independent from the world, but it was also closely connected to the world. The spiritual veins of the earth were the foundation of this small world. It was hard to imagine that with this grotto as the foundation, the Pill Cauldron's grotto still declined. Unless the peerless formation outside the Pill Cauldron's grotto was broken, the Pill Cauldron's grotto would never be revealed to the world. Even a powerhouse like Daoist Chao Yang could not sense the existence of the grotto. In order to help Gu Fei get rid of the Xianxia ghost qi that was entangled in his bone marrow, Yen had been busy with something for the past few days. She seemed to be making something. Gu Fei asked a few times, but Yen pretended to be mysterious and ran away. Network, Gu Fei had no choice but to find a place to circulate his mystic art and breathe in and out spiritual energy. He wanted to use the endless spiritual energy to temper his muscles and bones, using this method to get rid of the Xianxia ghost qi deep in his bone marrow bit by bit. But soon, Gu Fei felt that his method did not seem to work at all. The uncomfortable feeling of coldness coming out from his bone marrow still happened a few times a day. Every time he did it, his body would feel cold and his blood and qi seemed to be condensing. This was like a bone-deep gangrene. With his ability, there was no way he could get rid of the Xianxia ghost qi deep in his bone marrow. One morning 3 days later, Yen found Gu Fei at the peak of a spiritual mountain. "Follow me." Yen aroused Gu Fei from his deep meditation. This was the first sentence she said to Gu Fei. She seemed to be a little excited. "Where to?" Gu Fei asked. "Just follow me. Of course, if you don't want to get better, you can continue to meditate here." Yen revealed a sly smile and walked straight down the mountain. "Wait for me." Gu Fei hurriedly chased after her. Although he had vaguely guessed why Yen came to find him, he still could not keep calm. One had to know that the Xianxia ghost qi deep in his bone marrow would come out several times a day. That kind of feeling was not pleasant. Yen brought Gu Fei to an ancient altar in the Pill Cauldron Grotto and walked up. Gu Fei felt that this altar seemed to be made of purple jade. Every purple jade brick was engraved with ancient runes. The altar was 15 feet wide and emitted a misty purple glow. After walking up the altar, Gu Fei discovered that the ground of the altar was also engraved with countless runes. The countless runes seemed to form a huge formation. Gu Fei did not set foot in the formation. He could not figure out the function of the formation on the altar. Apart from the runes engraved on the purple jade ground, there was nothing else on the altar. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Why did Yen bring him here? He was about to ask, but at that moment, Yen signaled Gu Fei to stand in the center of the altar. Yen came to Gu Fei's side and took out a jade talisman from her storage bag. She handed it to Gu Fei and said, "Take it. It will be useful when we return." Gu Fei took the jade talisman and saw that both sides of the jade talisman were also engraved with runes. Moreover, Gu Fei felt that the runes on the jade talisman in his hand and the runes on the altar seemed to come from the same source. Yen's hands formed hand seals. Then, the ancient purple jade altar immediately emitted a strong energy fluctuation. The runes engraved on the entire altar gradually lit up. The ancient altar obviously contained an incomparably strong energy. Yen's hands continuously formed hand seals to guide this originally dormant power out. Rumble! The entire altar began to shake. Then, thousands of runes rushed out from the altar as if they had come to life. They formed a mysterious formation that enveloped Gu Fei and Yen, who stood in the center of the altar. Gu Fei was shocked. This altar seemed to be a teleportation formation. Swoosh! There was a tremor in the void as ripples spread out from the center of the altar. Thousands of light talismans formed an array. The instant Yen and Gu Fei were enveloped, the two of them disappeared from the altar. Thousands of light runes dissipated on the altar. The runes engraved on the altar also gradually dimmed. The energy contained in the altar also quieted down. The space was twisting. Gu Fei felt as if he had stepped into a void tunnel. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. There was no sky, no earth. It was as if he was walking in an endless void. He had no idea where he was going. Rays of light became the only thing in Gu Fei's eyes. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei felt as if he was riding on the clouds, as if he was traveling at an extremely high speed. When the surrounding rays of light gradually disappeared, a gloomy void appeared in front of Gu Fei. He did not know when it started, but the surrounding space began to twist and ripples of energy spread out. Rumble! After a loud noise, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the front. Gu Fei had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the dark sky flashed with strong lights from time to time. Boom! A thunderclap sounded in Gu Fei's ears. Silver snakes danced in the sky and lightning lit up the heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. He looked around and saw that he and Yen were standing on a small hill. Under their feet was a formation engraved on a rock with a circumference of 5 zhang. The runes on the formation were very similar to the runes on the purple jade altar in the Pill Cauldron Wonderland. What is this place? Gu Fei asked. He felt that the heaven and earth were gloomy. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, illuminating the gloomy void from time to time. Apart from the small hill where he and Yen were standing, there were lush weeds everywhere. Between the weeds, there were water droplets. This place seemed to be a swamp. This is the lightning lake, Yen said. Rumble! At this time, another earth-shattering thunder came from the sky. Although the sky was gloomy, it was strange that there was only thunder but no rain. Lightning Lake? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. He knew of this place. It was a dangerous place, a place where the lightning energy of heaven and earth gathered. The Lightning Lake could be said to be one of the most dangerous places in the Tunglong continent. Gu Fei had seen descriptions of the Lightning Lake in his sect's records. We've been teleported to the Lightning Lake thousands of miles away? Gu Fei exclaimed. One must know that the Lightning Lake was not in the northern lands. Although it was within the borders of Northern Wei, it was at least 3,000 miles away from the northern mountain city. Hee, that's right. You will be staying here for a few days. Yenner smiled. When she smiled, she looked like a little fox who had succeeded in her evil plan. Gu Fei couldn't help being stunned for a moment before he asked, What exactly do you want? Yenner's smile made his hair stand on end. Let's go. Let's find a place with dense lightning. Yen didn't answer Gu Fei. Instead, she walked out of the formation and looked at the sky from the small hill. She saw thick thunderclouds surging in the east and south. The lightning in the thunderclouds was denser and more frequent than the lightning in the other two directions. Most of the thunder came from these two directions, shaking the heaven and earth. Let's go to the east. There's a grassland under the thunderclouds. It's just the right place, Yenner said and rushed down the small hill. Like a purple smoke, she headed east. Gu Fei had no choice but to follow her. The swamp here was different from the deathly swamp inside the virtual sky world. This place was full of the aura of thunder and lightning, and there seemed to be a burning smell in the air. The death swamp in the virtual sky world, on the other hand, was lifeless and a paradise for the undead. Roar! Just as Yennefer rushed to the grassland under the thunderclouds, an unforeseen event occurred. A low and deep roar seemed to come from the depths of the earth. Then, the grassland under Yennefer's feet began to tremble, as if something was about to rush out from the ground. Yennefer quickly retreated. Pang! Bang! The grassland suddenly exploded. Soil splashed in all directions, and an unusual beast rushed out of the ground. What's that? Gu Fei, who was following closely behind Yennefer, hurriedly came to a halt. He stared at the exotic beast that had rushed out from the ground in shock. The exotic beast was 4 to 5 meters long and had the appearance of a huge green lion. However, there was a single silver horn on its ferocious head. Roar! The unusual beast looked up to the sky and roared. Its voice shook the sky. A burst of crackling lightning came out of its body. At the same time, a fierce murderous aura surged out of its body. Chapter 339. The lightning lion beast was a ferocious beast in the Thunder Lake that could control the power of thunder and lightning. It had a violent temperament and was fond of fighting. Once it sensed any beast or human cultivator intruding into its territory, it would immediately attack. It was obvious that Yennefer and Gu Fei had intruded into the territory of a lightning lion. Roar! The lightning lion charged out from the swamp and let out a series of roars. Its body was surrounded by lightning, and a violent aura filled every inch of the sky. Gu Fei sensed that this lightning lion seemed to possess a powerful strength. He could feel the power of thunder and lightning in the surroundings converging toward the lightning lion floating in the sky. Swoosh! A pair of azure-colored wings extended from the lightning lion's ribs. Arcs of azure-colored lightning blossomed on the wings, crackling chaotically. Yennefer was still standing on the grass, staring calmly at the lightning lion in the sky. Even though she knew that the lightning lion was gathering its power, she did not make a move. The lightning lion was infuriated by the fact that there was someone who didn't know life from death trespassing into its territory. The consequences were terrifying. Lightning began to strike down from the thunderclouds, striking the silver horn on the lightning lion's head. This lightning lion was extraordinary, as it was able to control the powerful force of thunder and lightning accumulated in the thunderclouds. The horn on the head of the lightning lion continued to absorb the power of thunder and lightning from all directions. The silver horn began to emit a brilliant glow, and a powerful energy wave was emitted from the horn. Roar! The lightning lion let out a furious roar. Swoosh! Then a green lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm shot out from the horn and struck towards Yennefer below. The blue lightning bolt tore through the sky and emitted a blinding light that lit up the heavens and earth. Gu Fei stood aside and watched the scene quietly. Although he knew that Yennefer had a high cultivation, he had never seen her make a move before. Yennefer simply reached out her right hand and pressed forward. Bang! With a bang, the lightning bolt that was bombarding towards Yennefer seemed to have collided with an invisible wall. It was stopped less than 10 feet in front of Yennefer by a mysterious force. Yennefer easily nullified the attack of the lightning lion. After that, Yennefer waved her right hand lightly. Bang! The lightning lion was directly blasted flying by a powerful force. Roar! The lightning lion roared again and again as it was blasted flying 30 to 40 meters away. Only then did it stop retreating. After that, it flapped its wings that were coiled with lightning and transformed into an azure bolt of lightning as it charged towards Yennefer. Outrageous! Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Yennefer's expression turned extremely cold. She had only sent the lightning lion flying just now, hoping that the lightning lion would know how powerful it was and leave. However, the violent lion did not seem to appreciate her kindness and charged forward in an instant. Of lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Endless lightning flashed in the void around the lightning lion, interweaving into a net of lightning power that enveloped Yennefer. Gu Fei quickly retreated and looked at Yennefer with interest. He wanted to see what kind of tricks she had up her sleeves. A powerful wave of magic power surged out from Yennefer's body, and her hair started to flutter even though there was no wind. Then, dark green vines started to grow under her feet, and they started to twine around the lightning lion in the sky. At the same time, Yen-er pressed her right hand upward, and the thousands of lightning bolts that shrouded the lightning lion immediately dispersed and dissipated in the sky. At this moment, the lightning lion seemed to have sensed danger and tried to escape. However, it was too late. Countless vines, like green dragons, instantly entangled the lightning lion in the sky. 2 vines entangled the wings of the lightning lion and tore them off. The lightning lion immediately let out an earth-shattering roar. A large amount of blood sprayed from the sky. The lightning lion that had lost its wings fell from the sky. Before it hit the ground, a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang! Muddy water splashed everywhere as the huge body of the lightning lion smashed heavily onto the turf. Then, it slowly sank into the mud beneath the turf. The powerful and violent lightning lion had been strangled to death by Yen. After the vines strangled the lightning lion to death, they seemed to have lost their vitality and quickly withered. Then, they turned into dust and drifted into the sky. Wood elemental techniques? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He could feel that Yen's body was exuding a vigorous aura. It was as if she was the embodiment of the spirit of vegetation. Gu Fei was no stranger to the fluctuation of qi that was full of vitality. In the Taishan sect, there were many people who cultivated wood elemental techniques. In the Taishan sect, Ziyu, a disciple of the sect leader, was one of the best. Impressive, impressive. Gu Fei clapped his hands and walked slowly toward Yen. Are you praising me or insulting me? Yen smiled sweetly. Her beautiful face bloomed with infinite brilliance, and Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course I'm praising you. How would I dare to insult you? Gu Fei rubbed his nose and said awkwardly. He had to admit that Yen's smile was very lethal. I don't think you would dare. Yen waved her fist at Gu Fei and said fiercely. She was like an innocent girl, but compared to the vicious methods she had used just now, she felt a little out of place. The sky was still gloomy. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The dark thunderclouds seemed to be hanging down to the ground, and bolts of lightning danced wildly in the thunderclouds. The sound of thunder was endless, and from time to time, there would be terrifying lightning striking down from the sky. Gu Fei and Yen stopped joking. They came to a grassy area covered by thunderclouds, and Yen took out a big thing from her storage bag. It was a huge lamp, its 4 sides were covered with white cloth, and the top was also tightly sealed with white cloth. The bottom was empty, and on the iron frame at the bottom, there was an iron bucket filled with lamp oil, with a wick as thick as a child's arm immersed in it. There were talismans drawn on the white cloth around the huge lamp. Each talisman was emitting a faint spiritual energy. What's the use of this? Gu Fei asked. He didn't know what Yen wanted to use this huge lamp for. This huge lamp has a name. It's called the Kong Ming lamp. As Yen spoke, she took out a metal chain from her storage bag. This metal chain was at least 100 meters long. Kong Ming lamp. Gu Fei said. Yes. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was an almighty expert who was proficient in formations. His name was Zhuge Kong Ming. The Kong Ming lamp was created by him. Yen said. I've never heard of him. Gu Fei said with some embarrassment. I also read about the Kong Ming lamp in the sects book collection. The Kong Ming lamp can fly into the sky without using any spells or external forces, Yen said to Gu Fei as she tied one end of the metal chain to the lamp frame below the Kong Ming lamp. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. He had already vaguely guessed what Yen wanted to do. That's right. I'm going to release this Kong Ming lamp into the sky and draw the power of thunder and lightning from the thunderclouds. Yen said proudly. As she spoke, she lit up the huge Kong Ming lamp. The flame of the lamp burned fiercely, and the huge lamp slowly rose from the ground in front of Gu Fei and Yen. All right, you can enjoy the baptism of thunder and lightning here. Yen smiled slyly and suddenly used the fixed body technique on Gu Fei. Gu Fei suddenly felt his body stiffen, and he was fixed on the spot. Yen tied the other end of the metal chain to Gu Fei's waist. Then, she took out a large stone from her storage bag and another metal chain from her storage bag. She tied Gu Fei firmly to the large stone like a dumpling. Gu Fei could not speak. His eyes darted around and his face turned green. The power of sky thunder was not something that anyone could withstand. It was extremely dangerous to attract sky thunder to one's body. Legend had it that when a great cultivator who had stepped into the immortal realm ascended, heaven and earth would send down a lightning tribulation. Only those who could survive the lightning tribulation could finally ascend to the immortal realm. Those who could not survive the lightning tribulation would be destroyed by the sky thunder and turned into ashes. Gu Fei did not think that with his current cultivation, he could resist the power of thunder and lightning that came from heaven and earth. Oh, I almost forgot. Yen was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something. Then, she pointed with her finger and Gu Fei's right hand, which was holding the jade talisman, was immediately able to move. Alright, if you really can't withstand it, crush the jade talisman. The power in the jade talisman can teleport you back to the pill cauldron paradise. After saying that, Yen quickly left. At this time, the slowly rising Kong Ming lantern was about to touch the thick thunderclouds that were pressing down from the sky. Dark clouds pressed down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. With a strong flash, lightning swam through the thunderclouds like silver snakes. Suddenly, a deafening thunder exploded above Gu Fei's head. The power of the thunder was earth-shattering. A bolt of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds and hit the flying Kong Ming lantern. A bright electric current immediately flowed down the metal chain at the bottom of the lantern. Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura and wanted to crush the jade talisman, but in the end, he did not do so. Perhaps only the baptism of sky thunder could expel the Xianxia ghost qi from his body. Wow! The power of thunder and lightning flowed along the chains and entered Gu Fei's body. In an instant, it broke the fixed body technique on Gu Fei's body. A miserable howl immediately escaped his mouth. Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of white smoke. He raised his head to look at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky and roared, "How refreshing! Let's make it more violent." Boom! Another clap of thunder boomed overhead, and another bolt of lightning struck the sky lantern in the sky. Oh, damned heavens! Gu Fei endured it and shouted crazily. Bolts of lightning kept striking the Kong Ming lantern, and Gu Fei's roars rang out continuously, spreading far and wide. This book, Chapter 340. There was no lack of ferocious beasts in the Thunder Lake. However, none of them dared to approach a certain place. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The grass within a radius of a few hundred feet was scorched. There was an extremely crazy man who was attracting the power of lightning from the heavens and earth under the rumbling thunderclouds. His cries of agony were incessant and could even be heard louder than the sound of the thunder. On a grassy slope in the distance, a graceful figure in purple calmly watched the shocking scene unfold before her. There was no expression on her extremely delicate face. Thunderclouds loomed in front of them as tens of thousands of lightning bolts swam in the clouds. A violent aura that could shock all living beings in the heavens and earth was emitted from the thunderclouds. The Thunder Lake was a strange place in the Tenglong continent. Here, the power of thunder and lightning gathered. Dark thunder clouds hung down from the sky. Terrifying lightning struck from the thunder clouds, connecting the sky and the earth. Some of the lightning even struck the ground. There was no wind or rain. There was only thunder here, and it rarely rained. However, the water in the Thunder Lake was sufficient because it was a swamp. It was difficult to see the sun in the Thunder Lake. However, terrifying lightning bolts would strike down from the sky and strike the ground. The powerful lightning bolts would often strike the soft grass and create huge pits, forming the unique landform of the Thunder Lake. Large and small round ponds were scattered across the entire Thunder Lake like pearls embedded in a piece of jade. Yen and Gu Fei were only at the periphery of the Thunder Lake. They did not venture deep into the Thunder Lake because there were unpredictable dangers in the depths of the Thunder Lake. The power of lightning there was stronger and the ferocious beasts there were stronger. Only cultivators with a high cultivation base could venture deep into the Thunder Lake. The reason why Gu Fei and Yen came to the Thunder Lake was to borrow the power of lightning to expel the Xianxia ghost chi from Gu Fei's body. They were not here for an adventure. One should know that the Thunder Lake was one of the most dangerous places in the soaring dragon continent. The power of lightning in the depths of the Thunder Lake was enough to scare even a void-controlling realm expert. The lightning energy outside the Thunder Lake was within the range that Gu Fei could withstand. Of course, if he had not been thrown into the primordial pill cauldron by Yenner and refined with hundreds of spirit medicines for 3 days and 3 nights, allowing his body to regain its vitality, his deteriorating body would definitely not have been able to withstand the power of thunder and lightning here. It's already the 98th time. Old Gu seems to be stronger than I imagined. Yenner mumbled to herself on a grassy slope in the distance. She stared calmly at the scene before her without any expression on her face. Gu Fei had already been struck 198 times by the power of lightning guided by the Kongming lantern, but his voice was still loud and clear, full of energy. Hey, I want to see how long you can hold on before you crush the jade talisman in your hand. Yenner watched with interest. In the distance, Gu Fei, who was tied to a huge rock, was charred on the outside and tender on the inside by the power of lightning. The clothes on his upper body had long been burnt to ashes, and only a piece of rag was left on his lower body, which barely covered his important parts. Even the huge rock behind him had cracks on it, as though it could be smashed by the next bolt of lightning at any time. It had to be said that Yenner was very thoughtful and well prepared. The Kongming lantern, the 100-foot-long metal chain, and the huge rock that weighed thousands of kilograms were all for the sake of letting Gu Fei enjoy the baptism of lightning. The fixed body technique that Yenner had cast on him had already been broken when the first bolt of lightning struck him. There was no spell that could remain unbroken under the bombardment of the power of lightning. As long as the power of lightning in the world was strong enough, it could break any spell. This was because the power of lightning represented the power of the world. The legendary god of thunder wielded the power to punish on behalf of the heavens. Of course, no one knew if the god of thunder existed in the world. However, what in the world could go against the heavens? Gu Fei did not know, but he knew very well that even a powerful immortal was just an ant in the face of the heavens. Powerful bolts of lightning were constantly guided down by the Kongming lantern in the sky and mercilessly struck into his body. Countless bolts of lightning passed through his flesh and bones before entering the ground beneath Gu Fei's feet. This was an inhumane torture. Even though Gu Fei's body had been tempered 100 times, he still felt extreme pain, as though his skin was being fried and his bones were being torn apart. Every time he was struck by lightning, it was as though there were countless sharp swords slicing his body. It made him feel a terrible pain, as though his flesh and bones were being separated and torn apart. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to withstand such terrible torture. However, Gu Fei's willpower was incomparably firm. He would not easily succumb to any power, even if it was the power of the world. Every time a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, Gu Fei could not wait to crush the jade talisman in his hand. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He gritted his teeth and endured the inhumane pain. Traces of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The power of lightning in the world could repel all evils. It was the nemesis of the evil yin qi in his body. Moreover, with the power of heavenly lightning, although it was dangerous, it was very likely that an incomparably powerful heavenly lightning would descend and strike Gu Fei into charcoal. However, in the midst of danger, there were also opportunities. For Gu Fei, using the power of lightning to temper his body was not entirely a bad thing. The mysterious yin ghost chi that had invaded his bone marrow was gradually dispersed by the power of lightning that passed through his body. Gu Fei's miserable howls were earth-shattering. Endless vitality constantly healed his body that had been burned by the power of lightning. All the muscles in his body involuntarily twitched violently, releasing waves of vitality to nourish his injured body. The strong physique of a martial artist allowed Gu Fei to recover very quickly after being struck by lightning. Yenner watched from the grassy slope for a long time. She thought that Gu Fei would not be able to endure the pain of being struck by lightning for long. He would crush the jade talisman and start all over again. However, she seemed to be wrong. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Gu Fei's miserable howls were still coming from afar. His voice did not weaken at all. It was obvious that he could continue to endure it. In the Thunder Lake, black thunderclouds covered the land. It seemed as though they would never dissipate. There was no sunlight or stars in this place. There was thunder, but there was no rain. This was a strange place. It was a paradise for cultivators who cultivated lightning-based Dao techniques. However, even so, not many cultivators dared to go deep into the Thunder Lake. They could only walk around the periphery of the Thunder Lake like Gu Fei and Yan. Forget it, let's return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise first. I wonder when he will crush the Jade Talisman. The lightning lake was filled with a heavy pressure that came from the heaven and earth, making Yan a little uncomfortable. Yan crushed the Jade Talisman in her hand. A ball of green light immediately spread out from her hand, enveloping her within. Shwa! The void that was enveloped by the green light trembled, and ripples spread out like water waves. The light dimmed and then disappeared completely. Yenner's figure had already disappeared along with the light. It was as though she had broken through the void. It was difficult to teleport out of the Pill Cauldron Paradise. However, one only needed to crush a Jade Talisman to return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Yenner was not worried that Gu Fei would be in danger. This was because even if he was in danger, Gu Fei would not be so foolish as to not crush the Jade Talisman. It could be said that the Jade Talisman was actually a talisman. The Jade Talisman of the Pill Cauldron sect was very special. It was more convenient than the void-shifting scrolls that were sealed with spatial Dao techniques. The Dao technique scroll had to be unfolded to release the sealed Dao technique power. As for the Jade Talisman of the Pill Cauldron sect, one only needed to hold it in one's hand and crush it. The Dao technique power would explode in an instant and teleport the person to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. It had to be said that Gu Fei's willpower was perversely strong. It seemed like there was no pain that he could not endure. He did not know how many times he had been struck by the power of lightning from the Kongming lantern. Gu Fei felt as if he had become numb. The lightning energy washed over his body again, and the bone-chilling cold that would flare up several times a day gradually weakened. Under the baptism of lightning, his physical body and nerves were tempered to become stronger and more resilient. A day and a night passed. The place where Gu Fei was had become a huge, charred pit that was steaming. It was as if a meteorite had fallen there, producing an incomparably strong heat that burned everything. The boulder had long been shattered. The area within a radius of several dozen zhang had become scorched earth. Only a metal chain that seemed to connect heaven and earth remained intact. Even after being struck by the power of lightning countless times, it seemed like it would not leave a single mark on this metal chain. He did not know when it started, but Gu Fei felt that the cold in his body had stopped acting up. Therefore, he subconsciously began to accumulate the power of lightning. Although the power of lightning between heaven and earth was an incomparably tyrannical and destructive power, it was also one of the powers of heaven and earth. It could also be refined. Gu Fei began to circulate his mysterious art to refine the power of lightning. This was definitely an incomparably crazy action because the power of lightning was extremely hard to tame. If he was not careful, the powerful power of lightning could burn him into ashes. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. His cultivation had already reached the bottleneck of the third heavenly layer of the ascended realm. He wanted to borrow the power of lightning to break through his current bottleneck. He felt that this was an opportunity to break through his current bottleneck. He could not let it go. As he circulated his mysterious art, bolts of lightning began to surround Gu Fei's body. These bolts of lightning did not dissipate. Instead, they were emitted from within his body. Under the baptism of lightning, his tendons, bones, and flesh gradually transformed and became stronger. Gu Fei's physical body gradually improved under the destruction of the lightning. Bolts of lightning continuously struck down from the thunderclouds above his head. The power of lightning was gradually guided by Gu Fei to every part of his body. Tiny snake-like currents flowed through his skin. Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a spirit of lightning. His body emitted strong rays of light and thick arcs of lightning shot out from his orifices. As time passed, Gu Fei's figure was gradually covered by the lightning that shot out from his body. Then, a huge ball of lightning with a radius of 1 zhang appeared in the huge pit, flickering with strong light. Shwa! The teleportation array on the hill emitted a dazzling light. Strong waves of spiritual energy shook the void, and ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out. When the light dissipated, a purple figure appeared in the teleportation array. Yen had come to the Thunder Lake from the Pill Cauldron Cave world. She walked out of the teleportation array and headed towards the direction of Gu Fei. She waited in the Pill Cauldron Cave world for a day and night but did not see Gu Fei return. Feeling worried, she came to the Thunder Lake again. The place where Gu Fei was struck by lightning was easy to find because the power of lightning gathered there. The power of heaven and earth was very strong and could be sensed from far away. When Yen came closer, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The Kong Ming lantern had already fallen into the swamp, and the lightning in the sky was still striking down from the thunderclouds. The sound of thunder and lightning was earth-shattering. In a huge pit, a huge ball of lightning formed by lightning had burnt the soil within a radius of tens of feet. The ground was scorched black. The lightning ball had a diameter of 2 to 3 feet and emitted a blinding light. What happened? Yen was shocked. She could feel that the ball of lightning was nurturing a strong force. A heart-palpitating aura was emitted from the ball of lightning. This fella. Yen was speechless for a long time. After she calmed herself down, she could vaguely guess what had happened. Gu Fei was actually using the power of lightning to cultivate. This made Yen's jaw drop. Gu Fei's actions were undoubtedly audacious. Yen did not leave. She stood guard nearby and paid close attention to the changes in the ball of lightning. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this period of time, a few strong beasts were alarmed and rushed over from other areas of the Thunder Lake. However, they were all chased away by Yen. The power nurturing in the ball of lightning was gradually increasing. The mighty aura emitted from the ball of lightning made the nearby beasts very uneasy. As for Gu Fei, he was sitting in the ball of lightning with his legs crossed, enduring inhuman pain. Endless power of lightning was flowing in his body. It was as if thousands of swords were constantly penetrating through his flesh and bones, tempering his body over and over again. It was as if they were trying to forge his body into a treasure. Yen didn't know when Gu Fei would stop cultivating. She sat with her legs crossed on a nearby grassy slope and quietly waited for Gu Fei. She knew that not only had the evil qi in Gu Fei's body been completely expelled, his cultivation base would also increase greatly after being tempered by the heavenly lightning. Bailing City, which stood in the north of Northern Wei and was close to the abyss of immortals and demons, was definitely an ancient city. No one knew when Northern Mountain City was built. No one even knew how it appeared in the northern lands. There were many unimaginable myths and legends here. Such an ancient city standing in the border between the extreme northern demon region and the central plains would definitely arouse people's imagination. Although Bailing City wasn't as grand as the Dragon Emperor City in the southern wasteland, it was still a famous city in the northern region. In the evening, 2 young cultivators in white clothes appeared outside the city gate of Bailing City. With a cultivator's keen sense, they could sense an ancient and vicissitude aura. Bailing City was like an indomitable giant that stood in the snowy north, guarding the land of the north. Senior brother, isn't it a bit rash for us to choose this place as our first stop for training? A handsome young cultivator with the appearance of a peerlessly beautiful woman asked. This young cultivator was like a beautiful woman dressed in men's clothing. His skin was so delicate that even women would be jealous of him. He was a young cultivator with the appearance of a girl. The other cultivator standing beside the young cultivator had an ordinary appearance. He was thin and had tan skin. He looked like a farmer in the countryside who went to work at sunrise and returned home at sunset. When the 2 of them walked together, one was so handsome that even women would be jealous of him, while the other had an ordinary appearance. This combination was a bit strange. What's there to be rash about? I heard that junior brother Dongfang Chen also came to the northern lands? The unassuming young cultivator said disapprovingly. Junior brother Dongfang? The handsome young cultivator couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. At this moment, two young cultivators in white clothes walked out of the city gate. The two of them looked similar. They both had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. They were definitely rare handsome men. However, the two of them had a masculine aura that was unique to men, while the young man with the unassuming young cultivator had a feminine aura. Speak of the devil and he will arrive. The handsome young cultivator couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the two young cultivators coming out of the city. Senior brother Li, senior brother Ziyu, please forgive me for being late to welcome you. Two young cultivators came out of the city. One of them walked up to the two cultivators outside the city gate. Hey, junior brother Dongfang, your cultivation? The dark-skinned young cultivator with an ordinary appearance looked at the young cultivator who came to greet him. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Little brother is stupid. It's been more than a year since I returned to the Dongfang family, but I still haven't broken through my current bottleneck. Dongfang Chen's expression was a bit depressed and lost. The two cultivators in white outside the city gate were Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, who were walking down the mountain. The two young men in white who came out of the city were the two brothers, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long. However, there was no sign of Beiteng Ao. Dongfang Chen had found an excuse to return to the Dongfang family more than a year ago. He did this to see if he could break through his current cultivation bottleneck with the help of the family. Secondly, he was preparing to deal with Gu Fei. In the Supreme Mystery sect, there was the existence of Wang Yuanji and other spies. What happened in the sect, Dongfang Chen knew like the palm of his hand. When he learned that the sect had sent Minister Dan with the primordial spirit lamp down the mountain to look for Gu Fei, it was difficult for Dongfang Chen to stay in the Dongfang family to cultivate. Junior brother Dongfang, you're really well informed. There don't seem to be many people who know that senior brother Li and I have come to the north. Ziyu looked at Dongfang Chen meaningfully and said indifferently, First publication of this book? Chapter 341. The people of the three great Taoist sects began to appear in the north. Not only the three great Taoist sects, but other cultivation forces also had disciples enter the north. 1. Some of the old monsters were also alarmed. The first son of the demon lord, Chu Gu, was wreaking havoc in the north. In the world of cultivation, there was probably no force that would not be nervous. Moreover, there was the new spiritual land. The true experts of the Tenglong continent attached great importance to the new spiritual land. Even the old monsters who had not been involved in the affairs of the world for a long time came out. The demons were the enemies of all the cultivators in the world, and a spiritual land was even more attractive. With these two factors, it would be strange if the northern lands didn't attract the attention of others. The people of the Supreme Mystery sect did not have a fixed place to stay in Bailing City. The Dongfang family booked the entire Yunlai Inn. Dongfang Chen took Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to the inn and arranged two of the best rooms for them. Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long, Li Lingfeng, and Ziyu only had a brief conversation in the room before the Dongfang brothers left. In Li Lingfeng's room, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu sat down at the table. Senior brother, why is junior brother Dongfang so enthusiastic about entertaining us? Is there something fishy about this? Ziyu said to Li Lingfeng. He did not hide his doubts. Li Lingfeng pondered for a moment, then said, There are not many people who know that we came down the mountain, and even fewer people who know that we came to the north. How does junior brother Dongfang know our whereabouts? In the Supreme Mystery sect, as long as a disciple broke through to the realm of transcending mortality, they were qualified to go down the mountain and walk in the world of cultivation, gaining experience in the world of mortals. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were the best of the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery sect. In the past few years, they had successfully taken that step with the help of the core condensation pill. Cultivators who broke through to the realm of transcending mortality had a qualitative improvement in their lifespan and cultivation. Cultivators who had reached this realm could be considered to stand out among the thousands of people in the world and step onto the path of the strong. Cultivators could condense their power, form their core, and cleanse their marrow. After forming their core, cultivators would be transparent inside and out, and they would be reborn. They would communicate with heaven and earth, and use the surplus of the world to make up for their own deficiencies. They would use their strengths to make up for their weaknesses, steal the sky, and begin to derive power. Network, there seems to be something strange about junior brother Dongfang. Ziyu's expression became serious. Li Lingfeng nodded and said, let's wait and see for now. Let's see what junior brother Dongfang is planning. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both smart people. The other party seemed to know their whereabouts like the back of his hand. They were already on guard. However, Dongfang Chen's actions made them very puzzled. At this time, in another room in the inn, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long were also talking in secret. Second brother, why did you let Li Lingfeng and the others know that you were in Bailing City? Dongfang Long, who always had his saber by his side, immediately asked after he sat down. Dongfang Chen smiled and said, I want them to know that I'm not only in Bailing City, but I also revealed something to them. What happened? When Dongfang Long heard this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. He had been with Dongfang Chen all this time, but he didn't see his second brother reveal anything to Li Lingfeng. Do you really think I'm just going to welcome them? Dongfang Chen paused for a moment, then said, I'm just doing this to let them know that their whereabouts are all under my control. This. Dongfang Long seemed to have vaguely guessed his second brother's intentions. He couldn't help but shake his head. His second brother didn't play according to common sense. In this way, even if Li Lingfeng and Ziyu originally had any plans, it would have been disrupted by Dongfang Chen's sudden move. Time passed quickly. 7 days had passed. In the Thunder Lake, dark clouds still hung over the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Roar! Suddenly, somewhere in the outskirts of the Thunder Lake, an earth-shattering roar rang out. The sound was so loud that even the thunder in the sky was overshadowed in an instant. The rolling sound waves echoed between the heavens and the earth. Then, countless dazzling lightning burst out from the place where the roar came from. Endless lightning shrouded this part of the world. Network, rumble, silver snakes danced chaotically between the heavens and the earth. Thunder exploded, causing the sky and the void to tremble. The grass within a radius of several hundred zhang was all scorched by the exploding lightning. That roar was still echoing between the heavens and the earth. The sudden explosion of lightning that covered several hundred zhang of the void suddenly shrank back. Thousands of lightning bolts all sank into a figure. Dazzling electric currents flowed up and down this person's body. In the next moment, this person seemed to have turned into a huge bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. I've finally broken through. That person directly leaped into the sky and laughed wildly. As he waved his hand, bolts of lightning as thick as a child's arm immediately rushed out, tearing through the void and shooting out dozens of zhang before dissipating in the void. 5-element sword domain, open. That person separated his hands. Hum. A crisp sound of a sword soared into the 9 heavens. A powerful sword chi seeped out from his body and rushed straight into the sky. Amidst the 5-colored light, 5 different colored sword shadows appeared. Each sword shadow exuded a frightening wave of sword chi, forming 5 different colored void worlds. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. It was as if 5 hazy worlds of swords were revolving around that person. This was not a single sword domain, but 5 sword domains. Each domain enveloped an area of the void, and this person was in the center of the 5 voids. It was as if he controlled the 5 worlds of swords. Within the 5 hazy small domains, one could see bolts of lightning flashing from time to time. The power of the 5 elements carried a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. His figure slowly descended. When he landed on the ground, 5 unparalleled sword chi shot out from the 5 void worlds. They stretched for hundreds of zhang and left 5 terrifying sword marks on the grass. Clap, clap. A series of claps came from afar. A beautiful girl dressed in purple slowly walked over from afar. It looked like she was taking a leisurely stroll, but in just a few steps, the fairy-like, otherworldly girl had already arrived in front of that person. Old Gu, congratulations. The girl in purple's voice was crisp and sweet. Thank you. That person only said this one sentence, and with a crack, the sound of something suddenly breaking came from that person's hand. Then, a ball of green light burst out from that person's hand and instantly enveloped that person. The void cracked and shook, and the next moment, the dazzling green light instantly disappeared into the void. That person also disappeared with the dissipation of the green light. This guy runs really fast. The girl in purple couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and her face flushed red. She then crushed a jade talisman in her hand and a ball of green light enveloped her. Then, the green light disappeared with a flash and the girl in purple's figure also disappeared into thin air. In the Pill Cauldron Grotto heaven, the sun was setting in the west. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of the spiritual mountain. After cultivating in the lightning lake for more than 10 days, not only did the Xianxia ghost qi in Gu Fei's body dissipate, it also allowed Gu Fei's cultivation to reach a new level. Not only did the baptism of lightning strengthen his body, it was also a form of training for his state of mind. His divine sense had become much more condensed and his spiritual sense had become stronger. He had successfully broken through the barrier of cultivation and his cultivation had broken through from the 3rd heavenly stage to the 4th heavenly stage of the ascended realm. Especially the cultivation of his mental energy, it gave him a completely different feeling than before. Of course, the tempering of his body was something ordinary people couldn't imagine. The power of lightning was like a sharp blade that continuously attacked his flesh and bones. The power of lightning was destroying Gu Fei's body, but the huge amount of life energy within his body was healing Gu Fei's injuries. Destruction, rebirth, destruction, rebirth. This cycle repeated endlessly. It was like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered thousands of times, getting rid of the impurities and leaving behind the essence. His flesh, tendons, and bones became more condensed and resilient. It was as though his body had truly undergone a rebirth. Gu Fei's fleshly body was advancing towards the imperishable realm. If he could continue cultivating like this, Gu Fei's body would become a true physical treasure. If he could cultivate it to the extreme, not to mention divine weapons, he wouldn't even be at a disadvantage against legendary divine weapons or saint weapons. This wasn't an exaggeration. The continuous transformation of his body would eventually be refined by Gu Fei into an incomparably powerful undying warrior body. At that time, he would become an invincible cultivator. Gu Fei believed that with his current strength, he would have a high chance of winning if he met a cultivator at the 8th sky of the ascended realm. The baptism of lightning had elevated his mental and physical body. Even if he was at the 4th sky of the ascended realm, he would be able to fight against cultivators at the 8th sky of the ascended realm. Ordinary cultivators at the same level wouldn't be his opponent. Of course, there was no lack of geniuses in this world. Some people couldn't be measured by common sense. Yin, for example, had already reached the peak of the 9th sky of the ascended realm at such a young age. There were definitely many geniuses like Yen in the cultivation world. An opponent like this would be a terrifying opponent. Gu Fei knew that he still had a long way to go. After the ascended realm, there was still the void-controlling realm, demigod realm, and entering saint realm. If he wanted to break through the barrier of life and death, he still had to pass through many heavenly motes. The Pill Cauldron Paradise was a mysterious place. Here, there were sunrises and sunsets, day and night, stars and the moon. This wasn't a projection, nor was it an illusion. All of this was real. The grand array around the Pill Cauldron Paradise isolated this part of the world from the outside world. It was difficult for the people outside to sense the existence of the Pill Cauldron Paradise, but the people inside the Pill Cauldron Paradise could see the sunrise and sunset. One had to admit that the methods of the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron School were too unimaginable. This was simply a divine ability that could move mountains and overturn seas. When night fell and the stars started to appear in the sky, Gu Fei stood up from the peak of the mountain and walked down the mountain, disappearing into the grass and trees. The profound Yin ghost qi in his body was expelled by the power of the heavenly lightning. Not only did his cultivation recover, it was also a blessing in disguise. He broke through to the 4th sky of the ascended realm. Gu Fei couldn't sit still anymore. If he didn't take revenge, then he wouldn't be a gentleman. Furthermore, Gu Fei knew that he wasn't a gentleman. He was a person who would repay kindness and vengeance without hesitation. On a morning 3 days later, Gu Fei appeared outside the gates of the northern mountain city. Of course, he didn't appear with his real face. With his current cultivation, he could control the muscles and bones in his body and change his appearance. It wasn't a piece of cake, it was as easy as flipping his palm. Chapter 342. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei had turned into a skinny, unprepossessing swordsman who wore a grayish-white robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had asked Yen for this ancient sword. The style of the ancient sword was simple and unadorned, and the scabbard was engraved with ancient patterns. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was still a rare longsword. Gu Fei had suppressed his cultivation base to the 9th heavenly layer of Awakening Realm. Judging from the aura that Gu Fei exuded, it would be difficult to tell his true cultivation base if one was not a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei was not afraid of being discovered by the people of the Dongfang clan. He swaggered into Bailing City. The streets of Bailing City were not deserted in the early morning. The energy of cultivators was much more vigorous than that of ordinary people. Cultivators could be seen everywhere on the streets. Gu Fei noticed that there were no truly powerful experts among the cultivators. They were all very young and seemed to be the younger generation who had left the mountain to gain experience. Although Taoism was particular about tranquility and inaction, leaving the mountain to walk the Tao and enter the world to cultivate was also indispensable. It was difficult for cultivators who had not experienced wind and rain to become truly strong. The doors of the shops on both sides of the street opened one after another. The shopkeepers and workers were busy with their work. Many of them placed their goods in front of the doors to attract customers. Gu Fei went straight to the front of a restaurant. There were already many people dining inside. Looking in from the door, he saw that most of the people dining in the lobby were ordinary people. The restaurant only had 3 floors. Gu Fei walked into the restaurant and found that although the restaurant was not big, the interior was decorated in an antique style. When Gu Fei walked into the restaurant, a worker with a towel on his shoulder immediately came to greet him. The worker quickly sized up Gu Fei. When he saw the ancient sword on Gu Fei's back, he immediately became unusually respectful. "Sir, this way please." The shop assistant seemed a little nervous. He directly led Gu Fei to the stairs. When they reached the 2nd floor, the shop assistant did not stop and continued to the 3rd floor. Although Gu Fei was surprised by the waiter's attitude and behavior, he did not think too much about it. As he passed by the 2nd floor, he glanced at the lobby and realized that there were already cultivators among the people dining on the 2nd floor. The lobby on the 1st floor was very noisy because it was a place for mortals to eat, but the 2nd floor was relatively quiet. On the 3rd floor, the waiter directly led Gu Fei to a private room. On the 3rd floor, there were no ordinary people. There were only a few cultivators eating. The food of the cultivators was usually very simple. There was no big fish or meat, not even any fishy meat. Most of the cultivators' tables were filled with fruits and tea. Cultivators were humans too. They also needed to eat and drink. Gu Fei casually ordered a few dishes and the waiter left. The private room of the restaurant was very quiet. Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed why the waiter directly brought him to the 3rd floor. Cultivators usually liked peace and quiet. It seemed that the waiter had served many cultivators before. Therefore, he knew how to treat these cultivators. Soon, the dishes were served. Gu Fei began to drink by himself in the private room. His master, Xianxia, liked to drink a few cups when he was alive. Like master, like disciple. This saying was true. Whenever Gu Fei went to a place like a restaurant, he also liked to drink by himself. Although he was in the private room, he noticed that other than the cultivators in the lobby, there were also a few subtle waves of energy coming from the other private rooms. Ever since Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the 4th layer of the ascended mortality realm, his vision, hearing, smell, and perception had all greatly improved. He felt that among the cultivators on the 3rd floor, there were no experts that could truly threaten him. It was no wonder that such a big shot would appear in such a small restaurant. "Brother Qin, do you know why the people from the 3 great Taoist sects came to the northern lands?" Suddenly, a sentence from the private room next door caught Gu Fei's attention. "I don't know." I just came to the northern lands to have some fun. Does Brother Song know the reason? Another voice came from the private room next door. Hee, of course I know. The cultivator with the surname Chen said with some pride. Hurry up and tell me. The cultivator with the surname Song hurriedly asked. Although the two cultivators in the private room next door spoke in low voices, every word they said fell clearly into Gu Fei's ears. From the sound of their voices, the two cultivators in the private room next door shouldn't be too old. From the aura they emitted, their cultivation seemed to be between the 8th and 9th layer of the awakening self-realm. Yes. A few days ago, I met a distant cousin of mine that I haven't seen for many years. My cousin is a disciple of the Xianxia sect. The cultivator with the surname Chen said, I didn't expect you to have a relative in the Xianxia sect. It's not that easy to enter the 3 great Taoist sects. The cultivator with the surname Song said enviously. The people from the 3 great Taoist sects didn't come to the northern lands for the rumored spiritual land or the great demon Chugu. The cultivator with the surname Chen said mysteriously. No way. Then why did they come? The cultivator with the surname Song said in shock. After all, the news of the demon lord's son wreaking havoc in the northern lands and the rumor that the northern lands had discovered a spiritual land had already spread like wildfire in northern mountain city. The cultivator with the surname Chen chuckled. He seemed to want to whet the appetite of the cultivator with the surname Song. Hurry up and tell me. The cultivator with the surname Song said anxiously. The cultivator with the surname Chen said, You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. The reason the people from the 3 great Taoist sects came to the northern lands is to find someone. Find someone? Who is it that the 3 great Taoist sects sent out experts to look for them? I heard that someone saw Taoist Chaoyang of the Supreme Mystery sect in the city. The cultivator with the surname Song seemed to be very surprised. It wasn't just the cultivator with the surname Song. Gu Fei, who had been quietly listening to the conversation in the room next door, was also shocked. He had already vaguely guessed who the 3 great Taoist sects were looking for. Who would have thought? The people from the 3 great Taoist sects were all here for me. After hearing this, Gu Fei was no longer in the mood to listen. The words of the cultivator with the surname Qin shocked him. Taoist Chaoyang was the head of the Shaoyang Peak and one of the most powerful people in the Supreme Mystery sect. Gu Fei was very confused. It made sense that the Supreme Mystery sect would come looking for him. After all, he was a disciple of the Supreme Mystery sect and the only successor of the Ling Chui Peak. If he died, the Ling Chui Peak would be lost. The sect leader, Taoist Xianxia, would definitely not want to see the Ling Chui Peak go extinct. Taoist Xianxia wanted to maintain the legacy of the 9 great branches of the Supreme Mystery sect. But why did the Xianxia sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect come to the northern lands to find him? Gu Fei couldn't figure it out, and there was no one to answer his questions. However, the words of these 2 people couldn't be trusted. This kind of rumor was full of uncertainty. Perhaps it was just groundless rumors. I have to find a way to verify it. Gu Fei thought to himself. He was not an impulsive person. He had to plan before he acted. Only then could he minimize the danger he was in. As Gu Fei thought of this, he walked out of the room, paid the bill, and left the small restaurant. He didn't have any currency in the secular world, but that didn't mean he was going to dine and dash. The way he paid the bill was actually very simple. He threw a gem to the restaurant manager. When Gu Fei came out of the Pill Cauldron Grotto Heaven, he conveniently picked up a few gems and carried them with him. With those gems, not to mention a meal, they could even buy the entire small restaurant. Encountering such a forthright customer, the innkeeper of the restaurant was overjoyed. As long as he encountered a few more generous customers like Gu Fei, he would be able to enjoy his old age in advance. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Fei realized that he was being watched. Gu Fei sneered, then quietly wandered the streets, looking here and there. It was like this was the first time he had traveled far away, and he didn't know anything about the outside world. He realized that behind him, there really were 2 people following him. There were 2 people far behind him. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, the people from the Dongfang and Beitang families shouldn't have noticed his traces. He had already changed his appearance. Even if Dongfang Chen and Beitang Ao stood in front of him, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. Who are they? Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little curious. He pretended not to notice anything and slowly walked in the direction of the city gate. At this time, it was already late in the morning. The streets of the city were crowded with people, shouting and hawking incessantly. There were even cultivators in 2s and 3s appearing on the streets. The secular world was so fresh to those cultivators who cultivated in the mountains or sects all year round. Of course, the novelty of the secular world for Gu Fei had long since disappeared. Gu Fei walked out of Bailing City without batting an eyelid. The two men were still following him from a distance. After leaving Bailing City, Gu Fei gradually went further and further away. Then he turned into a small path next to the main road and walked into the snow forest. In the snow forest, all that could be seen was snow. The leaves of the trees had long fallen off, and on the bare branches, one could see crystalline icicles hanging down. The two people following behind Gu Fei were two young men in gray robes. They followed Gu Fei into the snow forest and continued to follow Gu Fei for a while. Suddenly, one of the two young men rushed into the snow forest next to the small path, while the other continued to follow behind Gu Fei. Soon, the person who rushed into the snow forest took a shortcut and ran in front of Gu Fei. Then he suddenly rushed out of the snow forest and blocked Gu Fei's path. Gu Fei stopped. He couldn't help feeling a little amused. He was well aware of the actions of these two fellows. Could it be that these two fellows wanted to rob him? Kid, if you know what's good for you, then leave that treasured sword on you. Perhaps we can spare your life. The young man who blocked Gu Fei's path approached Gu Fei step by step. He was tall and thin, and his face was sallow. He looked like a patient who had been ill for a long time. However, Gu Fei sensed a powerful wave of magic power from this patient that did not match the patient's appearance. When Gu Fei heard this, he realized that these two people had their eyes on the ancient sword on his back. Chapter 343. In a remote snow forest outside Bailing City, Gu Fei was blocked by two young cultivators who were tailing him on a small path in the forest. "Brother, we don't want to take your life. Put down that sword and you can go," said a dark-skinned, sturdy young man from behind Gu Fei. The man was not tall, but he was extremely strong. The aura he exuded was like that of a ferocious tiger. His skin was visible, and his muscles were as strong as a horned dragon's. "Hee, you want my sword? Come and take it if you can," Gu Fei said with a smile. The cultivation of these two fellows was not high. They seemed to be in the 8th or 9th heaven of the awakening state. Perhaps it was because these two fellows thought that Gu Fei's cultivation was on par with theirs, and there were two of them. They dared to block the path and ask for Gu Fei's sword. "Boss, don't talk to this kid. Since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish." The tall, thin, and sallow young man who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness seemed to be a little impatient. When Gu Fei heard this, he reached out and untied the ancient sword on his back. Then he stabbed it into the snow in front of him together with its scabbard and said coldly, "My sword is here." Seeing how calm Gu Fei was, the two young cultivators did not dare to act rashly. They could already tell that Gu Fei did not seem to care about them at all. It should be known that a sword cultivator's abilities were all in the sword in their hands. When Gu Fei stabbed the sword into the ground, he had already revealed a message to the two young cultivators. That was, he did not need to draw his sword to deal with them. "Kid, you're very arrogant. Let me see if you have the ability to be arrogant." As the sturdy young man behind Gu Fei spoke, his figure suddenly sank. His feet pushed against the ground, and the snow under his feet immediately exploded. At the same time, his body seemed to have turned into a ferocious tiger as he pounced at Gu Fei. A strong wind surged and swept the snow on the ground into the air. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This young man's pounce was very similar to the close combat technique that he had learned from Xianxia. Gu Fei did not dodge or evade. His feet were firmly nailed to the ground like the roots of an old tree. In the face of the young man's ferocious attack that was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, he only met it with a punch. It was an ordinary punch. There was no dazzling light, no powerful energy fluctuations, and no intense air waves. It was just a casual punch. However, this punch possessed the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Gu Fei's fist rapidly enlarged in the young man's eyes. Then the young man, who was like a fierce tiger, only felt his vision go black. Bang! A sharp pain came from the bridge of his nose, and he seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. The young man was depressed to the extreme. The moment he was punched, he had a strange feeling. It was as if his face was facing the opponent's fist, and he was being punched in the face. This young cultivator came quickly, but he also left quickly. He was blown away by Gu Fei's casual punch, and a few bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Bang! The young cultivator smashed into a big tree more than 10 feet away. His body bounced back and then smashed into the snow under the tree. Sha! A pile of snow fell on the big tree. The tall and thin young man in front of him was immediately stunned. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It was really hard to believe that his boss was actually blown away by a punch. A layer of sweat appeared on the tall and thin young man's forehead. It was cold sweat. Although he was in a world of ice and snow, the tall and thin young man could feel that his underwear was already soaked in cold sweat. Impossible, my eyes are playing tricks on me. The tall and thin young man rubbed his eyes hard. His boss was blown away inexplicably. The scene that just happened was really hard for him to accept. Why, do you still want my sword? Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the tall and thin young man in front of him with a faint smile. He said as if nothing had happened. How did you do it just now? The tall and thin young man's sallow face became even more yellow. This guy in front of him didn't seem to be simple. The sturdy young man was blown away by Gu Fei's punch and smashed into the snow. There was no more sound from him. It was unknown if he was knocked out by Gu Fei's punch or if he was killed. Gu Fei smiled and then said, "What you see with your eyes is not necessarily true. What you sense with your spiritual sense may also be fake. Do you think that my cultivation is only at this level? That is really a big mistake." The tall and thin yellow-faced young man finally realized that this guy in front of him was a tiger pretending to be a pig. "What do you want?" The yellow-faced young man said with a trembling voice. He was already ready to escape at any time. "I don't want anything, I just want to ask you a few things." Gu Fei said. With the cultivation of these two young cultivators, he disdained to take action. The tall and thin yellow-faced cultivator seemed to have a chance to turn the situation around. He immediately sighed in relief and said, "Ask away, I will tell you everything I know." "Very good." Gu Fei couldn't help but secretly nod his head. This guy was not stupid and could judge the situation. Such people often lived longer than others. "Why do you want to take my sword?" Gu Fei didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. The yellow-faced young man hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't dare to hide it and said the reason. We brothers recently obtained a sword scripture and wanted to cultivate it, but we lacked a good sword." "So that's how it is." Gu Fei thought that these two must be vagrant cultivators or disciples of some small sect. They lacked cultivation resources and couldn't even find a good sword. "Where are the Dongfang and Beiteng families staying in the city?" Gu Fei asked again. He had changed his appearance and entered the northern mountain city to find Dongfang Qin, Baiting Ao and the others to settle the score. He was not interested in the sword scripture that the yellow-faced young man was talking about. When the sallow-faced cultivator saw that Gu Fei didn't pursue the matter of the sword manual, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He was very straightforward and said without thinking, "The Dongfang clan has booked a large inn in the city called Guest Cloud. As for the Beiteng clan, they seem to be staying at the City Lord's mansion." Guest Cloud, City Lord's mansion? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown, then he continued to ask, "How many of them came?" "I don't know how many of them came," the yellow-faced young man said. With his identity, he wasn't qualified to know the movements of the two families. Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then asked, "I know that the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect have also arrived at Bailing City. Where are they staying?" The yellow-faced young cultivator heard this, and his face immediately showed a look of embarrassment. He said, The people of the three great Tao sects are very secretive. I don't know where the people of the Supreme Mystery sect are. This guy didn't know anything, which made Gu Fei a little unhappy. However, with this guy's cultivation level, how much could he know? It was already rare for him to know where the people of the Dongfang and Beitang families were staying. Okay, you can go. Gu Fei waved his hand. He didn't want to ask anymore. The things this guy knew were very limited. The yellow-faced young cultivator was immediately overjoyed. He ran to his boss, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei, and smashed into a pile of snow. He hurriedly carried his boss out of the snow and quickly left. The people of the Dongfang family are at the inn, but the people of the Beitang family are at the city lord's mansion. The city lord of Bailing City is definitely not a simple person, Gu Fei muttered to himself. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out the ancient sword that was stuck in the snow in front of him and walked out of the snow forest. He decided to meet the people of the Dongfang family first. After returning to Bailing City, Gu Fei didn't know where the inn called Guest Cloud was located, so he asked the passers-by. There was no resident in the city who didn't know the Guest Cloud Inn because it was one of the largest, best, and most luxurious inns in Bailing City. After asking the passers-by, Gu Fei found out where the Guest Cloud Inn was. The Guest Cloud Inn was located in the prosperous area south of Bailing City. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived at the south of the city and found the Guest Cloud Inn. He was not in a hurry. After looking around, he found that there was a tea house opposite the Guest Cloud Arrival Inn. He walked into the tea house and found a seat facing the street to sit down. He ordered a pot of fragrant tea and sipped it while paying attention to the movements in the inn opposite. He noticed that there weren't many people going in and out of the inn. Moreover, some cultivators who wanted to enter the inn were stopped by a few young cultivators in white robes. It seemed that only the disciples of the Dongfang family could enter. The Dongfang family's display of dominance was bound to cause dissatisfaction among the other cultivators. As expected, sounds of quarreling could be heard from outside the inn opposite. 3 or 4 young cultivators in green robes were arguing with the 2 disciples of the Dongfang family outside the inn. Others might be afraid of the Dongfang family, but we of Floating City aren't. You 2 watchdogs, get out of my way. The leading cultivator in green robes shouted. He seemed to want to attract the attention of the bystanders, so he deliberately raised his voice. Sure enough, the gazes of the nearby cultivators were immediately drawn to him. Floating City? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that this floating city seemed to be a mysterious force in the Tunglong continent. Just like the ghost palace of Plentiful City, ordinary people didn't even know where Floating City was. The people of Floating City seemed to rarely move about in the world of cultivation. I didn't think that even the people of Floating City would come to the north. Gu Fei thought to himself. He watched this scene with interest. He couldn't wait for someone to cause trouble for the Dongfang family. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. The 2 disciples of the Dongfang family were obviously enraged by the words of the leading cultivator in green robes. One of the disciples pointed at the cultivator in green robes and shouted, looking like he would attack if there was any disagreement. What, are your dogs deaf? Can't hear? That's right, how can watchdogs understand human language? The leading cultivator in green robes said with a face full of disdain. You're courting death. The disciple of the Dongfang family was completely infuriated. He stretched out his right hand and a cold light immediately rushed out, strangling the neck of the cultivator in green robes in front of him. Chapter 344. The people of Floating City rarely ventured into the world of cultivation. The 2 disciples of the Dongfang family outside the inn had no idea who the other party was. The words of the cultivator in green who had a dispute with the Dongfang family members were too harsh, completely infuriating the 2 disciples of the Dongfang family. One of the disciples from the Dongfang family directly attacked. With a wave of his hand, a cold light shot out towards the leading young cultivator. A chilling aura immediately filled the air outside the door of the inn. The green-robed cultivator sneered. He was not afraid of the sharpness of the blade and immediately punched the incoming cold light away. His fist did not stop there, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Dongfang family disciple. Bam! His fist landed squarely on the disciple's chest. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard. The disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He fell directly into the inn behind. A series of chaotic sounds immediately came from inside the inn. It was obvious that the disciple of the Dongfang family who was sent flying had knocked over many tables. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. This person was truly audacious. He actually dared to directly attack and injure a disciple of the Dongfang family in their territory. One had to know that ever since the Dongfang family booked this inn, many cultivators had come looking for trouble, but all of them had been driven away by the Dongfang family. Could this young cultivator who claimed to be from Floating City be an exception? After hearing the news, more and more cultivators gathered there. Gu Fei, on the other hand, continued to sit quietly in the tea shop across the street, watching the scene with an expressionless face. After beating up the young, the old comes out. The experts of the Dongfang family should be coming out soon. Gu Fei thought to himself. He could use this opportunity to understand the situation of the Dongfang family. In fact, if it were not for the people of Floating City, Gu Fei would have personally tested the waters. He had a few jade talismans that he had asked for from Yen. As long as he crushed the jade talismans, he could instantly return to Pill Cauldron Paradise. It could be said that Gu Fei was not worried about encountering any danger because he had a life-saving talisman. Despicable! You dare wound a member of our Dongfang family? Do you know the consequences of offending our Dongfang family? Another disciple of the Dongfang family shouted at the cyan-robed cultivator with a fierce tone. Why wouldn't I? So what if I offended him? The azure-robed cultivator suddenly revealed an evil smile. Then, without any warning, he appeared in front of the disciple and sent him flying with a punch. All right, I'd like to see who dares to look down on my Dongfang family. At this time, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came from the inn. A man strode out of the inn. He stretched out his hand and caught the disciple who was sent flying. He then placed the disciple to the side. Immediately, someone helped the two disciples who were injured by the azure-robed cultivator away. The person who came out of the inn was a handsome young man in white robes. He didn't hide his anger and directly walked in front of the azure-robed cultivator. The azure-robed cultivators still didn't care. They coldly looked at the white-robed young man who walked out of the inn with disdainful expressions. These people's expressions made the white-robed young man even more unhappy. Who are you people? The white-robed young man said in a deep voice. A powerful aura burst out from his body. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. The cultivators who were watching from afar immediately felt a heavy pressure. Those with lower cultivations already felt uncomfortable, as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. The white-robed young man who walked out of the inn was actually a young man in the transcending mortality realm. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. Oldly, has it been too long since the people of Floating City came out? It's been so long that the world doesn't even know of our existence. The azure-robed cultivator in the lead ignored the white-robed young man and asked another azure-robed cultivator beside him. The azure-robed cultivator called Oldly chuckled and said with disdain, "It seems that we need to come out more often. The feeling of being forgotten makes me very unhappy." The other azure-robed cultivator nodded. Floating City? The white-robed young man from the Dongfang family couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Why would the people of Floating City target our Dongfang family? The white-robed young man's expression couldn't help but become serious. The Floating City and the Valley of Fallen Souls were two very mysterious forces in the Tunglong continent. No one knew where they were located. Of course, no one was willing to provoke them either. So what if you're from the Floating City? If you don't want to die, then scram. The white-robed young man said in a deep voice. These people looked down on him, but how could he look down on them? The azure-robed cultivator in the lead couldn't help but change his expression. He coldly stared at the white-robed young man and said coldly, "Very well, it's your honor to die by the hands of I, Pan Hong." Swoosh. A few figures immediately dodged. This is also what I wanted to say. It's also your honor to die by the hands of Dongfang Yu. The white-robed young man said coldly. At this time, seeing that the situation wasn't right, the people around them immediately dispersed and retreated to the distance. Inside the inn, 3 or 4 young cultivators in the same white robes walked out one after another. These 3 or 4 white-robed cultivators each emitted a powerful aura. Without a doubt, these people were the experts of the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Gu Fei noticed that Dongfang Chen's figure was among them. When he saw Dongfang Chen, Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but contract, and the teacup in his hand was crushed by him. Dongfang Chen. Gu Fei almost couldn't suppress the rising anger in his heart, and his eyes gradually became red. He remembered all of Dongfang Chen's actions, especially the scene in the virtual sky world that day. Gu Fei still remembered it vividly. Dongfang Chen almost trapped him to death in the virtual sky world. Gu Fei had never hated a person so much, and he had never wanted to kill a person so much. That person was Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen, just you wait. I won't kill you so easily. Gu Fei gnashed his teeth. He wanted revenge, ruthlessly revenge. Let's do it here, Pan Hong said. His expression also became serious. The strength of the Dongfang family couldn't be underestimated. Why not? Dongfang Yu shouted. As he spoke, he took a step forward and directly grabbed Pan Hong with his right hand. 5 divine lights shot out from the fingers of his right hand and pierced towards Pan Hong. Just an insignificant skill, Pan Hong said disdainfully. He then stretched out his right hand and gently pressed forward. A black light bloomed in his palm, like a black hole, and met the 5 dazzling lights. The 5 resplendent finger flashes collided with the black light that blossomed from Pan Hong's hand. A shocking scene occurred. The 5 finger flashes actually silently disappeared into the black light that was blocking the front. It was as if they had sunk into the void. Dongfang Yu only felt that his attack seemed to have no point of force. This feeling was like a punch with all his strength hitting the air. What kind of divine ability is this? Dongfang Yu was surprised. At this moment, the black light bloomed in Pan Hong's hand. After swallowing the 5 lights, it quickly spread out and shrouded Dongfang Yu. Pan Hong's face revealed a trace of disdain. This Dongfang Yu was not his opponent. He alone was enough to sweep away all the children of the Dongfang family present. This was not an exaggeration. This person from the Mist City did indeed have this strength. Gu Fei only needed a single glance to know that the outcome was already decided. Dongfang Yu's cultivation was only around the 2nd heavenly layer of the ascended mortality realm, but Pan Hong's cultivation seemed to be between the 3rd and 4th heavenly layers. Sure enough, Dongfang Yu constantly shot out rays of dazzling lights. The magic power in his body surged violently. However, his divine light that seemed to be able to pierce through the void couldn't break through the black light curtain that enveloped Pan Hong. The rays of divine light that shot towards the black light curtain seemed to be devoured and disappeared without a sound. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. Anyone with a discerning eye could already tell that there was a great disparity between the two. Dongfang Yu was obviously not Pan Hong's opponent. Swish! The black light curtain that shrouded one side of the world suddenly accelerated and shrouded Dongfang Yu, trapping him in the black light curtain in an instant. At this moment, Dongfang Yu panicked. He desperately gathered his magic power and roared in anger, wanting to break through the black light curtain. However, after trying a few times, it didn't work. At this moment, the few youths of the Dongfang family standing outside the inn couldn't stand it anymore. A young man around the age of 27 or 28 made a move. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. Within the ray of light was a small bronze bell. After the simple and unadorned bell rushed out of the young man's mouth, it instantly grew to the size of a small mountain. It flew above Pan Hong's head and covered his head. Trying to win with numbers? Suddenly, a disdainful sneer sounded from the side. Then a green figure rushed over from the side. He jumped up and directly punched the bronze bell that was surrounded by rays of light. Dang! A loud sound rang out. The sound of the bell was deafening, shaking the heaven and earth. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the ancient bell. The ancient bronze bell was actually smashed apart by a single punch. The vast sound of the bell caused the ears of the spectating cultivators to ring. Some of the weaker cultivators were even shaken by the sound waves, causing the blood in their bodies to boil. Their faces turned pale and they hurriedly retreated further away. Chapter 345. The people of Misty City were powerful beyond compare. Pan Hong had trapped Dongfang Yu with unfathomable magical arts and divine abilities, but the performance of another young cultivator from Misty City was even more shocking. He had actually blasted away an ancient bronze bell the size of a small mountain. Amidst the deafening sound of the bell, the giant bronze bell was blasted directly towards the inn. The Dongfang family disciple who had attacked felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His figure swayed and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The ancient bronze bell was related to his aura. The ancient bell had suffered a great impact, and naturally, he was also shaken. He desperately wanted to call back his magical weapon, but the power of the punch from the floating city disciple was too great. For a moment, the giant bronze bell the size of a hill had actually escaped the control of the Dongfang family disciple. The ancient bronze bell was wreathed in multicolored light and emitted a vast power fluctuation. If it had hit the inn, it would definitely have destroyed the entire inn in an instant. The crowd of cultivators watching from afar could not help but exclaim. On the opposite street, Gu Fei was still as calm as before. He knew that the real experts of the Dongfang family had not come out yet. If the young ones were beaten, the old ones would naturally jump out. Sure enough, just as the ancient bronze bell was about to hit the wall of the inn, there was a bang sound. The ancient bronze bell the size of a hill was blocked by an unfathomable power. It was as if the giant bell had hit an invisible wall, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. At this time, the young expert of the Dongfang family had already recovered. He hurriedly pointed at the ancient bronze bell, and the ancient bronze bell immediately flew back towards the young expert. The ancient bronze bell shrank as it flew towards the young expert of the Dongfang family. The young expert opened his mouth and swallowed it. It was obvious that this young expert of the Dongfang family was also a martial cultivator, and had already cultivated to the realm where he could store magical weapons into his body. The magical weapons of martial cultivators were originally condensed and nourished by their own essential essence and magical power day and night. Martial cultivators with profound cultivation generally had the means to store magical weapons into their bodies. Unlike Gu Fei's weapon fusion refining technique, which could be fused into one's flesh, blood, and bones, the Dharma treasures that could be kept in one's body were not like those of Gu Fei. Instead, one had to open up a place in one's body, and then wrap the Dharma treasures with one's Dharma powers and true essence at all times, refining them into natal Dharma treasures that were closely related to one's body. Mist City's disciples, Pan Hong and the others, couldn't help changing their expressions when they saw their ancient bronze bell being blocked. Clearly, an expert had secretly taken action. However, Pan Hong didn't stop because of this. The black light that enveloped Dongfang Yu was still shrinking, and no one could see Dongfang Yu's figure for a long time. The goal of Pan Hong and the others was very clear, and that was to establish their might. However, everyone could hear Dongfang Yu's exclamations and angry roars coming from the black light screen. The black light screen was very mystical. It seemed to be able to devour and block any kind of power. Dongfang Yu was enveloped by the black light screen that Pan Hong had shot out. He had no strength to fight back at all, and it looked like he would not be able to hold on much longer. The other young experts of the Dongfang family wanted to rescue Dongfang Yu, but those people from the Misty City were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. Once they made a move, those people would definitely make a move as well. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate, and no one dared to act blindly without thinking. At this moment, a cold snort that made people's hearts tremble rang out from the inn. A terrifying pressure immediately spread out from the inn, so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. A black-haired middle-aged man slowly walked out of the inn. This middle-aged man had a ruddy complexion and a head full of jet-black hair that draped neatly behind him. However, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, which clearly didn't match his age. The old one has come out. In the tea shop across the street, Gu Fei secretly sized up this middle-aged man. He inwardly speculated that this was definitely a terrifying expert. The middle-aged man's entire body emitted an obscure aura. However, this aura made people feel as if it was surging violently. It was as dignified as a mountain, and it was bottomless. Enough, the middle-aged man indifferently said, before casually waving his hand. The layer of black light that enveloped Dongfang Yu immediately shattered with a chi sound. Specks of black light and black threads dissipated in the air. With his technique broken, Pan Hong's figure swayed and he took a step back. His face was flushed red as if he was drunk. "Senior brother!" The Misty City disciples couldn't help but be startled, and they all took a step forward. The black light screen exploded, revealing Dongfang Yu inside. He was already exhausted on the ground, and the ground around him was completely shattered, with cracks spreading in all directions. "Greetings, ancestor." The Dongfang family disciples hurriedly bowed towards the middle-aged man with abnormal respect. "I didn't think it would be an old monster." In the tea shop across the street, Gu Fei's heart trembled, and he inwardly rejoiced that he hadn't made a move. According to his original plan, if the Misty City disciples hadn't clashed with the Dongfang family disciples, he would have done the same thing as Pan Hong and the others. He would have gone up to look for trouble and test the Dongfang family's strength. The crowd of cultivators watching from afar also began to whisper. What kind of concept was ancestor? This middle-aged man was definitely a peerless expert that was rarely seen. "Greetings, senior." Pan Hong and the other Misty City disciples also withdrew their arrogant attitudes and solemnly bowed towards the middle-aged man. In the world of cultivation, all cultivators only valued one thing, and that was strength. The weak would not be valued, and would even be looked down upon. However, the strong would receive everyone's respect. The people of Misty City finally couldn't bear the loneliness and want to come out into the world? The middle-aged man coldly said, emitting an invisible pressure that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Pan Hong's forehead was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. He didn't expect that there would be a peerless expert of the ancestor level in the inn. "Senior must be joking. My Misty City isn't hidden from the world, so why would I want to come out into the world?" Pan Hong said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. A look of admiration flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes as he secretly nodded. This junior didn't seem to be simple. He said, "I can't be bothered with the matters of your Misty City, but if you want to use my Dongfang family to establish your might and think that we are easy to bully, then you are gravely mistaken. I will remember senior's teachings. When I return, I will definitely pass on this message to my masters so that they can understand senior's intentions." Pan Hong said. "Impudent! How dare you!" The young experts of the Dongfang family couldn't help but berate Pan Hong's rudeness. Pan Hong's words actually contained a hint of threat, which made the Dongfang family furious. The middle-aged man smiled and said disapprovingly, "The disciples of Misty City are indeed extraordinary. If the disciples of Misty City were all like you, it wouldn't be impossible for Misty City to become the overlord of the Central Plains." The middle-aged man's words carried a deeper meaning. Pan Hong and the disciples of Misty City couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew that the middle-aged man was clearly praising them, but he was actually saying it for the surrounding cultivators to hear. Overlord of the Central Plains? Don't even think about it. For thousands of years, who knew how many amazing characters had appeared in the cultivation world, but no one had ever been able to unify the cultivation world. Wouldn't the middle-aged man's words push Misty City to the top of the storm and become the target of public criticism? Although Misty City was powerful and ambitious, it didn't dare to openly challenge the entire cultivation world. "Senior, we will take our leave. I hope that we can spar with the experts of the Dongfang family in the future." Pan Hong knew that he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits today, so he wanted to leave. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. This ancestor-level old monster could probably squash them to death with a single finger, and it wouldn't be any more than they were dead. "Very well, you are welcome to spar, but I hope that something like today won't happen again," the middle-aged man said indifferently. He seemed to have some misgivings and didn't want to make things difficult for the disciples of Misty City. Pan Hong quickly left with his junior brothers. They didn't seem to want to stay in Biling City any longer, so they headed straight for the city gate. The surrounding cultivators quickly made way for them. The middle-aged man also turned around and walked into the inn. The commotion disappeared just like that. The surrounding cultivators gradually dispersed. I didn't think that such a terrifying expert would come from the Dongfang family. I'm afraid the northern lands are about to fall into chaos. An old cultivator in the tea shop sighed. Gu Fei wasn't the only one in the tea shop opposite the inn. Several cultivators were also chatting in the tea shop, talking about what had just happened in low voices. Old Su, don't say any more. An expert of that level isn't someone we can talk about. Be careful that the people of the Dongfang family hear us and cause trouble, a middle-aged cultivator opposite the old man whispered. That's true. The old cultivator called Old Su nodded and didn't say another word. Gu Fei realized that the cultivation of these two cultivators wasn't high. They hadn't even broken through the awakening self stage. The path of cultivation was like 10,000 people crossing a single log bridge. Those who could achieve anything were few and far between, especially those who were rogue cultivators. This was especially true for some rogue cultivators. They didn't have a good way to cultivate, nor did they have a source of cultivation that they could use. Those who could become successful were few and far between. Judging from the clothes of these two cultivators, they should be rogue cultivators. Gu Fei paid for the tea and walked out of the tea shop. He had changed his appearance and wasn't afraid that Dong Fangchen would recognize him. At this time, Dong Fangchen's figure had already disappeared from the inn. Today, Gu Fei had gained a lot. He knew that an old monster of the ancestor level had come to the Dongfang family. This kind of peerless expert was very terrifying. Things seemed to have to be replanned. After all, there was an old monster in the inn. He was afraid that the moment he entered the inn he would be discovered by this peerless expert. In front of this kind of peerless expert he only had one choice, and that was to escape. If he couldn't escape, there was only one outcome, and that was death. Chapter 346. The people of Floating City had left through the South City Gate. Gu Fei did not have to expend much effort to discover Pan Hong and the others' whereabouts. He carefully followed behind them. The South Road was the way out of the northern lands and into the Central Plains. For Pan Hong and his 3 junior brothers to leave Northern Mountain City at this time seemed a little strange. Gu Fei followed behind Pan Hong and the others. He was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to establish a powerful enemy for the Dongfang family. Misty City was undoubtedly a very good choice, because the conflict that happened in front of the inn today was witnessed by everyone. If the people of Floating City were to be attacked at this time, everyone would naturally think of the Dongfang family. It would be best if the people of Floating City were to clash directly with the Dongfang family. That way, he could take advantage of the chaos between the two families and reap the benefits. Very soon, Gu Fei realized that Pan Hong and the others were not planning to leave the northern lands. Instead, they seemed to have left the city to welcome someone. They had arrived at a small town less than 20 kilometers away from Northern Mountain City and had checked into an inn in the town. Pan Hong and the others' every move was under Gu Fei's surveillance. When Gu Fei saw Pan Hong and his 3 junior brothers enter the inn, he began to wander around the vicinity of the inn. He observed the surrounding terrain and tried to sense if there were any powerful cultivators in the inn. Once he was certain that there were no powerful cultivators from Floating City in the inn, Gu Fei walked out of the small town. He found a spot in the nearby snowy forest that was away from the wind and sat down cross-legged. He was recuperating his spirit as he waited for the arrival of night. Time trickled by and the surroundings were silent. Only the occasional sound of human voices and other noises could be heard from the small town in the distance. Gu Fei sat cross-legged behind a large rock in the snowy forest. He was as still as a stone statue and no longer showed any signs of life. Several hours passed and the sun gradually set in the west. Just as the last ray of sunlight disappeared beneath the horizon, Gu Fei opened his eyes. Gently shaking off the snowflakes on his body, he silently stood up from behind the boulder. Gu Fei's eyes were like cold stars, exceptionally bright in the gloomy snow forest. "It's time to meet those fellows from Floating City," Gu Fei muttered to himself, before looking up at the sky and striding out of the forest. This small town was not far from Northern Mountain City, and it was also the only way to leave the northern lands and head to the Central Plains. Hence, even though it was already nighttime, it was still bustling with activity, and the streets were still filled with people. The figure of the cultivator riding the strange beast appeared above the town. There were only 2 decent-sized inns in the town. Because of the recent events in the northern lands, cultivators from all over the world had flocked to the northern lands. The 2 inns in the town were now overcrowded. Gu Fei entered the inn where Pan Hong and the others were staying, then sat down in a corner and ordered a few dishes. He was in no hurry to attack Pan Hong and the others. When others saw Gu Fei's appearance, they knew that he was a cultivator. Hence, even though he had taken a table by himself, no one dared to sit with him. Moreover, he did not hide his identity as a cultivator. With the ancient sword on his back, he only needed to release a slight wave of sword energy, and it was enough to intimidate ordinary cultivators. With Gu Fei's cultivation base at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, he could clearly sense the aura of Pan Hong and the others upstairs. Cultivators and mortals belonged to 2 different worlds. Cultivators usually kept a low profile, unwilling to have too much contact with mortals. They would not easily reveal themselves in front of mortals. Gu Fei sensed that Pan Hong and the others were eating in the private room upstairs. Gu Fei's cultivation base was higher than Pan Hong and the others, so Pan Hong and the others had no idea that they were being watched. Gu Fei's meal lasted for half an hour. After he was full, he paid the bill and went upstairs. On the 2nd floor, he went straight to the private room where Pan Hong and the others were. "That friend is here to visit? Why don't you come in for a while?" Just as Gu Fei arrived at the door, Pan Hong's voice was heard from the private room. Gu Fei did not reply. He sneered, and the powerful aura of the Ascended Realm suddenly exploded from his body. Pang! With a bang, the wooden door of the private room exploded, turning into thousands of wood shavings that shot into the private room. A few exclamations could be heard from the private room. A few figures quickly moved to avoid the shards of the wooden door. Gu Fei strode into the private room. "You're courting death." Pan Hong's voice rang out once again in the private room. A black light suddenly burst forth in the private room, and the thousands of broken wood shavings immediately disappeared without a trace, as if they were swallowed into the void. Not even a speck of dust fell. At the same time, the black light quickly condensed into a large black hand. It emitted a powerful wave and grabbed towards Gu Fei, who was striding into the private room. Gu Fei. Gu Fei moved his finger like a sword and pointed it forward. Chi! A dazzling 5-colored sword radiance shot out and pierced forward. The chilling sword aura immediately filled every inch of the void in the private room. If one looked closely, they could see that the 5-colored sword radiance was surrounded by hair-thin lightning. The 5-elemental sword aura carried a trace of the power of lightning. Without any suspense, although the large black hand seemed to have the ability to swallow everything, it could not swallow Gu Fei's 5-elemental sword aura. The sword aura directly pierced through the large hand and stabbed towards Pan Hong's chest. Damn it! Pan Hong was shocked and quickly retreated. Bang! He directly smashed through the wall behind him and fell out of the private room. This sudden turn of events happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Only when Pan Hong broke through the wall and fell out of the private room did the other 3 Misty City disciples react. Clang! A golden saber shadow flew out from one of them and slashed towards Gu Fei. Suddenly, a golden rainbow swept across the sky and split the sky. The entire private room was covered in a layer of golden light. A powerful and incomparably sharp saber chi spread out in all directions. It's just a small trick. Gu Fei sneered. He was unparalleled. In the face of the sharp saber light, he not only did not dodge, but also took a step forward and directly met it with a punch. Gu Fei's fist collided with the dazzling saber light like a golden rainbow. There was a metallic clang, and the golden saber shadow was shaken away. Swoosh! At this moment, a dark green whip shadow, like a dragon coming out of the sea, wrapped around Gu Fei's waist. A stone seal that emitted a gray light also smashed towards Gu Fei's head. The people of Floating Mist City had good cultivation, and their reactions were even more agile. The two of them joined forces and actually sealed off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Good. Gu Fei growled. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the dark green whip shadow. At the same time, he punched upwards with his left hand. Bang! His fist fiercely hit the stone seal that was smashing down. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone seal was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. It directly smashed through the top of the private room and flew out. I'll break your arm. The young man who had wrapped the dark green whip around Gu Fei's right hand shouted. He suddenly pulled with force, wanting to tear off Gu Fei's right arm. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's body was extremely tough. It had been tempered by him to the point that it was comparable to a cultivator's magic treasure. Even if a divine weapon slashed his body, it would not be able to hurt him at all. Gu Fei was like a huge mountain. Under the pull of that cultivator, not to mention Gu Fei's arm, even Gu Fei's body could not be moved at all. The young cultivator couldn't help but be shocked. The long whip in his hand was a powerful magic treasure. As long as it was wrapped around something, he only needed to pull and pull to break it in two. The entire whip was like a sharp blade. Shameless boasting! Gu Fei shouted. He pulled with his right hand and directly pulled the cultivator over. Then he punched the cultivator in the chest and sent him flying. Who are you? At this time, Pan Hong, who had been forced through the wall by Gu Fei, had already jumped in from the outside. He just happened to see Gu Fei beating up his 3 junior brothers. Weren't you very awe-inspiring during the day? Gu Fei said coldly as he looked at Pan Hong. You're from the Dongfang clan? Pan Hong was startled. When did the Dongfang clan have such a powerful young expert? Weren't the people he saw during the day the elites of the Dongfang clan? Pan Hong's thoughts rapidly changed and his expression changed several times. The powerful aura exuding from his opponent caused him to feel a great pressure. If you have the guts, then come with me. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly rushed out of the roof that had been smashed by the stone seal, and then headed towards the snowy forest outside the small town. At this time, their fight had already alarmed the people in the inn. The noise they made was too loud. Not only did they break through the wall, but even the roof of the private room was broken. All the cultivators in the town sensed the energy fluctuations and headed towards the inn. Preposterous, I want to see just what kind of divine being you are. Pan Hong was infuriated, and he too leapt out. In just a few short exchanges, his 3 junior brothers had been defeated, and this made him furious. The other 3 young cultivators also put away their magic treasures and chased after them. Among the 3, only the young cultivator who used the whip was punched by Gu Fei and suffered internal injuries. The other 2 cultivators used magic treasures to attack Gu Fei, so they weren't injured. As for the other cultivators, other than a few who were at the transcending mortality stage and above, none of them were willing to follow because they didn't have the ability to protect themselves. If they were to be caught in the crossfire, they would be out of luck. After everyone left, the inn owner saw that his inn was almost destroyed by those people. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire snowy forest shook. Gu Fei and Pan Hong moved quickly in the snowy forest and fought fiercely. Large areas of the snowy forest collapsed and the snow on the ground was swept up into the sky. It had to be said that Pan Hong was very strong. Among the young cultivators, he was definitely one of the best. However, it was a pity that he met Gu Fei. The battle didn't last long. Pan Hong's spells and divine abilities were broken one after another, and he was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. His 3 junior brothers hurriedly went forward to fight with Pan Hong against Gu Fei. The green whip shadow soared into the sky. As if it had turned into a green dragon, it crazily attacked Gu Fei. The golden saber chi traversed hundreds of feet, constantly slashing towards Gu Fei. A huge stone seal the size of a small mountain emitted a misty gray brilliance, bombarding towards Gu Fei. Chapter 347. Bam! Gu Fei sent the mountain-sized stone seal flying with a punch and pointed with his finger. Chi! Then he swept away the green whip with a whip kick and sent the golden divine saber flying. He displayed great combat strength that made people's hearts palpitate. Master of the Void, I am supreme. Destroy! 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 Pan Hong bellowed. A vast amount of energy surged out from his body. 2 balls of chilling black light erupted from his hands, as though 2 black holes had appeared in his hands. 2 balls of black light instantly spread out and shrouded Gu Fei. The terrifying fluctuation of the void seemed to be able to annihilate everything in its path. Snow and trees, as long as they were shrouded by the 2 balls of black light, disappeared in an instant as if they had vanished into thin air. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Sword breaks all things. Kill, kill, kill. Gu Fei was like a reincarnated god of war. His long hair danced wildly. As he shouted, a 10-meter-long 5-colored sword radiance burst out of his hands. Like 2 5-colored rainbows, they pierced through the 2 balls of black light. Rumble! The earth trembled and the trees fell. 2 rays of dreadful sword chi instantly pierced into the 2 masses of black light that were spreading out. The other 3 ethereal city cultivators hurriedly dodged to the side. No one knew better than them how terrifying their senior brother's magical powers were. If they were shrouded by the black light, they would be annihilated in the void in an instant. Not even a speck of their remains would be left. What Pan Hong cultivated was a forbidden magical ability of Floating City, a black demonic light that could obliterate everything. Even the magical treasures of martial cultivators would be obliterated. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's 5 elemental sword chi was almost tangible and carried a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning could intimidate all things and was difficult to destroy. Even though it shot into the black light curtain, it was not destroyed. The 2 forces collided violently. The terrifying light curtain formed by the 2 balls of black light shook violently and was actually shaken. The pitch-black light was like the light of death from hell, but it could not destroy the power of the 5 elements. Gu Fei's 5 elemental sword chi blocked the light curtain of death that enveloped him. Boom! With a loud bang, the void violently trembled. Then, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out as the 2 black light curtains that had enveloped the void exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. The earth violently undulated like waves. Large swathes of trees fanned outwards. The accumulated snow on the ground was swept up high into the sky. The 3 young cultivators who had already escaped were also inevitably affected, and they cried out in alarm as they fled even further away. Roar! Pan Hong roared angrily as he flew backward. 2 5-colored sword rainbows with traces of thunder and lightning power pierced through the power of his forbidden divine ability and chased after him like 2 bolts of lightning. Pooh! Pooh! With 2 soft sounds, the 2 5-colored sword rainbows instantly pierced through Pan Hong's shoulders. Blood splattered everywhere. In the air, it was impossible for him to dodge. Senior brother! When the 3 young experts from Ethereal City saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. One of them hurriedly leaped forward and caught Pan Hong, who was falling from the sky. The other 2 young cultivators controlled the golden divine saber and stone seal to slash at Gu Fei, who was chasing after them. Weren't you very arrogant during the day? Why aren't you arrogant now? Gu Fei sneered. Facing the fierce attacks of the 2 young experts, his expression remained unchanged as he strode forward. Bam! The stone seal that was surrounded by gray light was punched away by Gu Fei. With a point of his finger, the golden saber chi that spanned hundreds of meters immediately collapsed in the air, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating in the void. Gu Fei was unparalleled and displayed his unparalleled combat strength. With every step he took, the earth shook. Bam! Bam! The 2 young cultivators who attacked Gu Fei coughed out blood and flew backward. Their golden divine sabers dimmed and one of the stone seals returned to its original form, its light fading away. Ethereal City? That's all there is to it. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He instantly arrived in front of Pan Hong and the cultivator who used the whip. Pan Hong was in an extremely sorry state. He no longer had the demeanor of a young expert who looked down on everyone during the day. Both of his shoulder joints were pierced, and his hands hung limply by his side. Blood flowed out of the wounds, and he had lost the ability to move his arms. Pan Hong stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "I have to admit that you are very strong. However, in Ethereal City, my strength is only above average. There are many people stronger than me." "Is that so? Then call the experts of your sect to come find me. Of course, the result will not change. They will all be defeated by me," Gu Fei said coldly. "I'll fight you to the death." The young cultivator who was supporting Pan Hong let go of him and fiercely swung the whip in his hand. The whip immediately turned into a dark green dragon and swooped towards Gu Fei. "A little spark dares to compete with the bright moon?" Gu Fei chuckled disdainfully and pressed his right hand forward. A dazzling golden aura immediately surged out of his palm and rushed forward. With a casual palm, he attracted the power of metal in all directions and shook the heaven and earth. The golden aura surged like a golden wave. The dark green dragon was instantly annihilated in the golden wave of energy. Pan Hong and the young cultivator were directly sent flying 200 to 300 feet away and vomited blood. "All of you remember that my Dongfang clan isn't one to be bullied." Gu Fei left behind an afterimage on the spot after he spoke these words, and then he vanished on the spot. Damn it! The Dongfang family. After a long while, Pan Hong and the junior brother who had been sent flying by Gu Fei supported each other and stood up from the ground. In the battle with Gu Fei, the 4 young cultivators of Floating City were all defeated by Gu Fei. Pan Hong's eyes were about to spit fire. To him, Gu Fei's contempt was even more infuriating than his defeat. The cultivators who had followed the trail from the small town and were watching the battle from nearby witnessed the battle. Soon, news of the battle began to spread. "Senior brother." After the other 2 young cultivators found the magic treasures that had been sent flying by Gu Fei, they gathered towards Pan Hong. Everyone could not help but feel a wave of dejection. Gu Fei's strength made them feel a sense of helplessness. "We are only the vanguard to scout ahead. When the experts of the sect arrive, the Dongfang family will pay the price for what happened tonight," Pan Hong said coldly. Gu Fei had achieved his goal. What he needed to do now was to wait and see how things would develop. Just as the old ancestor of the Dongfang family had predicted, the people of Floating City wanted to reappear in front of everyone as experts. But now, Gu Fei had taught them a harsh lesson. If the people of Floating City did not get back at him, people would say that they were afraid of the Dongfang family. For an ambitious sect that wanted to make a name for itself in the cultivation world, this was simply a blow to the head. If they did not do something, Floating City would lose all face. Gu Fei returned to Bailing City that night and found a small inn near the Yunlai inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying. The night passed uneventfully. Other than sitting cross-legged in the guest room and cultivating, Gu Fei paid close attention to the movements of the Dongfang family. Early in the morning, Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, began to wander around. He had changed his appearance again and suppressed his cultivation to the 5th or 6th layer of the awakened heaven. He did not carry the ancient sword on his back, but left it in the guest room. To him, that ancient sword was dispensable. Last night, when he fought with Pan Hong, he did not draw it at all. He did not walk the path of a sword immortal. His sword was in his heart, his body, and the surging 5 elemental yuan qi all over his body. After being struck by lightning for more than 10 days in the Thunder Lake, Gu Fei's 5 elemental yuan qi had fused with a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. He felt that his strength seemed to have undergone some kind of change. However, it was only a feeling. He did not know why he had such a feeling. The disciples of the Dongfang family rarely went in and out of the inn, so Gu Fei did not see Dongfang Chen again. Time passed quickly, and it was dusk again. Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance again, sat in the tea shop opposite the Yunlai Inn in an ostentatious manner and sipped tea as if nothing had happened. Of course, although he looked like he was sipping tea, he was actually paying attention to the movements on the opposite street. Suddenly, he noticed a few cultivators coming from the direction of the city gate. The few cultivators headed straight for the guest cloud arrival inn. When Gu Fei saw the appearance of these cultivators, he couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart. Among the cultivators, he found a familiar figure. The burly middle-aged man who shot him with an evil bow shrouded in ghostly aura outside Biling Pass and almost killed him, as well as the middle-aged man with a strand of silver hair on his forehead and a black saber on his back, were among them. These guys... Gu Fei couldn't help but clench his teeth. These people were too despicable. They were a bunch of sanctimonious bastards. One must know that these people were from the older generation, but they disregarded their status and ganged up on a young cultivator like him. This was too much and could not be forgiven. Gu Fei thought that with his cultivation at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm, he should be able to fight against these people. However, he wouldn't act rashly, but if he did, he would kill them in one strike. He didn't feel any guilt killing these people because they wanted him dead, so they had to be prepared to be killed by him. He couldn't be lenient to his enemies. There was an old saying that was right. Being kind to your enemies was being cruel to yourself. Gu Fei would never make such a low-level mistake. After watching those people enter the inn, Gu Fei was still leisurely sipping his tea. A few batches of people from the Dongfang family came back one after another. Their expressions were very solemn, and they didn't talk much. They all walked into the inn in silence. It was a peaceful day, and nothing happened. The people from the floating city didn't come to the Dongfang family to punish them. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little strange. Could it be that the experts from the floating city haven't reached the northern lands yet? Chapter 348. As night fell, Biling City gradually calmed down. Gu Fei had long left the tea house, but he did not go far. He continued to keep an eye on the cloud arrival in time. To transcending mortality stage cultivators, was only a number. They had a lifespan of 500 years, but to young cultivators who had already broken through to the transcending mortality stage, it was not enough for them to worry about prolonging their lifespan. Gu Fei had gone through all kinds of hardships. His heart was as strong as a piece of godly steel. He was like a ferocious beast hunting its prey. If anyone from the Dongfang family came out alone, or if they were alone, he would make a move. However, it was a pity that he didn't get such an opportunity. The Dongfang family seemed to be very cautious. No one moved alone, and no one was alone. In Biling City, where powerful cultivators gathered and the situation was complicated, the Dongfang family would undoubtedly protect themselves. After a day and a night, Gu Fei did not find a worthy opportunity to make a move. When it was late at night, Gu Fei quietly sat on the roof of a pavilion a few hundred meters away from the inn. He hid his body in the shadows as he quietly watched the inn under the night sky across from him. Are the people of Floating City strong in appearance but weak in reality? Are they afraid of offending the Dongfang family? Gu Fei could not help but doubt the strength of Floating City. Gu Fei was not impatient. On the contrary, his state of mind was as calm as a mirror. He sat on the roof for a few hours. When dawn was about to break, Gu Fei thought that there was no chance for him today and was about to leave. But at this moment, a figure silently flew out of the inn across from him. In a flash, it disappeared into the darkness before dawn. Gu Fei was instantly invigorated. He immediately stood up and jumped down from the pavilion like a phantom. He silently chased after the figure. "You're unlucky. I'll start with you," Gu Fei thought. Soon he caught up to the figure. Looking at the figure's back, it seemed to be a young cultivator. The young cultivator ran quickly above the houses, sometimes leaping onto the streets. He seemed to be very careful, stopping from time to time and hiding in the shadows for a while to see if anyone was following him. Then he would continue forward. However, his tricks were useless against Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a veteran in stealth and had rich experience. How could he be fooled? As the young cultivator was thinking about heading towards the southern part of the city, Gu Fei did not want to recklessly take action. Thus, he kept a certain distance from the young cultivator, neither too far nor too close. That person didn't seem to notice that someone was following him. Soon, the young cultivator arrived at the southern city wall. He jumped onto the wall and jumped over it. For cultivators, it was not difficult to climb over a city wall that was dozens of feet tall. Gu Fei was very careful. He did not follow them immediately, but waited in the dark for a while. Sure enough, a head suddenly popped out from the city wall and looked around. "This guy is too paranoid." Gu Fei thought to himself. If he had jumped over the wall just now, he would have been caught red-handed by that person. The person on the city wall saw that there was no movement in the surroundings, so he jumped off the wall. Only then did Gu Fei come out from the dark and leaped onto the city wall. He looked outside the city and saw a figure quickly disappearing into the snowy forest outside the city. What is that guy trying to do? Why is he so careful? Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little curious. The person in front was definitely a disciple of the Dongfang clan, but why did he leave the city alone? Swoosh! Gu Fei jumped down from the city wall and landed on the ground like a feather without making a sound. After he landed, he immediately used his extreme speed 8 steps movement technique and rushed into the snowy forest, leaving no traces in the snow. That person's cultivation doesn't seem to be low. Gu Fei noticed that there were no obvious footprints in the thick snow in the forest. After walking for about a mile in the snow forest, a pavilion appeared in the snow forest. Gu Fei carefully walked towards the pavilion. From a distance, there seemed to be 2 figures standing in the pavilion. When he was only 20 to 30 meters away from the pavilion, he was shocked. He actually knew the 2 people in the pavilion, and one of them, Gu Fei, didn't expect to see him here at this time. The young cultivator who had come out of the guest cloud arrival in was indeed a disciple of the Dongfang clan. This young cultivator had once been defeated by Pan Hong. Dongfang Yu, why did you ask me to come to this place? A crisp voice with a hint of anger came from the pavilion. A slender and elegant woman in white was glaring angrily at the young cultivator. Do I need a reason to see my fiancé who is about to marry me? Dongfang Yu said with a smile. His eyes were constantly moving around the white-clothed woman's body. Who said I'm going to marry you? Don't think too highly of yourself. The woman in white said coldly, her face as cold as frost. Li Mengyao, junior martial sister Li, you still don't understand the situation? Marriage is an important matter. It's decided by the parents and the matchmaker. How can you just say no? Dongfang Yu said proudly. She is Dongfang Yu's fiancée? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The woman in the pavilion was Guangcheng's junior martial sister Li Mengyao, who he had intimate contact with in the virtual sky world. Back then, in the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and Li Mengyao accidentally entered the Valley of Passion Flowers. They were enchanted by the fragrance of the Valley of Passion Flowers and had sex with each other. Today, when Gu Fei suddenly saw Li Mengyao, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Dongfang Yu, don't be delusional. The reason why I came to see you is to make it clear to you that I'm wholeheartedly cultivating and comprehending the Tao. I'll never get married, Li Mengyao said. Dongfang Yu smiled frivolously, then said ambiguously, Mengyao, don't reject me. Those who cultivate and comprehend the Tao are not allowed to get married. In this world, who knows how many immortal couples there are who cultivate and comprehend the Tao together? Dongfang Yu? Li Mengyao couldn't help but be angry. She pointed at Dongfang Yu with her trembling hand. Outrageous! You want to marry my woman? The conversation in the pavilion passed into Gu Fei's ears. Gu Fei couldn't help but be furious. Gu Fei didn't want to listen anymore, so he walked out from the darkness. Dongfang Yu immediately sensed something strange. He turned around abruptly and shouted in Gu Fei's direction, Who is it? Li Mengyao also looked at Gu Fei's direction cautiously. She was very surprised that someone was nearby and she didn't notice it at all. There was only one possibility, and that was that this person's cultivation was higher than hers, much higher. Swoosh! Gu Fei took one step forward, leaving an afterimage on the spot and directly appeared outside the pavilion. His movement was so fast that it was like teleportation. Dongfang Yu and Li Mengyao who were inside the pavilion were shocked again. Swoosh! A green light flashed, and a 1-foot-long green spear rushed out from Dongfang Yu's body. It shot towards Gu Fei who was outside the pavilion like a green lightning. Dongfang Yu? Li Mengyao quickly shouted. She wanted to know the situation before making a move. You should know that the northern land right now was definitely not peaceful. She didn't know how many cultivators had entered the northern land. Dongfang Yu was really too rash. He rashly attacked someone. If the opponent's cultivation level was lower than his, it would be fine, But if the opponent was an expert, the consequences would be unpredictable. At this time, Gu Fei had moved all the muscles in his body. Not only did he change his appearance, but he also changed his figure. Li Mengyao didn't know that the person who suddenly appeared in front of her was the person who had the most intimate contact with her in the virtual sky world. Dongfang Yu had already made his move, so the result couldn't be changed. A grim smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He stretched out his right hand and caught the green spear that was shooting towards him. In an instant, he forced himself in front of Dongfang Yu and punched Dongfang Yu's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Dongfang Yu let out a blood-curdling scream and flew out of the pavilion while vomiting blood. Bang! He smashed into the snow outside the pavilion. Everything happened too quickly. Gu Fei's movement technique was extremely fast. In just a single exchange, he had already heavily injured Dongfang Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to spare Dongfang Yu's life, Gu Fei's punch would have killed Dongfang Yu. Li Mengyao couldn't help but be stunned. The opponent's attack was extremely ruthless, and his cultivation level seemed to be extraordinarily high. She couldn't help but be greatly shocked. She immediately opened her mouth and spat out a sword light to protect herself. "You're courting death." Gu Fei deliberately lowered his voice. He then grabbed the green spear and took another step, directly passing through the pavilion towards Dongfang Yu. "Be lenient," Li Mengyao exclaimed. Although she hated Dongfang Yu very much, she couldn't just watch him die and watch him be beaten to death. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to her and directly arrived in front of Dongfang Yu, who was rolling in the snow. He stretched out his left hand, grabbed the clothes in front of Dongfang Yu's chest, and lifted him up from the ground. "Excuse me!" A light shout came from behind. A sword light rushed out from the pavilion like a dragon coming out of the sea, and slashed towards Gu Fei's waist. Gu Fei didn't want to fight with Li Mengyao. After grabbing Dongfang Yu, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 20 feet away. Swoosh! The sword light swept across in an instant. Several big trees were immediately cut in half and fell down from the sky. Snowflakes suddenly flew in the snow forest, making it a mess. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gu Fei carried Dongfang Yu like a dead dog and rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Li Mengyao wanted to chase after him, but after chasing for a few hundred feet, she lost the trace of Gu Fei. Gu Fei carried Dongfang Yu and quickly went through the snow forest. Soon, he got rid of Li Mengyao's pursuit and entered the depths of the desolate snow forest. He carried Dongfang Yu and came to a piece of snowland. Then he threw Dongfang Yu on the snowland. Cough, cough. Dongfang Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, then gasped for breath and said, "You? Who the hell are you?" Gu Fei's punch was extremely heavy. With just a single punch, it had already shattered Dongfang Yu's sternum. The force of the punch even penetrated his internal organs and caused serious injuries to Dongfang Yu. "Puma, hasn't your Dongfang family been looking for me?" Gu Fei said coldly. Then, the muscles on his body began to return to their original position, gradually revealing his true appearance. Dongfang Yu's eyes gradually widened as if he had seen a ghost. In his excitement, he spat out another mouthful of blood with a "ah" sound. "Do you know who I am now?" Gu Fei said with a chuckle. After Dongfang Yu saw who the person in front of him was, he was scared out of his wits. He was almost scared to death. His already pale face became even paler. "Gu Fei." Dongfang Yu's entire body was ice cold. He collapsed powerlessly on the snowy ground. First publication of this book? Chapter 349. Although Dongfang Yu hadn't really seen Gu Fei, it didn't mean that he couldn't recognize Gu Fei, because all the young masters of the Dongfang family had seen Gu Fei's portrait. The person who has enmity with you is Dongfang Qin. If you want to take revenge, you should look for him. Why did you attack me? Dongfang Yu still had a glimmer of hope. However, when he saw the incomparably cold smile on Gu Fei's face, he knew that he didn't even have a glimmer of hope. "Dongfang Qin? I will look for him, but now." Gu Fei grinned at Dongfang Yu, who was paralyzed on the snow. His snow-white teeth were so conspicuous in the dark. But in Dongfang Yu's eyes, it was like the smile of a devil. "What do you want?" Dongfang Yu panicked and hurriedly struggled to shrink back. However, as soon as he moved, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to involuntarily groan in pain. Gu Fei took a step forward, looked down at Dongfang Yu, and sneered, "What do you think?" Then he grabbed the short spear that was surrounded by green light, and with a poof sound, he fiercely stabbed it into Dongfang Yu's right thigh. Wah! Dongfang Yu screamed, and blood suddenly splashed from his thigh. Blood dripped down, and in just a short while, his clothes were soaked. The short spear that was surrounded by green light was the magic tool that Gu Fei snatched from Dongfang Yu. It was extremely sharp and directly pierced through Dongfang Yu's thigh, nailing him to the snow. Hee, I just want to collect some interest from the Dongfang family first. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He didn't have any pity for the people of the Dongfang family. Those who go against the Dongfang family will absolutely not have a good ending. My family will definitely avenge me. Dongfang Yu's handsome face was extremely twisted in pain, and he roared fiercely. Saying that, Dongfang Yu suddenly slammed his head against a big tree next to him. He wanted to kill himself, so that he would suffer less. Bam! Gu Fei kicked Dongfang Yu away. This kick directly landed on Dongfang Yu's face, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose. A few of his teeth fell out. His handsome face immediately swelled up. Dongfang Yu's thigh was nailed to the ground by the short spear. When he was kicked by Gu Fei and rolled to the side, the wound on his thigh immediately burst open, turning into a bloody mess. But because of this, Dongfang Yu was freed from the pain of being nailed to the ground by the short spear and unable to move. Gu Fei did not intend to kill Dongfang Yu immediately. Therefore, the strength of that kick was just right, only injuring Dongfang Yu, but not killing him. Kill me now. Dongfang Yu felt dizzy from Gu Fei's kick, but as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately rushed towards Gu Fei and roared loudly. Blood splashed out from Dongfang Yu's mouth along with his muffled voice. I will kill you, but before that, I have to properly greet you, Gu Fei said in an understated manner. These plain words, in the ears of Dongfang Yu, had a different feeling. Dongfang Yu's swollen face suddenly turned green, and his whole body involuntarily trembled. Killing is not too much, please give me a quick death, Dongfang Yu said to Gu Fei in a pleading tone. Give you a quick death? That's impossible. Gu Fei said disdainfully, if you want to blame someone, blame Dongfang Chen. In fact, I really don't want to attack you, who told you to be a member of the Dongfang family. Roar. Gu Fei, you will die a horrible death. Dongfang Yu threw caution to the wind and cursed at Gu Fei, wishing he could roar out the most vicious words in the world. I want you to die a horrible death now. Gu Fei's face sank, stepped forward, and stepped on Dongfang Yu's thigh with the short spear. Kacha! The creepy sound of bones breaking immediately came from Dongfang Yu's thigh. There was no doubt that his thigh bone was broken. Blood splashed out from the wound pierced by the short spear, and the blood shot out several meters away. Dongfang Yu's cursing immediately turned into a scream. Dongfang Yu screamed, suddenly made up his mind, put his tongue between his teeth, and then fiercely bit it. Suddenly, blood gushed out from his mouth, and his tongue and blood were spat out on the ground. Biting my tongue to commit suicide? Gu Fei was stunned, let go of his right foot that was stepping on Dongfang Yu's thigh, and then said coldly, You idiot, you actually bit your tongue to commit suicide? Ha! What a joke! Gu Fei laughed. Dongfang Yu's move was really stupid. The physique of a practitioner was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he would absolutely not die. In the period of time before Dongfang Yu died because of excessive blood loss, it was enough for Gu Fei to torture him to his heart's content. Gu Fei wielded his palm like a knife, and a bright aura rushed out of his palm. Puff! 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 For soft sounds sounded, and blood burst out. Gu Fei directly cut off Dongfang Yu's limbs. Don't you want to marry that fairy-like woman? I don't believe that the elders of that woman will marry her to a stick. Woo-woo! Dongfang Yu bit his tongue and could no longer speak. He stared at Gu Fei fiercely, and his eyes became blood red, revealing endless resentment. Remember, The reason why you have such an end is completely thanks to Dongfang Chen. Gu Fei had no mercy, because he was dealing with the enemy, and there was no mercy for the enemy. Just when Gu Fei was about to continue to torture Dongfang Yu, a long roar suddenly came from the distance. Woo! When Dongfang Yu heard that long roar, he suddenly became excited. He wanted to shout and tell the people in the distance that he was here, but unfortunately his tongue was gone, and he couldn't shout. Hearing the roar, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He looked in the direction of the roar and muttered to himself, "So fast. Should I kill or not?" Gu Fei immediately looked down at Dongfang Yu, who had turned into a bloody person. His expression changed several times. He raised his right hand and put it down again. In the end, he didn't directly kill Dongfang Yu. However, before leaving, Gu Fei stepped on Dongfang Yu's crotch. Dongfang Yu's eyes suddenly bulged, and the sound of balls breaking came from under Gu Fei's foot. In the mortal's palace, I heard that there are people who are neither male nor female, called eunuchs. It's not good to kill you, it's better to make you a eunuch. Gu Fei's words before he left angered Dongfang Yu so much that he vomited blood and passed out. After a while, in the snow forest, there were a few long roars. It seemed that there were experts searching for traces of Dongfang Yu in the nearby forest. Dongfang Yu was seriously injured and taken away. Although the process was short, Li Mengyao saw it all. Obviously, Li Mengyao sent out a message to inform the people in the city. Swish! A white figure appeared nearby. This person was tall and had a mighty appearance. He was an expert of the older generation of the Dongfang family, eldest brother Dongfang. He followed the smell of blood in the forest and found Dongfang Yu. When he saw Dongfang Yu's miserable state, his eyes turned red. In the snow forest, there was a roar of grief and indignation. Gu Fei didn't go far, he watched everything in the dark. Swish! 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 Very soon, a few figures appeared nearby after boss Dongfang roared. Every single one of them emitted obscure energy fluctuations. Not a single one of them was a weakling. Gu Fei decisively retreated. Although his cultivation had broken through to the fourth sky of the ascended mortality realm, he knew that it would be difficult to deal with these experts at the same time. He was like a ghost, silently traversing through the snow forest. From time to time, angry roars could be heard behind him, but he turned a deaf ear to them. Gradually, the voices behind him could no longer be heard. Gu Fei walked a big circle in the snow forest, then returned to Northern Mountain City. Without anyone noticing, he entered his inn and returned to his room. Tonight, he finally got his revenge. Although the other party wasn't Dongfang Chen, it made Gu Fei feel a sense of satisfaction after taking revenge. Knowing that not only did he not die, but he also came back, the Dongfang family should be panicking now. Although Dongfang Yu's limbs were cut off and he killed himself by biting his tongue, the Dongfang family would still know through Dongfang Yu that it was him who did it. The reason why Gu Fei had revealed his true appearance in front of Dongfang Yu was because he had planned to torture Dongfang Yu before killing him. However, Gu Fei had changed his mind. He wanted Dongfang Chen and the others to panic so that he would have a chance to make a move. Ever since he left the mountain, Gu Fei learned a lot of things. His heart became harder and his methods of dealing with enemies became more ruthless. The cultivation world was cruel. The weak were prey to the strong. Only by being more ruthless than others could he live longer. Dongfang Chen wanted to put him to death again and again, completely disregarding the friendship between him and his fellow disciples. There was nothing more to say. The hatred between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen had reached an irreconcilable point. Either he dies or I die. After returning to the inn, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Ever since his cultivation broke through to the transcending mortality realm, Gu Fei rarely slept. The time he rested was the time he meditated. Closing his eyes to adjust his breath instead of sleeping was the most basic difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. A cultivator in the transcending mortality realm was gradually breaking away from the habits of ordinary people. When Gu Fei returned to the inn that was booked by the Dongfang family in the distance was boiling. In the darkest period before dawn, the guest cloud inn was brightly lit, and from time to time, there were people from the Dongfang family coming in and out of the inn. The attack on Dongfang Yu really made the people of the Dongfang family panic. They didn't know who was against them. Of course, they had a suspect, and that was the Misty City. However, those who knew the inside story were even more terrified, because they were about to face a disaster. Chapter 350. In the Dongfang family, there weren't many people who really knew about the grudges between Dongfang Chen and Gu Fei. Only a few people from Dongfang Chen's branch knew. 1. The Dongfang family was a big family with several branches. It was a big force in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, the Dongfang family wasn't as united as it seemed on the surface. The various branches fought openly and covertly, all wanting to rise to the top. The people of the various branches all wanted to control the entire clan. Only Dongfang Chen's branch came to the northern lands. The other branches of the Dongfang family didn't appear in the northern lands. Dongfang Yu was one of the few young experts with the most potential in this branch. His cultivation had already reached the second sky of the ascended mortality realm. He was one of the few people in the family who were qualified to enter the family's secret place to cultivate. Unfortunately, he was crippled by Gu Fei. Not only did Gu Fei cut off his hands and feet, even his balls were crushed by Gu Fei, turning him into a eunuch. This was a great humiliation to the branch of the Dongfang family that Dongfang Yu belonged to. As a result, Bailing City was in an uproar. Before the sun rose, the people of the Dongfang family began to move. The ancestor of this branch of the Dongfang family used his great divine ability to read Dongfang Yu's memories and drew 2 portraits overnight. Then he ordered the disciples of the Dongfang family to search the city with the portraits in hand. They sent out all the people they could and rushed into all the inns and restaurants in the city, trying to find the person in the portraits. However, the higher-ups of the Dongfang family knew that Gu Fei had the ability to change his appearance. The possibility of finding him was very low. The people of the Dongfang family searched the entire city in an incomparably strong manner. They made a ruckus in the city for a whole day, causing the cultivators in the city to complain. However, there were only a few people who dared to ignore the Dongfang family. Of course, Gu Fei was one of the people who dared to ignore the Dongfang family. As a cultivator, he had already cultivated to the extent that he could move his muscles and bones at will. Although there were limitations to changing the shape of his body and he couldn't really change the position of his bones, there was no limit to changing his appearance. He moved the skin and flesh on his face and changed his appearance. In the eyes of others, Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, looked like a sturdy, fair-skinned young man. At dusk, he walked into a restaurant near the Yunlai Inn, ordered a few dishes and drank by himself at a table by the window. The people of the Dongfang family came in and out of the Yunlai Inn. Even the restaurant where Gu Fei stayed was searched several times by the disciples of the Dongfang family. However, no one was able to recognize Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance. Gu Fei was right under the noses of the Dongfang family members, but the Dongfang family members were still searching for Gu Fei throughout the city. Apart from the city governor's mansion, the Dongfang family could be said to have turned the entire Bailing City upside down. However, no one would have expected Gu Fei to be drinking alone near the inn they were staying at. The Dongfang family was a place with a high status in Bailing City. Even the Dongfang family didn't dare to step into it easily. In a courtyard behind the Yunlai Inn, many disciples of the Dongfang family gathered. In a guest room in the courtyard, a young man with an abnormally pale face was sleeping on the bed. In front of the bed stood a dark-skinned middle-aged man with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man was the ancestor who scared away Pan Hong when the people of Misty City came to cause trouble. Behind the middle-aged man, a burly man stood with his head lowered. This burly man looked mighty and his muscles bulged under his clothes like a horned dragon, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This man was the Dongfang eldest brother who saved Dongfang Yu. That person is too ruthless. After a while, the ancestor turned around, walked to a nearby chair and sat down. Ancestor, can you recover? Dongfang eldest brother said in a trembling voice. In front of this middle-aged man, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. Even if he was angry and excited, he could only suppress it. Network, the middle-aged man frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, Freeze his limbs and keep them safe. When we return to the family, maybe we can ask for elixirs and medicines to reattach them. Thank you, ancestor. Dongfang eldest brother was overjoyed. As long as his limbs could be reattached, Dongfang Yu still had a glimmer of hope. His cultivation would not be wasted. But the broken limbs can be reattached, but the damage to his lower body will be difficult to heal. He may completely lose the ability to reproduce. The ancestor's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it was about to drip water. This Dongfang eldest brother couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He was Dongfang Yu's second uncle, and his eldest brother only had Dongfang Yu. If Dongfang Yu became a eunuch, then wouldn't his eldest brother have no descendants? Hey, Gu Fei! Dongfang eldest brother's eyes were red, and his whole body was surging with murderous intent. Right now, he couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei to pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Even if that little guy is from the Supreme Mystery Sect, I will still kill him. The middle-aged man said coldly. It was obvious that he was also angry. Pass down the order. If you find that little guy, don't hesitate to kill him. The middle-aged man's eyes were like cold lightning, flashing with a threatening cold light. Yes. Dongfang eldest brother quickly accepted the order, then turned around and walked out of the room. At the same time, in a courtyard in the east of Bailing City, several people were sitting in a pavilion, whispering about something. Everyone's expression was very serious. Brotherly, why is the Dongfang family looking for Brother Gu? Do they have the same purpose as us? A young man in white sitting at a stone table asked a dark-skinned, unprepossessing young man. I don't know. The Dongfang family is Brother Dongfang Chen's family. He may know why the Dongfang family is also looking for Brother Gu, the unprepossessing young man said indifferently. In the pavilion, there were 4 young cultivators in white sitting around. They were all disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The unprepossessing dark-skinned young man sitting in the seat of honor was the eldest senior brother, Li Lingfeng. The other 3 were Ziyu, a disciple of the head of the Supreme Mystery Peak, Song Ruochen, a disciple of the Tongtian Peak, and Qin Daoyan, a disciple of the Taishu Peak. The actions of the Dongfang family are very strange, Ziyu said thoughtfully. Could it be? Brother Dongfang actually told the secrets of the sect to the people of the Dongfang family? Song Ruochen said in surprise. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the Dongfang family was looking for Gu Fei. The Dongfang family had made such a big move in the city that it attracted the attention of all the major forces. Li Lingfeng and the others were surprised to find that the Dongfang family was only doing this to find 2 people. Among these 2 people, one was actually Gu Fei. Although Li Lingfeng and the others were disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect like Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng and the others never imagined that the 2 people the Dongfang family was looking for were actually the same person. These 2 people were both Gu Fei. Brother Dongfang shouldn't be going so far as to betray the sect. Li Lingfeng said in a low voice, and his eyes shot out 2 cold lights that made the hearts of 2 people palpitate. When everyone heard this, they could not help but fall silent. They all knew very well what the consequences of betraying the Taishan sect were. Any disciple who betrayed the sect would be crippled of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. If it was serious, they would be killed by the law enforcement disciples. Betraying the sect was a great taboo in the world of cultivation. It was an act of deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors. Just as everyone was silent, a figure silently appeared outside the pavilion. Li Lingfeng was the first to notice the person. He hurriedly came out of the pavilion and then respectfully bowed to the person. Greetings, Uncle Dan Qingzi. The others in the pavilion also hurriedly came out and bowed to the person. Li Lingfeng, take a few of your juniors and go out for a walk. Dan Qingzi waved his sleeves and did not say much. He directly ordered Li Lingfeng. Yes. Li Lingfeng hurriedly accepted the order. After Dan Qingzi gave the order, he gathered his spiritual power and turned into a golden rainbow that shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. No one knew where he went. Senior brother, what does Uncle Dan Qingzi mean by this? Ziyu asked Li Lingfeng. Could it be that Uncle Dan wants us to go find junior brother Gu? Qin Daoyan, who was standing next to Ziyu, said aloud. Li Lingfeng rubbed his chin and lowered his head to think for a while. Then he said, "Since Uncle Dan wants us to go out for a walk, then let's go out for a walk." As he said this, Li Lingfeng walked straight out of the courtyard. Ziyu and the others looked at each other. Although they did not understand what was going on, they still hurriedly chased after him. The sudden action of the Dongfang family not only alerted the people of the Taishin sect, but also the other two major Taoist sections. The Guangqing Celestial sect and the Xianxia sect also sent out disciples to understand what was going on. The ancestor of the Dongfang family probably did not know that they had already crossed the bottom line of the three major Taoist sections. The masters that the three major Taoist sects sent to the north were not to kill the first son of the demon lord, Chu Gu. They only had one goal, and that was to find Gu Fei. In other words, the reason why the people of the three major Taoist sects appeared in the north was to find Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei had a very important thing that the three major Taoist sects wanted. No matter what, the three major Taoist sects would not let Gu Fei fall into the hands of the Dongfang family. As the person in question, Gu Fei had no idea that he had become a delicious cake that everyone wanted a bite of. He was still drinking alone on the second floor of the restaurant near Qiyunlai. From the window, he could clearly see the front door of the Qiyunlai Inn in the distance. He could also see the bustling crowd on the street. Gu Fei ate until the lanterns were lit. Only then did he pay the bill and leave the restaurant. However, when he walked out onto the street, Gu Fei saw two young cultivators walking toward him. When he saw the two young cultivators, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. A look of surprise flashed across his face. The two young cultivators walking toward him were actually people he knew. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu? I didn't think I would meet them here, Gu Fei thought. At this time, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu walked over slowly. They did not recognize Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, and walked straight past Gu Fei. Chapter 351. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu did not recognize Gu Fei, who had already changed his appearance. They brushed past Gu Fei and walked towards the inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying. They did not even look straight at Gu Fei, who walked past them. Network, Gu Fei stopped, then turned around and quietly followed behind Li Lingfeng and Ziyu. He did not follow too closely, but he did not deliberately hide his tracks either. He felt that Li Lingfeng and Ziyu did not enter the inn, but wandered around the vicinity. They seemed to be monitoring the people in the inn. After searching for more than half a day, the people of the Dongfang family gradually stopped their search. The disciples they sent out all returned to the inn one after another. No one moved alone anymore. They became even more careful. No one moved alone anymore, giving the opponents hidden in the dark a chance to attack them one by one. The Supreme Mystery Sect did not send too many disciples into the northern lands. Having too many people often did not bring about the effect of doing good things. The Dongfang family was a very good example. With Shaoyang Peak's Taoist Chaoyang making a move, it was enough. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu did not seem to feel that someone was following behind them. They wandered around the inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying for an hour, then left immediately. In the streets and alleys of the city, the figures of cultivators could be seen everywhere. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu walked through the streets, intentionally or unintentionally heading towards a secluded area. Their slight changes did not escape Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei smiled, then continued to follow behind Li Lingfeng and Ziyu. When they came to a place where there were not many people, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu suddenly turned into an alley and disappeared before Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei hurriedly chased after them. When Gu Fei turned the corner of the street, he found that Li Lingfeng was standing less than 3 meters in front of him, looking at him with a cold smile. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt a slight ripple coming from behind him. He turned around and saw that Ziyu was already blocking his way. These two fellows are quite vigilant, Gu Fei thought. Actually, he did not deliberately hide his tracks at all. It was not surprising that Li Lingfeng and Ziyu found out. Of course, if Gu Fei deliberately hid his tracks, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu would not be able to sense that Gu Fei was following them. Who are you and why are you following us? As Li Lingfeng pressed forward, a powerful wave of magical power rippled out from his body, and there seemed to be several faintly discernible rays of light coiling around his body. At the same time, Ziyu, who was behind Gu Fei, flipped his right hand, and a branch surrounded by a dark green spiritual light appeared in his hand. The dark green branches emitted an enormous fluctuation of wood elemental energy, as if they were shrouded in a layer of hazy green light. On the branches, there were 7 bright green leaves. This was Ziyu's Dharma treasure, a Dharma treasure refined from the branch of a spirit root of heaven and earth. After Gu Fei changed his appearance and his cultivation advanced greatly, the aura on his body changed as well. If he did not recover his original appearance, it would be impossible for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to recognize him at all. Senior brother Li, senior brother Ziyu, how have you been? Gu Fei glanced at Li Lingfeng and Ziyu with a composed expression, and then said, "You are..." Ziyu and Li Lingfeng could not help but be taken aback, their faces revealing looks of astonishment. "What? You guys really can't recognize this little brother?" As Gu Fei spoke, the flesh on his face began to tremble, and his true appearance gradually revealed. "Like this, do you guys recognize me?" Gu Fei said. "Jade Spirit Peak's junior brother Gu?" After Li Lingfeng looked at that Gu Fei's true appearance that was gradually revealed, his eyes gradually widened, and he asked in shock, "Junior brother Gu, is it really you?" Ziyu hurriedly put away his Dharma treasure and walked forward. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both very excited when they suddenly saw Gu Fei. It had to be known that the reason they appeared in the northern lands was for the sake of finding Gu Fei. "Online, this isn't a place to talk, follow me," Gu Fei said in a low voice, and then without waiting for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to react, he turned around and walked out of the alley. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu exchanged a glance, and hurriedly followed. As the muscles on Gu Fei's face walked out of the alley, they started to tremble lightly again. Under the trembling of his skin and flesh, his appearance changed once more. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both extremely shocked. They found it hard to believe that Gu Fei actually had this kind of ability. This was not an ordinary disguise technique, nor was it a technique to change one's appearance. Gu Fei's method was really too brilliant. Moving his muscles and changing his appearance, in the eyes of outsiders, there was absolutely not the slightest flaw. Gu Fei led Li Lingfeng and Ziyu directly out of Bailing City through the western gate. Outside the western city, there were fewer people than in the other 3 directions. Not far from the city gate was a snowy forest covered in thick snow. Because no one often walked around, and no one cleared the snow, the area outside the western city was a vast expanse of whiteness. The roads were all covered in thick snow, and only the deep footprints could be seen in the snow. As Gu Fei walked on the snowy ground, he didn't leave any traces under his feet. The same was true for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu. With their cultivation levels, aside from the fact that they couldn't soar into the air, it was very easy for them to walk on snow without leaving any traces. They didn't even need to do it deliberately. The 3 of them walked into the snowy forest outside the city and stopped in an open space. This place had a wide field of vision, and if someone approached, they would immediately discover them. "Junior Martial Brother Gu, it's really great that you didn't die. How did you get lost in the virtual sky world? And how did you get out of the virtual sky world?" Ziyu hurriedly asked after they stood still. When he saw Gu Fei, he really wanted to ask. He really wanted to know how Gu Fei escaped alive. It had to be known that for thousands of years, among the 3 great Taoist schools, there were definitely many people who entered the virtual sky world, but none of those who got lost in the virtual sky world survived. Now, however, Gu Fei actually broke this curse. It was really shocking and unbelievable. Li Lingfeng also wanted to know why Gu Fei was an exception. Gu Fei stared at Ziyu and Li Lingfeng for a long time before he finally said, "I was completely lucky to be able to come out of the virtual sky world. Maybe I'm not fated to die yet." Images of his experience in the virtual sky world flashed in Gu Fei's mind. He wasn't lying. He was completely lucky to be able to come out of the virtual sky world. If he hadn't met the 10,000-year-old old tortoise in the ancient absolute formation, if that old monster hadn't known the secret of the virtual sky world, if the ancient shrine in the death swamp hadn't happened, all these coincidences would have happened to Gu Fei. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have definitely been sealed in the virtual sky world like the other Tao school disciples who got lost in the virtual sky world. If this wasn't luck, What was it? Without the old tortoise and the ancient shrine, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't have been able to escape alive. If he got lost in the virtual sky world, there would only be one outcome: death. Ziyu and Li Lingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at each other and didn't really believe what Gu Fei said, but they could see that Gu Fei didn't seem to want to say much. They still had an important task, so everything else had to be put aside for the time being. Therefore, Li Lingfeng said to Gu Fei, "Junior martial brother Gu, the Chaoyang constellation of Shaoyang Peak is in the city. Come with us to see the Chaoyang constellation first." The Chaoyang constellation came to the north to find you, Ziyu said immediately. To see the Chaoyang constellation? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. If he was with Li Lingfeng and the others, it would be difficult for him to deal with Dong Fangchen. After all, Dong Fangchen was a disciple of Taixin sect. If he attacked him, Li Lingfeng and the others would definitely not stand by and watch. Gu Fei didn't want people to know about the grievances between him and Dong Fangchen, and he didn't want to use the power of others to deal with Dong Fangchen. He wanted to fight Dong Fangchen with his own strength. Moreover, the leader of Shaoyang Peak actually came to the north to find him. This seemed to be making a big fuss over a minor issue. "I still have some things to take care of. I'm afraid I can't go with you now," Gu Fei said after pondering for a while. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu heard this and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. In this bitter cold place, what other things did Gu Fei have to take care of? Ziyu said, "So it's like that. What do you have to take care of? Maybe we can help. If we can't help, we can ask the Chaoyang constellation to take care of it. Come with us to see the Chaoyang constellation." Li Lingfeng continued to persuade. "I'm very sorry. I have to take care of this myself," Gu Fei said. He didn't want to leave it to others. He had to take revenge himself. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. "Junior martial brother Gu, the situation in the north is complicated. It will be dangerous for you to travel alone." Ziyu saw that Gu Fei wasn't willing to go with them and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "I'm afraid you still don't know the current situation. The people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing immortal sect have also arrived in the north," Li Lingfeng suddenly said. Gu Fei was startled. He faintly felt that there was more to Li Lingfeng's words. He then said, "The people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing immortal sect have come to the north. What does that have to do with me? I'll tell you the truth. They're all here for you. They're not here to slay demons." Ziyu then explained to Gu Fei. "They're here for me?" Gu Fei said in shock. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu both looked at Gu Fei, then nodded with serious expressions. "Why are they here for me?" Gu Fei said in a low voice. He already vaguely knew that this was probably not a simple matter. There was definitely some secret that he didn't know about. "Actually, they're here for something on you," Li Lingfeng said. Chapter 352. Gu Fei wasn't willing to go with Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to meet Taoist Chaoyang. Furthermore, the three great Taoist societies were actually coming for him. This puzzled Gu Fei, and at the same time, made him vigilant. In fact, this is no longer a secret among the three great Taoist sects. You collected 3 9-colored immortal herbs in the virtual sky world. Those 3 immortal herbs are the legendary longevity grass, Li Lingfeng said. Longevity grass? A frown appeared on Gu Fei's face. He immediately recalled the 3 9-colored immortal herbs growing above the earth fire vein in the virtual sky world. According to legend, longevity grass has the miraculous effect of going against the heavens and seizing life. Even if ordinary people eat it, they can seize 200 years of life from the heavens, Ziyu said. The lifespan of humans was limited by heaven and earth. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. This was reincarnation, and no one could escape. Cultivators in the world, whether they practiced devil cultivation, immortal cultivation, or ghost cultivation, were all doing the same thing. That was to get rid of reincarnation and enjoy longevity. However, those who truly enjoyed longevity were few and far between. Even the legendary immortals and gods would fall at some point. Countless cultivators advanced wave after wave in order to fight for the slim chance of survival in the world. After struggling bitterly, some people succeeded, but the vast majority still perished in the endless years. You might be disappointed, but the longevity grass isn't with me, Gu Fei said to Li Lingfeng and Ziyu after thinking for a moment. What? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Is it that dragon turtle? No, I mean, is it in the hands of that demonic old senior? Ziyu said in shock. In the virtual sky world, everyone saw with their own eyes that Gu Fei seemed to have a good relationship with that ancient divine beast, the dragon turtle. If it wasn't for the dragon turtle, they might have already died in that primordial ominous city. It's not in his hands. That old monster doesn't care about the longevity grass at all. Gu Fei answered. How could a guy like the old turtle, who had lived for countless years, care about a mere 200 years of life? Was it robbed by those guys from Xianxia sect or Guangxing immortal sect? Li Lingfeng realized the seriousness of the matter, and his voice trembled. Robbed? I guess so. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing. His interspatial pouch was still in the hands of Yen, or in the pill cauldron paradise. Whether or not he could retrieve it was still a problem. However, if Gu Fei were to know that all the elixirs in his storage bag had been confiscated by Yen, it was unknown what kind of expression he would have. The longevity grass was very important. The people of the three great Taoist sects had entered the northern lands for the longevity grass. No one knew how many terrifying old monsters had come. After all, there were old monsters in the three great Taoist sects who were nearing the end of their lifespans. The longevity grass was their lifesaver. With the longevity grass, these old monsters could dominate the cultivation world for another 200 years. Moreover, within these 200 years, they would have the opportunity to break through to the demigod realm. If they could successfully break through to the demigod realm, they would truly be on the path to immortality. What's going on? Li Lingfeng could no longer maintain his composure. He knew very well how important the longevity grass was to the Taishan sect. They absolutely could not lose it. On the surface, among the elders of the Taishan sect, only Taoist Chaoyang had entered the northern lands. However, Li Lingfeng knew that one or two of the highest elders of the sect had also entered the northern lands. And the old monsters of the Shangqing sect and the Guangxing immortal sect would definitely not sit idly by. There would definitely be such peerless experts entering the northern lands. It's hard for me to say for a while. After I settle my matters, will I be able to retrieve the longevity grass? Gu Fei said. Gu Fei knew from his conversation with Li Lingfeng and Ziyu that the three great Taoist sects seemed to be determined to get the longevity grass. This might be a bargaining chip for him. However, his own interspatial pouch was in the hands of Yen. How troublesome! Gu Fei knew very well that the Danding school was a sect that entered the Tao through the art of danding. They were best at refining pills. Elixirs were absolutely full of temptation for the disciples of the Danding school. If Yen discovered the elixir in the interspatial pouch, wanting to make her hand it over would be no different than ascending to the heavens. Junior brother Gu, this is not a joke. You must get the longevity grass. Otherwise, you will be in trouble, Ziyu said anxiously. Got it. Gu Fei responded, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. The reason why the masters of the sect had come out was, to put it bluntly, not for him, but for the longevity grass on him. Junior brother Gu. Li Lingfeng wanted to persuade him again. But Gu Fei rushed to say, I still have things to do. Let's say goodbye here. As he spoke, he bowed to Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, leaving behind an afterimage where he was, and disappeared into the snow forest in an instant. By the time Li Lingfeng and Ziyu reacted to it, Gu Fei was already several hundred feet away. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu could not help being startled. Gu Fei's movement technique was swift like the wind and lightning. Furthermore, he left as he pleased. This made them very astounded. Gu Fei's figure rapidly disappeared into the snow forest. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu could not help exchanging glances, both rather helpless. Only after a good while did they come back to their senses and walked out of the snow forest. Senior brother, should we report today's events? Ziyu asked as he walked. Of course. Junior brother Gu's appearance is a major event. This matter is not what we can resolve, Li Lingfeng said solemnly. Actually, he already wanted to make a move to stop Gu Fei earlier. But Li Lingfeng had misgivings. Because he could not tell Gu Fei's depths. Furthermore, everyone belonged to the same sect. Li Lingfeng did not wish to offend Gu Fei. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu quickly left the snow forest and returned to Bailing City. At this time, Gu Fei, who had returned to Bailing City first, once again arrived near the inn where the people from Dongfang clan stayed. He, who had changed his appearance, did not have to worry about being recognized at all. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but it was nearing dusk. Time passed unknowingly, and Bailing City at dusk was still cold. The blood-like setting sun hung high above the horizon, emitting the last radiance of the day. His conversation with Li Lingfeng and Ziyu made him feel rather displeased. If it were not for the fact that he collected the longevity grass in the virtual sky world, the people in the sect would definitely not regard him so highly. The people in the cultivation world were all very realistic. Sometimes, they were so realistic that it made people's hearts turn cold. Only by becoming powerful would one not be ignored by others, and only then would one be respected. Gu Fei secretly made up his mind that he must become a strong cultivator who could look down on the world. When the last ray of light from the sun disappeared below the horizon, the night had completely enveloped the world. The people who had gone out had already returned to the city. Gu Fei walked into a tavern across from the inn where the people from Dongfang clan stayed, found an inconspicuous corner, and sat down. The tavern was not big, and there were only a dozen or so tables in the lobby. The people drinking and chatting in the tavern were all ordinary people. There were no cultivators present. Gu Fei's aura was completely restrained, and he did not release any fluctuations of energy. In the eyes of others, he was not a lofty cultivator, but rather an unprepossessing young man. No one noticed Gu Fei in the corner. Gu Fei ordered a pot of wine and leisurely drank by himself. However, he was constantly paying attention to the movements in the inn across from him. The people from Floating City did not show up last night, but Gu Fei knew that after being beaten up so miserably by him, they would definitely not swallow this insult. If they wanted to end their seclusion and forcefully return to the world of cultivation, the best way to do so was to cause some disturbance in the world of cultivation. Just as Gu Fei was drinking by himself in the small tavern, as if he had completely blended into the mortal world, a figure suddenly appeared in the air above a courtyard behind the Cloud Arrival Inn. Dongfang Lai, the newcomer said in a deep voice, his voice filled with dignity. In an instant, his voice spread to all the courtyards behind the inn, echoing mightily in the air. However, the people outside the inn did not hear any sound at all. It was very obvious that the person who spoke had used magic power to restrict his voice to a certain range. It seemed that he did not want to alarm anyone other than the people from Dongfang clan. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from the courtyard below. Brother Chaoyang, you have graced us with your presence. I apologize for not going out to meet you. The figure who rushed out from the courtyard down below stopped in front of the man who was wearing a golden robe and a purple golden Taoist hat and a golden crow robe. The person who rushed out from the courtyard below was the middle-aged man that the young cultivators of the Dongfang clan called Great Ancestor. This person was Dongfang Lai. And the Taoist who suddenly appeared in the air above the courtyard, like a true immortal descending to the world, was the head of the Shaoyang peak of the Taishan sect, Taoist Shaoyang. Dongfang Lai, why are you searching for the disciples of the Taishan sect? You better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise... As soon as they met, Taoist Shaoyang's eyes fiercely shot out two rays of cold light. He glanced at the person in front of him and said in a low voice. Taoist Shaoyang's temperament was the same as his cultivation method. He was like a raging fire, and in the Taishan sect, he was the most aggressive elder. When it came to external matters, it was usually him who came forward to resolve them. When Dongfang Lai heard this, his expression could not help but immediately become cold. He said coldly, Taoist Shaoyang, are you here to denounce me? Could it be that this is your analysis? Taoist Shaoyang said coldly. When he learned that Gu Fei was being hunted by the Dongfang family, he was already angry. The Dongfang family really did not give the Taishan sect any face. Were they not deliberately embarrassing him? Other people did not know that Gu Fei was a disciple of the Taishan sect, but the people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect knew. What made Taoist Shaoyang even more angry was that in this way, The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect also knew that Gu Fei was in the north. Gu Fei crippled an outstanding disciple of the Dongfang family for no reason. Do you want to protect your sect? Dongfang Lai said tit-for-tat. Although the Dongfang family was weaker than the Taishan sect, they were not to be bullied. The right and wrong will be decided by the public, but you should not have searched for the disciples of the Taishan sect without informing me. Don't tell me you did not know I was in the city. Taoist Chaoyang's voice became colder. The two sides were full of the smell of gunpowder. At this time, the people of the Dongfang family were all alarmed. They all came out of the inn in surprise and looked at the two peerless masters standing in the air. This book was first published. Chapter 353. Dongfang Lai seemed to know that Taoist Chao Yang would come to question him. In the face of Taoist Chao Yang's accusation, he did not back down at all and confronted Taoist Chao Yang. Network, what do you want? Are you going to destroy the relationship between our two families for the sake of a ruthless young disciple? Dongfang Lai said coldly. The relationship between the Dongfang family and the Taishan sect was close to an alliance, but it was not like the three great Taoist sects. They were true allies. The Dongfang family and the Taishan sect, to put it bluntly, were in a mutually beneficial relationship. The Dongfang family had sent Dongfang Chen and the others to the Taishan sect to become disciples of the Taishan sect in order to build a relationship with the Taishan sect. However, this relationship was actually very fragile. For the sake of profit, they could become friends, but for the sake of profit, friends could also become enemies. You said that the disciples of the Taishan sect are ruthless? Taoist Chao Yang could not help but be furious. His two eyebrows immediately rose, and the golden crow sky-burning robe on his body fluttered without any wind. Breaking people's hands and feet, cutting off people's tongues. Their methods are worse than demons. Is this not ruthless? When Dongfang Lai thought of Dongfang Yu, who had been tortured by Gu Fei, his heart was filled with anger. Actually, Dongfang Yu's tongue had been bitten off by himself in an attempt to commit suicide. However, this was also credited to Gu Fei. Taoist Chao Yang could not help but be shocked when he heard this. Could Gu Fei really? Taoist Chao Yang then said calmly, "This is just your side of the story. Do you want me to ask someone to bring out the junior who was destroyed by the disciples of the Taishan sect and let you examine his injuries?" Dongfang Lai said. He was now in the right, and it could be said that he was in the right. Before things are clear, don't push everything on the heads of the disciples of the Taishan sect, Taoist Chao Yang said sternly. Taoist Chao Yang thought that there must be something hidden inside. Otherwise, Gu Fei would never have attacked the people of the Dongfang family for no reason. However, to find out the ins and outs of the matter, he must first find Gu Fei. Moreover, Taoist Chao Yang was determined to get the longevity grass. Network e.e. the people from the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect were also eyeing them. Perhaps the Yuan Shen green lamp was secretly destroyed by those people to make them lose the initiative. The function of the primordial soul lamp was not a secret. It could be used to find Gu Fei. However, the primordial spirit green lamp was a treasure of the Taishan sect. The Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect did not have one. That junior from your sect has injured the successor of the Dongfang family. He must be punished. I hope you won't shield him. Dongfang Lai said. He was not afraid of Taoist Chao Yang. Their cultivation levels were about the same. Even if they were to fight, he might not necessarily lose to Taoist Chao Yang. Seeing Dongfang Lai's tough attitude, Taoist Chao Yang couldn't help but feel angry and was about to speak. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the south, and a green light appeared in the night sky in the distance, quickly approaching. Taoist Chao Yang and Dongfang Lai were both shocked and quickly looked in the direction of the aura. Where is Dongfang Lai? A loud voice echoed in the sky above the city of Bailing. The green light arrived before them in the blink of an eye. A powerful wave of energy surged and immediately broke through the domain set up by the two powerhouses. The newcomer did not care about anything and had no intention of hiding. His voice spread across the entire city of Bailing. Everyone in the city was startled and they all came out to look in the direction of the voice. A green light pierced through the sky and appeared before Taoist Chao Yang and Dongfang Lai. Within the green light, a silhouette appeared. After the domain set up by the powerhouses was broken, everyone near the inn saw the three blurry silhouettes in the sky. Some ignorant mortals saw people flying in the sky and thought they were immortals descending to the mortal world. They hurriedly knelt before the three people in the sky. Network Ing. The cultivators who were startled were also inexplicably shocked. It was unbelievable that there were powerhouses appearing in Biling City without fear. Although there had been many peerless experts appearing in the northern lands recently, there had never been a situation where three peerless experts appeared at the same time, let alone in Biling City. The cultivators in Biling City quickly gathered at the inn where the Dongfang family was staying. "I am Dongfang Lai." Dongfang Lai was inexplicably shocked. He did not know why this middle-aged man shrouded in green light would specifically look for him. "Very well, I, Yen Chonglu of Nis City, would like to learn from you." With that, the middle-aged man in black stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards Dongfang Lai. A green radiance surged out from Yen Zhonglu's hand, illuminating the night sky. The entire world was illuminated, and the fierce qi radiance was like a surging river, rushing towards Dongfang Lai who was standing in the void. "Friend, let's talk this out." Dongfang Lai could not help but be shocked when he saw that the man was directly attacking him. As he spoke, he quickly retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. At the same time, Dongfang Lai pushed his right palm forward. A purple light rushed out from his palm and collided with the green light. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound, and the surging power shook the world. A dazzling light illuminated the entire Biling City. The collision of the two terrifying forces produced a huge airwave that seemed to blow a hurricane in the air. A great pressure shrouded all directions, and the mighty aftershock caused the entire city to tremble. Even Taoist Zhaoyang turned into a ray of fire and retreated at the first instance. Dongfang Lai and Yen Chonglu, the powerhouse from Mist City, were both sent flying hundreds of feet away before they stopped and steadied themselves. In the distance, under the shadows of the eaves, Gu Fei watched the scene in the sky coldly. He was extremely excited. His guess was right, the people from Mist City had indeed come to find the Dongfang family. To Gu Fei's surprise, he actually saw Taoist Chaoyang, the leader of the Shaoyang Peaks lineage. The disciples of the Dongfang family below the inn were also shocked by the scene before them. At the same time, the terrifying aura of the two peerless experts made them tremble with fear. The mighty aftershock from the sky made their blood boil. The disciples of the Dongfang family rushed out of the inn in panic and retreated into the distance. Gu Fei had been paying attention to the disciples of the Dongfang family. Suddenly, he saw a few familiar figures in the crowd that was retreating in panic. "I didn't expect Dongfang Long to be here. Saves me the trouble of looking for him." Gu Fei looked at the 7 or 8 figures retreating into the street in the distance, then walked out from the shadows under the eaves. "Friend, I, Dongfang Lai, don't seem to have offended you in any way," Dongfang Lai said in a low voice. His voice reverberated in the air, and every word was heard by everyone present. "Your people almost crippled 4 of my floating city's young disciples with unlimited potential, and you still say you haven't offended me?" Yen Zhonglo shouted. "What? Don't accuse me first. It was your floating city's disciples who came to find trouble yesterday. My Dongfang family's disciples didn't hurt anyone," Dongfang Lai said loudly. He didn't understand why Yen Zhonglo would say that. Could it be that he was also looking for an excuse to attack him? Dongfang Lai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Did the people of Floating City really think that the Dongfang family was easy to bully? Dongfang Lai never thought that someone would go to their door and teach Pan Hong and the others a good lesson, and then frame the Dongfang family. And the person who framed them was Gu Fei. Taoist Zhaoyang stood in the air far away, watching the scene before him with interest. He didn't intend to interfere and was happy to watch the show from the side. Cut the crap. Yen Zhonglo was extremely domineering. He didn't give Dongfang Lai a chance to analyze and once again closed in on Dongfang Lai. His entire body surged with a monstrous wave of magical power, displaying the power of a peerless cultivator. However, at this moment, a monstrous wave of energy spread from somewhere in the city. The terrifying wave caused the expressions of the three peerless cultivators in the sky to change at the same time. That was because the power was too great. It was like a vast ocean that drowned the world in an instant. At this moment, not only the three peerless cultivators in the sky, but all the cultivators in Bailing City also felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their heads, causing everyone to feel a heavy pressure. Then, an old voice sounded as if it came from the 9 heavens and rang in everyone's ears. "You two juniors, how dare you fight in the city? Don't you know the rules of the city? I order you to leave now, or you'll have to bear the consequences." It seemed like only the cultivators in the entire Bailing City could hear that old voice. All the cultivators understood that the old man in the dark was using a sound technique to speak to them. Other than the cultivators in the city, the residents of the city probably didn't hear anything at all. A turbulent wave of power rose and fell between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire Bailing City. Whether it was the three peerless cultivators in the sky or the hidden cultivators, all of them were shocked. The old man's power in the city was too terrifying. His cultivation base was definitely above theirs. Moreover, the old man had called Yan Zhonglo and Dongfang Lai Juniors. His background was unimaginable. Perhaps, that person was the legendary demigod who guarded the north. It was said that there was a demigod guarding the area near the abyss of immortals and demons. This demigod was definitely a ruthless character who could be mentioned in the same breath as the demigod in the far north demon region. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such power. He seemed to have controlled the entire sky above Bailing City before he even arrived. Perhaps the old man was in one of the houses in the city. Perhaps he was very far away, but he was definitely in the city and not outside Bailing City. Chapter 354. Legend has it that the north is guarded by a peerless powerhouse. It seems to be true. A demigod. That's a peerless figure who has truly embarked on the path of immortality. The cultivators in the city were inexplicably shocked. Everyone vaguely guessed the owner of the old voice. What kind of existence was he? They could not help but whisper among themselves. All the cultivators in the city were shocked by the remarkable ability of the suspected demigod. Dongfang Lai, do you dare to fight outside the city? Yan Zhonglo did not dare to continue his attack. He did not dare to provoke the powerful figure in the dark. He loudly invited Dongfang Lai to fight. His voice echoed in the air and spread throughout the entire Bailing City. It was as if he wanted everyone to know. The people in the city were also shocked. They were all inexplicably shocked and did not know what was going on. Why not? Dongfang Lai said coldly. At this time, under the watchful eyes of the cultivators in the city, it was no longer up to Dongfang Lai to refuse the challenge. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, flew out of the city. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky like 2 meteors streaking across the night sky. Taoist Xiaoyang immediately turned into a flame and chased after the 2 of them. There was definitely going to be a battle between the 2 peerless powerhouses. Taoist Xiaoyang did not want to miss it. 3 divine rainbows, 2 in front and 1 behind, rushed out of Bailing City in an instant and disappeared into the night sky. The cultivators in the city did not want to miss the upcoming battle between the peerless powerhouses either. Therefore, figures rushed out of the city, stepped on the roof tiles, flew past the houses, and chased in the direction where the 3 peerless powerhouses disappeared. Under the night sky, there was a loud sound as hundreds and thousands of powerhouses rushed out from the dark. Terrifying energy waves gathered into a vast ocean, causing the people in the city to be extremely terrified. The scene of thousands of powerhouses rushing out of the city was absolutely shocking. In the dark, there were even a few obscure rays of light that shot into the sky and chased after the 3 peerless powerhouses. The disciples of the Dongfang family also rushed out of the city. The battle between their ancestor and someone concerned the reputation of the Dongfang family. The disciples of the Dongfang family were more anxious than anyone else. Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long were also among them. Those who were as powerful as first brother Dongfang had already rushed out of Bailing City, leaving those with weaker cultivations behind. Dongfang Chen's cultivation was shackled at the awakening self 9th layer, and he was quickly left behind by the transcending mortality cultivators. However, his big brother, Dongfang Long, stood beside him with a grave expression. They couldn't ignore Gu Fei's threat. One had to know that Dongfang Yu, who was at the second sky of the ascended realm, had been crippled by Gu Fei. Dongfang Long knew that he was only slightly stronger than Dongfang Yu. With the treasured blade in his hand, he was confident that he could fight against cultivators at the fourth sky of the ascended realm. Very soon, the Dongfang brothers crossed the city wall and rushed out of the city. They didn't notice that a ghost-like figure was following them silently. The speed of the transcending mortality cultivators wasn't something that the awakening self-cultivators could compare to. The awakening self-cultivators had long been left behind by the transcending mortality cultivators. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongfang Long had to protect his brother, he would have already rushed to the front. The ones lagging behind were all the awakening self-cultivators. Of course, Dongfang Long and the person who was secretly following them were excluded from the group. Following the tracks left behind by their predecessors, the group of cultivators rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the front, followed by a terrifying wave of energy. Everyone was shocked. They could even clearly feel the tremors coming from under their feet. In the snow forest, the snow on the trees rustled and fell down. It's starting! Under the shock, all the cultivators in the snow forest immediately understood that the two peerless cultivators had begun to fight in the depths of the snow forest. All the cultivators immediately stepped forward and rushed towards the direction of the energy wave. Some of the transcending mortality cultivators didn't hesitate to use their magic power to activate their magic treasures and soared into the sky. They rushed out of the snow forest and flew towards the direction of the energy wave. Although transcending mortality stage cultivators couldn't be like Imperial Void stage peerless experts who didn't need to rely on external objects and directly fly in the air, they relied on the help of magic treasures to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Shwa! 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 A dozen or so streaks of sword light shot out from the snowy forest like divine rainbows. They were sword cultivators who could control their flying swords. With a single sword, they could soar into the sky and burrow into the ground. Dozens of sword lights, like meteors, swept across the snow forest and rushed into the depths of the snow forest. At this time, a terrifying wave of energy that made people's hearts palpitate came out from the depths of the snow forest. Beams of strong light shot up to the sky and lit up the dark sky. After entering the snow forest, the awakening self-realm cultivators who were lagging behind immediately dispersed. The number of cultivators around the Dongfang brothers quickly decreased. Everyone's attention had been attracted by the two peerless cultivators fighting in the depths of the snow forest. No one noticed that someone had already set their eyes on the Dongfang brothers. After entering the snow forest for tens of miles, there were only a few young cultivators of the Dongfang family left around the Dongfang brothers. The transcending mortality realm cultivators had already rushed into the depths of the snow forest to watch the battle. Suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared in front of Dongfang Chen and the others and stopped them from running. Dongfang Chen. A cold voice rang out in the forest. That person's eyes were as bright as stars in the dark snow forest. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept across the faces of Dongfang Chen and the others. Dongfang Chen and the others were shocked. They felt as if a blade was at their throats. Just a glance from the person in front of them made them feel cold. "Friend, please step aside." Dongfang Long took a step forward and said coldly. His right hand had already quietly pressed on the hilt of the treasure sword tied to his waist. The Guangqing celestial sect cultivated the sword Immortal Dao. However, Dongfang Long was a disciple of the Saber Emperor and cultivated the tyrannical Saber Dao. With a saber, he would slay gods, Buddhas would slay Buddhas, and devils would slay devils. Dongfang Long seemed to have become one with the saber. A tyrannical saber aura surged out from his body. In the snow forest, a biting cold air flow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and swept up the snow on the ground. The incomparably sharp aura forced Dongfang Chen and the others behind him to continuously retreat. Their faces were pale. "Dongfang Long, we haven't seen each other for a few years. I've missed you very much. That person slowly walked forward and said such words. No one would think that this mysterious person who suddenly appeared and stopped them would be Dong Fang Long's friend. This was because this person's words revealed a cold killing intent. "Who are you?" Dong Fang Long couldn't help but change his expression when he heard this. The tyrannical saber aura from his body became even stronger. His right hand was already tightly gripping the saber hilt, ready to be unsheathed at any time. Holding the treasured saber, his heart was at ease. This was because Dong Fang Long knew very well the terrifying power of this treasured saber that his master had passed down to him. When his master passed the saber to him, he had once used this treasured saber to split a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in half. The might of that saber was earth-shattering, and it had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. This was a tyrannical saber. The scabbard had to be engraved with talismans in order to suppress the tyrannical aura emitted by the treasured saber. "You really don't remember who I am?" That person continued to close in on Dong Fang Long. His entire body emitted a terrifying murderous aura, and there was a faint light flowing around his body. "He's Gu Fei." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Dong Fang Long. The person who spoke was Dong Fang Chen, who had already retreated. "Gu Fei? You're Gu Fei?" Dong Fang Long was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. He looked at the young man who was approaching him step by step in disbelief. "Umph." That person sneered. His gaze swept over Dong Fang Chen, who was behind Dong Fang Long, and coldly said, "Dong Fang Chen, I have to say that you're really smart, but unfortunately, you seem to be too smart. Although you've changed your appearance, at this time, other than Gu Fei, I really can't think of anyone else who would attack us." Dong Fang Chen's tone was very calm, as if he had already expected this to happen. That person stood 3 feet away from Dong Fang Long. Then his face began to change. In the blink of an eye, the unassuming young man turned into a young cultivator with a resolute expression. Although Gu Fei's appearance was not outstanding, there seemed to be a kind of magic about him. As long as someone has seen him before, it would not be easy to forget him. "I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. So, Dong Fang Chen, Dong Fang Long, both of you must die." Gu Fei's words were cold and suffocating. Rays of 5-colored light began to emerge from his body. Within the 5-colored light, one could see the power of thunder and lightning bursting and wandering. Dong Fang Long felt a strong pressure from Gu Fei. He was secretly surprised. No wonder Dong Fang Yu was crippled by Gu Fei. He indeed had the strength. "If you want to kill us, you must have the strength to do so," Dong Fang Long said in a deep voice. From the moment Gu Fei appeared, his eyes never left Gu Fei. "Is that so?" Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. Then he pointed his right hand. A ray of light suddenly shot out and pierced forward. "Damn it!" Dong Fang Long roared. Clang. With a sound, he unsheathed his saber. The tyrannical saber energy like lightning immediately cut through the void and blocked Gu Fei's finger light. Gu Fei's finger was not aimed at Dong Fang Long. Gu Fei's target was Dong Fang Chen, who was behind Dong Fang Long. With Dong Fang Chen's cultivation base, Gu Fei could pierce through him with one finger. In front of a transcending mortality cultivator, a cultivator of the awakening self stage had no power to fight back. The dazzling saber light illuminated the snowy forest. An extremely tyrannical saber energy filled the air. After Dong Fang Long blocked Gu Fei's finger light with his saber, he immediately chopped down at Gu Fei. The tyrannical saber energy burst out like a raging sea. The blazing saber light rushed up hundreds of feet, like a heavenly saber, exuding endless power. In an instant, it descended on Gu Fei's head. Chapter 355. The power of the blade stirred up a strong wind, causing the snow under Gu Fei's feet to fly into the air. Snowflakes danced in the sky, and the mighty and powerful pressure caused Dong Fang Chen and the Dong Fang family disciples to turn pale with fright. They quickly retreated further away. In the face of the incomparably powerful blade, Gu Fei's expression still did not change. He directly punched upwards, as if it was a very casual punch. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the terrifying blade light in an instant. The powerful fist force suddenly erupted like a volcano, directly shattering the 100-foot-long blade light. Rumble! The ground under Gu Fei's feet shook violently, and the ground burst open under his feet. The soil mixed with the snow spread out like a wave with him as the center. It had to be said that the power of Dongfang Long's blade was also as heavy as a mountain. The blade energy and the fist force collided, and the powerful force that erupted immediately caused the surrounding trees to be affected and fall outwards. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind as he took large strides forward, displaying an unparalleled and powerful aura. Dongfang Long, on the other hand, was shaken by Gu Fei's punch and flew backwards. No one had thought that this would happen. Dongfang Qin, who had retreated, also changed his expression. Although he knew that Gu Fei was able to cripple Dongfang Yu, his cultivation must be above Dongfang Yu's. However, he never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. In just one exchange, he had already put his big brother Dongfang Long at a disadvantage. Although Dongfang Long's blade energy was tyrannical, Gu Fei was obviously stronger than him. He could directly contend with Dongfang Long's unparalleled blade with his bare hands. Could it be that his body was cast from fine iron? Not only the Dongfang brothers, but the other Dongfang family disciples present were also incomparably shocked. Gu Fei's physical body was so strong that it had exceeded the scope of their understanding. In fact, when Gu Fei's fist collided with Dongfang Long's blade, the treasured blade still left a bloodstain on his hand. However, no blood flowed out, and the wound immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had never been injured. This was the strength of a martial artist. Even if a powerful martial artist was injured, they could quickly recover. The toughness of a martial artist's body was not something that other cultivators could imagine. If Gu Fei cultivated to the indestructible martial body realm, his physical body would truly be indestructible. Without special methods, it would be difficult to completely kill him. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and took a step forward, leaving an afterimage where he stood. In an instant he arrived in front of Dongfang Long, who was flying backwards, and punched him in the chest. He did not use any martial skills. Instead, he simply swung his fists with overwhelming force. Even so, Dongfang Long felt that his life was in danger. Roar! Dongfang Long roared furiously and spun the saber in his hand. At the critical moment, he used the saber to block in front of his chest. A strong saber chi surged out from the saber. Bam! Gu Fei's fist heavily hit the saber, directly dissipating the heavy saber chi, and the saber heavily hit Dongfang Long's body. Wah! Dongfang Long felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the snowy forest behind him. Dongfang Chen was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. He broke 7 or 8 trees in succession before rolling on the snowy ground, no longer breathing. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, including Dongfang Chen. It was hard to believe that Gu Fei had defeated Dongfang Long in 2 moves. It seemed that Dongfang Long had no room to fight back. Humph! Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei sneered, and then his cold eyes fell on Dongfang Chen. Now it's your turn? Gu Fei's tone was very calm. He looked at Dongfang Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. Dongfang Chen's face became pale. Under Gu Fei's emotionless gaze, he couldn't help but take a step back and said with a trembling voice, "Gu Fei, do you know the consequences of killing a fellow disciple?" Several disciples of the Dongfang family behind Dongfang Chen suddenly turned around and fled. Gu Fei didn't attack them. In his eyes, there was only Dongfang Chen. Ha! Gu Fei laughed when he heard this, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Dongfang Chen, at this time, you can't be so naive to think that I will let you go because of the sect rules, right? Dongfang Chen knew that he couldn't escape, but he quickly calmed down. Gu Fei, you are too arrogant. Do you think that after you crippled Dongfang Yu, I will still not be vigilant? The panic on Dongfang Chen's face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a cold face. Is that so? You really know how to act. Gu Fei approached Dongfang Chen step by step. He had fantasized about revenge more than once. When things were really about to come true, Gu Fei strangely found that his heart was unexpectedly calm. He didn't know why it was like this. With Gu Fei's current strength, killing Dong Fangchen was as simple as pinching an ant to death. Dong Fangchen's bluff could not scare him off his determination to kill Dong Fangchen. Dong Fangchen, although you and I are not disciples of the same master, the 9 veins of supreme mystery are a family and also belong to the same sect. I will give you a quick death. As Gu Fei said this, he slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Dong Fangchen. A 5-colored light immediately appeared at the tip of his finger. Gu Fei didn't want to torture Dong Fangchen. As long as he moved his finger slightly, the light condensed from the warrior's true qi would be able to penetrate Dong Fangchen's body and kill him on the spot. Dong Fangchen's face was livid and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. At this moment of life and death, he could no longer maintain his calm. However, right at this moment, Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. Without any warning, he soared into the sky, and a ray of black light shrouded in black qi instantly pierced through his afterimage. The black light came from nowhere and it was silent. Gu Fei was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for his cultivation breaking through to the 4th sky of the ascended realm and his spiritual sense becoming more sensitive, it would be absolutely difficult to detect someone's sneak attacking him. After the black light pierced through the afterimage left by Gu Fei, it didn't shoot forward. Instead, it turned in the air and actually chased after Gu Fei, who had jumped into the air. Preposterous! As soon as Gu Fei saw this black light, his eyes suddenly turned red. He immediately formed a seal with both hands and a golden light immediately gathered in his hands. Then, along with the seal he made, it turned into a bright golden light as thick as a child's arm, and it met the black light that was shooting down below. Bang! The golden divine radiance collided with the black qi and black light. The black qi and black light instantly exploded, but they did not dissipate. Instead, they turned into countless smaller black qi and black light that shot toward Gu Fei from all directions. Gu Fei's attack was like poking a hornet's nest, causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that he definitely couldn't let these black lights land on his body. He had already recognized the origin of these black lights. It was the profound Yin ghost arrow shot by the 9 hell black bone bow in Boss Dongfang's hand. It was an evil object that had once tortured him to death. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Being in the air, it was difficult for him to dodge, but he definitely wouldn't sit and wait for death. Just as the countless black lights were about to land on his body, Gu Fei's skin suddenly turned purple. A hazy layer of purple light emitted from his skin. His entire body seemed to have become a piece of dark green divine jade. Rays of purple light revolved around his body, and a powerful sword qi rippled out from his body. Qi! 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 Countless black lights shot onto the purple light and exploded one after another, then dissipated in the air. The profound Yin ghost qi couldn't invade Gu Fei's body. After suffering a loss, Gu Fei would definitely not allow himself to suffer the same pain. He spread the essence of the divine weapon he had refined into his body, temporarily giving his body the characteristics of a divine weapon, rendering the profound Yin ghost arrow useless. Gu Fei slowly landed on the snowy ground from the air. At this time, a tall figure walked out from the darkness. When he saw this person, Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The person who came was the Dongfang boss who had shot him with an arrow. Humph! Plotting behind people's backs? Is the Dongfang family full of despicable and shameless people like you? Gu Fei's sharp eyes stared at this person's face and said coldly. Dongfang boss sneered and didn't answer. Do you think you can save Dongfangchen? Gu Fei said. Then he directly pressed his palm towards Dongfangchen. A vast power fluctuation surged out from his palm. A 5-colored palm of light rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and rushed towards Dongfangchen. Shua! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Dongfangchen. Clang! A black light rushed out for hundreds of feet and then struck forward. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, Gu Fei's palm of light collided with the terrifying black blade light. Gu Fei's 5-colored palm of light dissipated, and the black blade light that spanned hundreds of feet also collapsed in the void. The figure of the person who attacked swayed a few times and took 3 steps back. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was like a huge mountain, standing on the ground without moving an inch. The energy storm that exploded shook the void, swept out a huge wave of air, rolled up the snow on the ground into the sky, and the surrounding trees fell outwards. "It's you?" At this time, Gu Fei clearly saw the person's face. This person was the middle-aged man with a black blade on his back who once attacked him with Dongfang Boss outside Biling Pass. "How is this possible, your strength?" Black Blade Song Wendian was even more shocked than Gu Fei. In the battle with Gu Fei just now, he actually fell into a disadvantageous position, which was unbelievable to him. Alright, since those who should come are here, I will reluctantly take care of you all at once, so that I don't have to find you one by one. Facing 2 transcending mortality realm masters, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. At this moment, his battle intent was like a rainbow. Chapter 356. Boss Dongfang drew the 9 nether black bone bow in his hand, and the mystical Yin ghost arrow that was shrouded in black mist appeared on the bow. An eerie and terrifying aura immediately filled the air. The snow forest was instantly filled with ghostly qi. Boss Dongfang's body was shrouded in black mist, as if there were countless ghostly shadows around him. Vaguely, one could hear the shrill cries of ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. It was this weapon of the ghostly Dao that had once caused Gu Fei to fall for it and almost lose his life. When Gu Fei saw Boss Dongfang take out this evil weapon, he was shocked and furious. He did not dare to be careless. That day he had been careless and was shot by Boss Dongfang, causing him to suffer greatly. The pain of the mystical Yin ghost qi invading his body was still fresh in Gu Fei's memory. Now that he thought about it, he still shuddered. However, he would not allow himself to fall into the same pit a second time. He spread the essence of the divine weapon throughout his body. His entire body seemed to be cast from purple gold godly metal, giving off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine weapon. A terrifying wave of sword qi emanated from his imposing body. The weapon refinement technique was very mystical. By fusing the weapon into one's body, the body would be like an armory. By using the divine weapons displayed in the armory, one would be able to obtain the characteristics of the divine weapon. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger one's strength, and the more effectively one could bring out the characteristics of the divine weapon. With the protection of the sword soul, Gu Fei was actually not afraid of the mystical Yin ghost arrow at all. The mystical Yin ghost qi could not invade his body. Previously, Boss Dongfang's sneak attack had only succeeded because Gu Fei had been careless. Terrifying energy waves were still coming from the depths of the snow forest. The 2 peerless experts were still fighting fiercely. Yan Zhongluo and Dongfang Lai did not seem to have a winner yet. A battle of this level was undoubtedly very attractive to all cultivators. No one was willing to miss it. Perhaps all the cultivators in Biling City had already rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Of course, that was excluding the peerless expert in the city who was suspected to be a demigod. As for Gu Fei, Boss Dongfang, Song Wenin, the Dongfang brothers and the others, they had no interest in the great battle that was happening in the depths of the snowy forest. Because they were fighting with their lives on the line. The Black Saber Song Wenian, the inheritor of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, and first brother Dongfang, a senior expert of the Dongfang clan, blocked Gu Fei in the snowy forest. It was obvious that Gu Fei had fallen into a trap. These 2 fellows definitely did not, coincidentally, save the Dongfang brothers from his hands. Song Wentian's countenance turned solemn as he gripped a long saber that glowed with a jet-black radiance, pointing it at Gu Fei. Eldest brother Dongfang drew his 9 nether black bone bow and condensed a profound Yin ghost arrow on the bowstring, aiming it at Gu Fei. It seemed as if he would release the arrow at any moment. Both sides were at daggers drawn and a great battle could break out at any moment. At this moment, no one would pay attention to anything else. The auras of the 3 experts had enveloped the entire area. As long as any side reveals a flaw, it will incur a fatal blow from the other side. Dongfang Chen retreated to the distance, then rushed towards Dongfang Long, who had been blown away by Gu Fei, and hurriedly pulled Dongfang Long out of the snow. Big brother! Big brother! Dongfang Chen saw the glaring scarlet blood on his big brother's chest and couldn't help but panic. He quickly reached out to check Dongfang Long's pulse. Dongfang Long's pulse was faintly discernible. Although it was weak, he was not dead. Dongfang Chen was overjoyed. He quickly helped Dongfang Long to sit up. He took out a pill and stuffed it into Dongfang Long's mouth. Then, Dongfang Chen placed one hand on Dongfang Long's back and guided his spiritual power into Dongfang Long's body to help him dissolve the medicinal pill. He didn't die? Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew very well how heavy his punch was. Seeing that Dongfang Long didn't die under his own punch, Gu Fei's mind was inevitably shaken and revealed a flaw. Chi! With a sound, Dongfang Big Brother seized the opportunity to make a move. His right hand pulled the bow to its fullest, and in an instant, a black arrow-shaped light appeared. Like a black lightning, it exuded an incomparably cold aura and pierced towards Gu Fei. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Wherever the Xianxia ghost arrow passed, even the void seemed to be frozen, and the ground was instantly frozen. Before the Xianxia ghost arrow hit him, Gu Fei felt a chill surging from behind, and a layer of transparent ice appeared on his body. Almost at the same time, Song Wenyan also caught the flaw revealed by Gu Fei. He immediately shouted, held the blade with both hands, and slashed towards Gu Fei. A terrifying saber aura erupted from the pitch-black saber, shaking the void. The black saber radiance seemed to have split the heavens and the earth into two, causing the earth to tremble under the tyrannical saber. Pang! Pieces of ice flew in all directions. Gu Fei shattered the thin layer of ice covering his body. Then, he extended his two golden hands toward the abstruse ghost arrow and the unparalleled saber radiance that were shrouded in black gas. Rumble! The whole world trembled and a terrible energy wave exploded out. The snow forest seemed to have an earthquake, and the three terrifying forces violently collided. Dust and ice were lifted into the air, and the earth was violently undulating like waves. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground, and trees were constantly falling, as if the end of the world had arrived. Dongfang Chen, who was helping Dongfang Long dissolve the medicinal power of the pill, suddenly turned pale with fright. A terrifying energy storm swept over, and he hurriedly carried Dongfang Long and retreated into the distance. Gu Fei used the ancient battle skill, the 5-elemental annihilation hand, in the face of Dongfang First and Song Wentian's incomparably sharp attacks. The power of the metal element surged violently, causing a golden light to illuminate the world. Rumble! Two big golden hands, like a raging sea or a raging tide of yuan qi fluctuations, blocked the unparalleled blade aura and the Xianxia ghost arrow. The terrifying forces collided and offset each other. The vast and mighty remnant power caused the ground under the three of them to collapse, and the three of them fell down. Then, the big golden hands gradually dimmed, the blade aura gradually dissipated, and the Xianxia ghost arrow that was shrouded in black qi was almost obliterated by the big hands. The soil continued to crumble, and the three of them fell more than 10 feet down. The jet-black blade aura, the big golden hands, and the black arrow that was shrouded in ghost qi were finally completely destroyed. Kill! 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 The three of them shouted at the same time and attacked each other. The blade aura pierced through the air and strangled towards Gu Fei. Dongfang Big Brother repeatedly pulled the 9 nether black bone bow and shot a Xianxia ghost arrow that pierced towards Gu Fei. Fire seal, gold seal. Gu Fei's hands separated, and his hands quickly formed 2 different hand seals, executing the 5 elements annihilation seal. A fiery qi surged out from his right hand, sealing away the Xianxia ghost arrow that was shooting towards him. His left hand, however, emitted a boundless golden light, like a golden tsunami, to meet Song Wentian's domineering jet-black blade aura. Gu Fei fought 1 against 2, Dongfang Big Brother and Song Wenyan. The three of them fought fiercely underground, and the terrifying energy that erupted from their battle shook the heavens and earth. Soil and snow were constantly sent flying into the air. Rays of jet-black blade aura constantly slashed out from the ground, breaking the ground and leaving behind terrifying blade aura that was hundreds of feet long. The Xianxia ghost arrow that was shrouded in ghost qi also pierced out from the ground from time to time, shooting out hundreds of feet away before gradually weakening. In the end, the arrow aura completely dissipated into the void. Rumble, the earth trembled, the space was distorted, the three forces raged wildly underground, as if the heavens and earth were shaking, as if this part of the world was about to collapse. The three great experts in the center of the area, along with the collapse of the ground, once again fell down together. In the area where they were located, the ground within a radius of dozens of feet collapsed, dust and ice soared into the sky, reaching hundreds of feet high. The area around the three people continued to shake the sky, the earth was sinking, the trees were blown away, and then collapsed in the air, turning into thousands of sawdust. "Go to hell!" Gu Fei shouted. His golden fist directly collided with the black blade in Song Wentian's hand. At the center of the collision between the fist and the blade, the void was distorted. Clang! A strong sound of metal colliding rang out from the ground, so that the people within a radius of several miles could clearly hear it. Song Wentian was blasted out of the ground by Gu Fei's incomparably powerful punch. The mighty aftershock also shocked Dongfang Chen, who was watching the battle from afar. His face instantly turned pale, a mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but in the end he did not spit it out, instead he forcefully swallowed it back. Is this the power of a transcending mortality realm expert? Dongfang Chen was shocked. He quickly carried Dongfang Long and retreated further away. With his cultivation base of the awakened realm, even the aftershock of the explosion could hurt him. How is this possible? How did his cultivation base increase to this level? Song Wentian roared, forcefully stopping the exit. The ground cracked under his heavy footsteps, a trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. He could not believe that he was forced to retreat by a punch from Gu Fei. Thinking back to the day outside the northern mountain pass, Gu Fei was no match for them at all. He was easily injured by Dongfang Long. However, as the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Gu Fei's cultivation base seemed to have taken a qualitative leap, becoming incomparably powerful, enough to compete with them. While Gu Fei forced Song Wentian to retreat, he was also shot a few arrows by Dongfang Long. However, with the divine weapon's sword's sole possession, the mystical Yin ghost arrows could not penetrate his skin and enter his body. However, although the mystical Yin ghost arrows did not penetrate his body, the powerful force contained in the arrows still caused a great impact on Gu Fei. He was blasted out of the ground by the explosion of the mystical Yin ghost arrows. The mystical Yin ghost arrows were condensed with terrifying mystical Yin ghost qi. The power of the explosion was simply like a few mystical Yin demonic lightning exploding around Gu Fei. His blood and qi were in turmoil, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Gu Fei landed on the ground, his hand reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes had already become pupils. He coldly stared at Dongfang Long, who rushed out of the ground. If looks could kill, Dongfang Long would have died many times over. In the exchange just now, it seemed like no one could suppress the other, but Gu Fei's strength shocked Song Wentian and Dongfang Long to the extreme. They could feel a dangerous aura from Gu Fei's body. Chapter 357. Song Wentian, the elder of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, and the eldest brother of the Dongfang family felt a chill run down their spines. Gu Fei's progress had shocked them. It had been less than a month since they surrounded Gu Fei outside Biling Pass. However, Gu Fei's cultivation had increased to the point where he could fight against 2 cultivators at the 8th sky of the transcending mortality realm. This kind of cultivation speed was too shocking. Song Wentian and the eldest brother of the Dongfang family had to re-evaluate Gu Fei. The conclusion they came to was that they absolutely could not let him have a chance to grow. It was not hard to imagine how much trouble a young cultivator with unlimited potential would bring to the Dongfang family and the Saber Emperor's bloodline once he grew up. Just based on Gu Fei's identity, the eldest brother of the Dongfang family and Song Wentian would not let him walk out of this snow forest alive. Things had developed to this point. It was no longer just between Dongfang Chen and Gu Fei. If they let Gu Fei leave alive, the relationship between the two would be over once the Taishan sect found out what the Dongfang family had done. This was the best time to kill Gu Fei. All the cultivators in northern Mountain City had been attracted by the battle between Dongfang Lai and Yan Zhongluo and had gone deep into the snowy forest. No one noticed the other battle that was happening here. The ground collapsed, trees fell, and the area within a few 100 feet radius looked like it had been hit by a meteorite. The soil was flipped over, and a large pit appeared in the forest. At the edge of the pit, 3 cultivators stood surrounded by spiritual light. Cultivators in the transcending mortality realm could already feel the power of heaven and earth and use it for their own use. It could be said that they had truly reached the point where spiritual energy was instilled into their bodies and their power was endless. This was something that was difficult for cultivators to achieve. This kind of magical power was not unique to cultivators, nor was it a secret skill of demonic cultivators. When a cultivator reached this realm, they could also communicate with heaven and earth. Because Gu Fei's skin was covered with the purple-gold aura of the divine weapon, his entire body seemed to have turned into a purple-gold divine sword. His skin flowed with purple-gold light. However, the warrior aura emitted from his body was like a 5-colored divine flame, rising outside his body. Within the divine flame, there was a faint flash of lightning. He was incomparably domineering. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his body surged with powerful yuan qi fluctuations. Facing 2 great experts, he was awe-inspiring and fearless. His battle intent was like a rainbow. With the protection of the divine weapon, Gu Fei was no longer afraid of the profound Yin ghost arrow shot by the 9 nether black bone bow. The ghost Dao weapon in Boss Dongfang's hands was no longer a threat to Gu Fei's life. This cultivation speed, we can't let him leave alive. Big brother Dongfang gripped the 9 Serenity's black bone bow that was shrouded in ghostly aura. His right hand's fingers were on the bowstring as he spoke in an awe-inspiring voice. Song Wenin wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. He stared at Gu Fei with a pair of terrifying eyes that seemed to have materialized. He did not speak but took a step forward, using his actions to respond to Dongfang First Brother's words. Humph! 2 despicable and shameless fellows. Although you look young, you must be old men who are already 70 or 80 years old. Don't you have the slightest shame to deal with me one after another? Gu Fei said with a sneer. Dongfang First Brother and Song Wenyan only sneered when they heard this and did not speak. They simply ignored Gu Fei's words. In the cultivation world, they were indeed considered as the older generation of cultivators. 3 waves of power fluctuated in the forest. Dongfang First Brother and Song Wenyan formed a pincer attack on Gu Fei. In the distance, Dongfang Chen did not leave but guarded Dongfang Long's side. His elder brother Dongfang Long had already woken up. Dongfang Chen's medicinal pill had played in effect. Dongfang Long would not die. Dongfang Chen looked nervously at the 3 people in the field. He wished that his uncle Dongfang First Brother and the successor of the Saber Emperor, Song Wenin, could get rid of Gu Fei at once. One must know that if Gu Fei revealed what he had done, not only would his reputation be ruined, but his life would also be in danger. In this world, the person who wanted Gu Fei to die the most was Dongfang Chen. Quickly kill him! Quickly kill him! Dongfang Chen stared at the figure surrounded by the 2 transcending mortality realm cultivators in the distance. He kept shouting in his heart and his palms were sweating. Dongfang Long was sitting cross-legged under a large tree. His blade had already fallen to some unknown place, and there was a large hole in the clothes on his chest. One could see that under his clothes, there was a fiery red light flashing. It seemed to be a treasure armor. Perhaps this was the reason why Dongfang Long was able to escape. Gu Fei deliberately wanted to kill the Dongfang brothers. Therefore, he would not show any mercy with his punch. He was also confident that he could kill Dongfang Long with one punch. However, things went beyond Gu Fei's expectations. Dongfang Long was not killed by his punch, but even if he did not die, he was seriously injured. Gu Fei, do you think that you are a match for the 2 of us? Dongfang Big Brother slowly pulled the 9 nether black bone bow in his hand and said coldly. A ghostly arrow shrouded in black aura condensed on the bowstring. Spiritual qi from all directions converged towards the evil black bone bow. Dongfang Big Brother's figure was gradually shrouded in cold black aura. The 9 nether black bone bow had the ability to transform the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into Xianxia ghost chi. If those two guys were here, I might not be a match for them. However, against the two of you, I think I can still handle it. Gu Fei said. If the two transcending mortality realm cultivators from the Beitang clan were here, he would not have a chance of winning. However, with his current strength, even if the 4 of them joined forces, he could still easily retreat. Arrogant. Reckless. Song Wenin and Dongfang big brothers spoke in disdain. Only they knew how strong these seniors were. Their combat experience was incomparable, and they could already tell that although Gu Fei's strength was tyrannical, he had yet to reach their level. Tyrannical strength required a corresponding state of mind to control it. From their point of view, Gu Fei was like a little kid who possessed great strength. Although he had the strength to fight against them, he would still be defeated by them in the end. Less nonsense. You all want to kill me, but I also want to kill you all. Let's talk with our strength, Gu Fei said in a low voice. His aura instantly rose to its peak as a heavy and majestic energy rippled out from him. Both of his hands moved as a series of hand seals appeared around his body. Martial arts were truly profound and unfathomable, possessing great might. Although these hand seals looked simple, they actually contained the Tao within the mysteries. The hand seals formed by Gu Fei contained 5 different colors. The energy of the 5 elements surged violently from his body. He was currently using the 5 elemental annihilation seal to guide the spiritual chi from all directions, transforming it into a violent wave of energy, condensing it into the annihilation seal. Saber shattering the dome of heaven, dominating the world. Song Wenin roared, his voice shaking the skies. In the instant he slashed out with his saber, his aura instantly rose to its peak. Clang. Saber chi erupted from the black saber in his hand like a mountain torrent, transforming into a jet-black saber light that was several hundred zhang long. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, it chopped down towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the 5 elemental annihilation seal to gather his strength, but Song Wenin and Dongfang first brother absolutely wouldn't let him gather all his strength before attacking. Immortal slaying arrow. Dongfang first brother also shouted, drawing the 9 nether black bone bow to its limit. With a twang, he released the bowstring. A black light shot out, piercing towards Gu Fei. Using his full strength without holding back, the saber light was as terrifying as a spatial crack that suddenly appeared in the void, causing the entire world to tremble. The profound Yin ghost arrow shot out by Dongfang first brother exuded a boundless evil aura. Amidst the ghostly chi, there seemed to be countless evil spirits lingering around the arrow-shaped devilish light. Rotation of the 5 elements, martial break all laws. Gu Fei let out a ferocious roar. The yuan chi in his body surged and surged violently. In an instant, thousands of hand seals converged into the most primitive 5 hand seals. Each of the hand seals emitted a mysterious and elusive Taoist rhyme as they shot towards Dongfang first brother and Song Wenin. The power of the 5 elements was unprecedentedly strong. The 5 seals emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. 2 of the seals met Song Wentian's tyrannical saber, while 3 of the seals blasted towards Dongfang first brother. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out at the same time. The seals that emitted the power of the 5 elements instantly collided with the saber light and the arrow shadow. A terrifying wave of energy swept out in all directions. The world shook violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. The saber light shattered, and the seals vanished. Gu Fei had used 2 seals to block Song Wentian's tyrannical saber strike, and at the same time, Song Wentian was forced to retreat. As for the 3 seals that were aimed at Dongfang first brother, 2 of them exploded at the same time as the profound Yin ghost arrow. The 2 terrifying forces violently collided and cancelled each other out. However, the 3rd seal directly broke through the terrifying power of destruction. It emitted a powerful yuan qi fluctuation as it shot towards Dongfang first brother. It was obvious that Dongfang first brother was someone that Gu Fei had paid special attention to. As the seals arrived, Dongfang first brother felt as if a giant mountain was crashing towards him. The violent wind blew his hair backwards, and the extreme pressure caused his feet to sink into the ground. It was already too late to shoot another arrow. Roar! Dongfang First Brother let out a ferocious roar. A powerful wave of magic power surged out from his right hand, and a dazzling white ball of energy condensed in his hand. Dongfang First Brother flipped his palm and pressed it forward. Boom! There was a loud sound, like a sudden clap of thunder. A bright electric light blasted out from Dongfang First Brother's palm, and the strong light illuminated the world in an instant. Even Dongfang Chen, who was watching the battle from a few miles away, felt his eyes hurt by the strong light. In an instant he could no longer see the scenery in front of him, and hurriedly closed his eyes. Palm lightning. Dongfang First Brother seemed to be using the palm lightning. However, it was definitely not a simple palm thunder. It was a profound magic art. When the palm thunder was sublimated to the extreme, it became another kind of Taoist magic art. That was the famous Xiantian Tai Heavenly Thunder in the Cultivation world. Chapter 358. Boom! Dongfang First Brother's Heavenly Tai Thunder clashed violently with Gu Fei's 5 elements exterminating hand seals. The two terrifying forces collided and wore each other down. A destructive storm erupted, and the ground between the two instantly sank. Then, a cloud of dust shot up tens of feet into the air, and a circle of air waves visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. The heavens and earth shook, and rocks flew into the air. A large pit with a diameter of more than 20 feet appeared in the forest. Ugh! Dongfang First Brother spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards, his clothes stained with blood. This was a direct collision of strength. It was obvious that Dongfang First Brother was no match for Gu Fei in terms of strength. Die! A cold voice rang out. Gu Fei stepped forward and used the desolate steps. Swoosh! With a loud bang, he charged through the billowing dust cloud and instantly arrived in front of Dongfang First Brother, who was still flying backwards. He did not give Dongfang First Brother any chance to catch his breath. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and a blinding light illuminated the night sky. A vast amount of 5 elements energy surged out from Gu Fei's hand seals. It seemed as if it had materialized into a dazzling hand seal that blasted towards Dongfang First Brother. Bam! Dongfang First Brother tried his best to block, but there was no suspense. Gu Fei's physical body was too tyrannical, and his martial arts battle techniques displayed a great deal of power. Dongfang First Brother was once again sent flying backwards, crashing into several trees. Bam! 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 Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. Every time he blasted out a hand seal that contained a frightening amount of energy, Dongfang First Brother would spit out a mouthful of blood. It seemed as if he was being beaten by Gu Fei to the point where he had no strength to fight back. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei had beaten Dongfang First Brother until he vomited blood again and again. Both of their movement techniques were extremely fast. By the time Song Wentian regained his senses, Gu Fei and Dongfang First Brother had already rushed out several hundred feet away. Roar! Like a crazy beast, Song Wentian roared and stamped his feet on the ground. His entire body immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, chasing after Gu Fei. Gu Fei had the soul of a divine weapon protecting him. He was not afraid of any weapon. Coupled with his tyrannical physical body and tyrannical martial arts techniques, he was able to push Dongfang First Brother to the brink. Gu Fei sent out a seal with his right hand. Fire elemental energy surged out from the seal, forming into a flaming handprint that rushed towards Dongfang First Brother's chest. Bang! Boss Dongfang's huge palm met the attack, but the 9 nether black bone bow had long since fallen to who knows where. Gotcha! This was the sound of bones breaking. Big Brother Dongfang's huge body was sent flying once again as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of fire from the blazed divine seal burned his sleeves to ash, and the violent force broke his arms. Being closed in by a martial artist was a nightmare for martial cultivators. The path of martial arts was much more difficult than other cultivation systems. However, if one succeeded in cultivating it, then a martial artist would become a terrifying existence. Their battle prowess was unparalleled, and they were the absolute kings among cultivators of the same level. Gu Fei was only at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, but he was able to fight against experts at the 8th sky of the Ascended Realm. As his cultivation increased, the gap between Gu Fei and other cultivators would continue to widen. Brat die! Just as Gu Fei was about to give chase and finish off boss Dongfang once and for all, a loud shout rang out from behind him. Then, a black figure shot up into the sky from behind Gu Fei. Song Wentian arrived. A terrifying saber chi erupted forth from the black saber in his hands. He raised the saber with both hands, infusing all of his strength into it. Clang! The sound of a saber resounded through the heavens and the earth. The black saber radiance rushed out for hundreds of feet, as if it had turned into a terrifying black dragon, and swooped down towards Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei's expression was ferocious as he roared towards the sky. Both of his hands drew mysterious arcs in the air. His 10 fingers danced in the air as 5 hand seals appeared in front of him, and they shot upwards. Boom! The entire earth shook violently. The ground beneath Gu Fei's feet instantly crumbled as the saber radiance clashed with the 5 hand seals. Gu Fei's body was covered by the rubble as he fell. At the center of the collision of the two forces, ripples could be seen with the naked eye, as if the sky was about to fall. Song Wenin was also blasted high up into the sky as fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. Amidst the clouds of dust, a figure burst out from the ground, ignoring the destructive energy in the surroundings as he shot up into the sky. Shua! A beam of purple divine light seemed to shatter the void, piercing through the abdomen of Song Wenin, who was falling from the sky. It was difficult for a transcending mortality realm cultivator to fly in the air without the help of any treasures. Just as Song Wentian was about to be hit by the purple light, boundless black light erupted from Song Wentian's body. After that, his body turned faint and illusory, as if he had fused with the black saber in his hand. Bang! The ray of purple light struck the illusory figure, but it was unable to pierce through the illusory figure. It only managed to send him flying. Shua! The black saber radiance flashed as Song Wentian became one with the saber. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he turned into a black ray of light and escaped far away, leaving behind drops of blood in the air. Sword cultivators who cultivated the sword Immortal Dao could become one with the sword and fly through the air. The descendants of the Saber Emperor's bloodline could also become one with the sword and fly through the air. Gu Fei descended from the sky as a ray of purple light flashed between his eyebrows. Landing on the ground, Gu Fei's face suddenly flushed red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped away the blood and scanned his surroundings. He saw Dongfang Chen carrying Dongfang Long in a panic and fleeing towards Bailing City. On the other side, Dongfang Chen, who was already seriously injured, was fleeing towards the snowy forest. The battle between the peerless experts in the depths of the snowy forest was still ongoing. 2 terrifying auras surged out from the depths of the snowy forest, even covering the auras here. It seemed like no one had noticed the strangeness here. Countless cultivators were gathered in the depths of the snowy forest. Of course, there were experts from the Dongfang clan and Beiting clan among them. Dongfang boss regretted not asking Beitang Yu and Beiting Yi to help him deal with Gu Fei. He had miscalculated and thought that he and Song Wentian could kill Gu Fei. However, things didn't go as he wished. Gu Fei's improvement was shocking. 2 experts at the 8th sky of the Ascended Mortality Realm had lost to him. If they couldn't kill Gu Fei, things would develop in a direction that they didn't want to see. Want to escape? Gu Fei sneered. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot, chasing after the Dongfang brothers as if he had teleported. Gu Fei used the 8 extreme steps to its limit. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved 200 to 300 zhang away. With just a few more steps, he would be able to catch up to Dongfang Chen and kill the Dongfang brothers. Gu Fei's killing intent was like a rainbow. The hatred in his heart surged out like a mountain torrent, giving him an inexplicable excitement. Perhaps this was the pleasure of revenge. A heart-palpitating killing intent surged from behind. Dongfang Chen's entire body immediately turned cold from head to toe. He knew that he had been targeted by Gu Fei. Dongfang Chen regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have run as far away from Dongfang Long as possible. He did not think that he would be able to escape from Gu Fei's clutches while carrying another person. Dao Technique Scroll. In a panic, Dongfang Chen carried the seriously injured Dongfang Long with one hand and took out a scroll from his chest pocket. Go die! Dongfang Chen directly opened the scroll in his hand and threw it at Gu Fei, who was chasing behind him. The Taoist power sealed in the scroll suddenly burst out, and the unfurled scroll quickly expanded. Roar! A beast's roar suddenly sounded, shaking the forest. A strange beast the size of a small mountain, covered in scales, rushed out from the scroll and pounced towards Gu Fei. A horrifying fiendish aura emanated from the beast's body. It wasn't a terrifying beast with flesh and blood, but an extremely powerful beast soul. The cultivator who had created these scrolls had actually used a Dao technique to seal the beast soul of a ferocious beast within the scrolls. Once the scrolls were opened, the sealed beast soul would be released. What's the use of struggling? Gu Fei sneered. He directly blasted out a punch. Bang! With a loud sound, the punch heavily hit the hideous head of the strange beast. The beast's head suddenly exploded, and a strange expression flashed across Gu Fei's face. He felt a strong force coming from his fist, and it actually stopped him. The force of this strange beast's pounce was surprisingly strong. The strange beast was blasted away and returned to the scroll shrouded in multicolored light. Gu Fei was about to destroy the scroll, but at this moment, a beast's roar sounded from the scroll again. The beast soul that was blasted by Gu Fei unexpectedly pounced out from the scroll. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This scroll didn't seem to be simple. The beast soul sealed in the scroll seemed to be difficult to destroy. Gu Fei was only blocked for a moment, and Dongfang Chen had already carried his big brother Dongfang Long and fled hundreds of feet away. Dongfang Chen's hands unfolded a Dao technique scroll. A green light rushed out from the scroll and enveloped Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long. Then with a schwa, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long disappeared in the green light. Not good. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power in front of him. He wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of fluctuation. It was the fluctuation emitted by a space Dao technique scroll. Needless to say, Dongfang Chen was escaping with a space Dao technique scroll. Chapter 359. Boom! The surging 5 elements Yuan Qi in Gu Fei's body was like a volcanic eruption. His whole body was like a colorful fireball, illuminating the world. Network, bang! He punched out, scattering the beast soul that had rushed out of the scroll. Then he soared into the sky and leaped over the huge scroll in front of him. However, it was too late. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the void in front of him, and the figures of Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long had disappeared. Another space Dao technique scroll? Gu Fei was filled with hatred, and he slammed his palm on a big tree next to him. Bang! The trunk of the big tree suddenly broke into dozens of pieces, flying out. An earth-shattering beast roar sounded from behind Gu Fei, and the beast soul that was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch rushed out of the scroll. Preposterous! When Gu Fei heard the beast's roar, his anger burned to the 9th heaven. If it weren't for the Dao technique scroll that blocked him, the Dongfang brothers would have been killed by him. Gu Fei suddenly turned around, and then separated his hands. A clear sword chime rang out, and 5 faint and illusory sword shadows emerged from the multicolored light radiating from his body. Gu Fei's face was calm, and he pointed his right hand forward. Qi! 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 5 soft sounds rang out, and the 5 sword shadows that revealed their own different colors of sword qi immediately pierced forward. A sound of silk tearing rang out, and the huge Dao technique scroll was suddenly torn to pieces by the 5 sword shadows. The beast soul immediately roared and disappeared into the void. The reason why the beast soul that was sealed in the Dao technique scroll did not dissipate was because of the power of the Dao technique scroll. Now that the Dao technique scroll had been destroyed, the beast soul that was sealed in the scroll had also turned into ashes. 5 element sword qi? Suddenly, an old voice came from behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked, and all the pores on his body opened up. He suddenly turned around, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. The person who came was actually behind him, but he didn't notice it at all. Network E behind him, a skinny old man in a green robe was looking at him with a pair of murky eyes. The little old man's skin was wrinkled, his hair was sparse, and he seemed to be on the verge of losing all of it. It seemed that he did not have many teeth left. This was an old man who couldn't be any older. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, Gu Fei didn't underestimate him at all. To be able to approach him silently, how could such an old man be an ordinary person? Gu Fei would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. He was already secretly on guard. A jade talisman fell from his sleeve, and he silently pinched it in his hand. As soon as he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately crush the jade talisman and use the void-shifting Dao technique sealed in it to teleport to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Oh, you don't seem to be cultivating the sword Immortal Dao. That's strange to have such pure sword chi. The old man said with some surprise after looking Gu Fei up and down. The battle between the supreme experts in the depths of the snow forest seemed to still be undecided. Terrifying energy waves were still surging out from the depths of the snow forest. This old man seemed to have no interest in the battle between Dongfang Lai and the ethereal city expert Yan Zhonglo. It seemed that Gu Fei was more attractive than the battle between the supreme experts. Gu Fei's hair stood on end from the sudden look of this old man. There were a few times when he wanted to crush the jade talisman and return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Although the old man's eyes were murky, Gu Fei could feel that the old man's eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Old man, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Gu Fei wanted to slip away. He couldn't sense any energy waves from this old man. This old man looked like an ordinary old man, but it was precisely because of this that Gu Fei was even more alarmed. "Ha kid, where do you think you're going? You'd better come with me." The old man suddenly said to Gu Fei with a smile. When he smiled, the wrinkles on his face deepened, like ravines crawling all over his face. Gu Fei was shocked. This old man was really coming for him. He hurriedly wanted to crush the jade talisman in his hand, but in the next moment he was almost scared to death. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. There was an unfathomable power shrouding this part of the world, imprisoning him. The 5 elemental chi that had penetrated his body returned to his body, and the surrounding void seemed to solidify. Apart from moving his eyes, Gu Fei couldn't even open his mouth. "Kid, don't play your little tricks in front of me. Come with me obediently. I won't mistreat you, huh?" The old man seemed very happy. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, this old man's smile was simply the smile of a devil, which made him tremble with fear. Then the old man soared into the sky. A force wrapped around Gu Fei, and he followed the old man into the sky. This is really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it without even looking for it. Let's go." The old man laughed loudly, then waved his sleeves and flew south with Gu Fei. Gu Fei could only hear the sound of the wind whistling in his ears, but not a single bit of the astral wind blew on his body. He knew that this was the old man using a divine ability to isolate the astral wind outside. Gu Fei's eyes spun as his mind raced. This old monster's cultivation was too terrifying, and he couldn't deal with him at all. At this moment, he couldn't think of a way to escape. I wonder which sect this old monster is from. If he's from the 3 great Taoist sects, then my life shouldn't be in danger, but if he's an expert from another power, then I'll be out of luck. Gu Fei was incomparably anxious. He felt that although the old man was flying with him, there was no escape light. It wasn't like other peerless experts, who could sweep through the sky like divine rainbows. No one would notice that there was someone flying in the sky, especially in the middle of the night. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a short while, or perhaps it was several hours. The imprisoned Gu Fei was both shocked and angry. He had no idea where this old man was taking him. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Gu Fei's heart. In front of this old monster-level expert, he was like a newborn baby, with no ability to resist at all. At this moment, the old man suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" Then, Gu Fei felt himself rapidly descending, and the ground was quickly approaching. The old man brought him down from the sky and landed on top of a mountain peak. There was no ice or snow here, and the vegetation was flourishing. It was as if they had already left the northern lands. After the old man brought Gu Fei to the top of the mountain, an almost inaudible sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. It was as if some big shot had flown over. I didn't expect that old man to also come. Looks like I have to be a bit more careful. The old man looked up, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Then he grabbed Gu Fei's shoulder and once again soared into the sky, heading south. The old man grabbed Gu Fei and flew in the air for a while. He seemed to feel something strange and was about to fly down to hide. Ah, it's a small world. Fellow Taoist, please wait. A loud laugh came from behind the old man. In the sky more than 10 miles away, a person was walking in the air, chasing after the old man with large strides. Not only did the old man not stop, but he flew even faster. He muttered to himself, "What bad luck to meet this crazy old man." The old man seemed to be very afraid of the person behind him. "Fellow Taoist Luo, why are you in such a hurry? We old friends meet again, we should have a long talk." His sleeves fluttered as he took a step forward. It was as if he had teleported 3 to 4 miles away. The speed at which he moved was really shocking. Gu Fei was imprisoned by the old man's power. Apart from his eyeballs, he could not move a single part of his body. He heard the voice of the person behind him, but he could not see the person. However, he felt that the old man who grabbed him seemed to be a bit anxious, as if he was very unwilling to see the person behind him. He brought him away in a hurry, as if he had the intention of escaping. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." The voice of the person behind him got closer, as if he was getting closer. The old man had no choice. Swoosh! A bright brilliance surged out of his body. He released a flight light. It was a golden light that was hundreds of feet long. Like a golden meteor, it cut through the sky and flew towards the south. As soon as the flight light appeared, the speed of the old man's flight instantly doubled. Although Gu Fei was protected by the old man's golden light, flying at such a high speed still made him feel a strong pressure from all directions. The faster the speed of flight, the greater the pressure from the void. Only the peerless experts of the void-controlling realm could fly in the sky and enter the ground without the help of external objects. Fellow Taoist Luo, it doesn't matter if you don't want to stay. Leave the kid in your hand, and you can go wherever you want. The voice behind him got closer, as if it was speaking right next to his ear. The person behind him was still a few miles per step, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. He stepped on the void and gradually caught up. At this moment, the old man seemed to know that he could not get rid of the person behind him, so he said in a deep voice, "Madman Shin, I found this kid first. Don't tell me you want to make a move to snatch him away?" Gu Fei did not expect that he would actually become so popular in front of these old monsters. Hee, for the sake of that thing, I have to move my muscles. The person who was chasing behind him laughed and said disapprovingly. After that, a large hand appeared behind the old man and Gu Fei. It covered the sky and the earth as it grabbed towards them, and the palm enveloped a part of the world. "Umph." The old man sneered and suddenly flew down while grabbing Gu Fei. "Rumble." The large hand chased closely and enveloped the ground below. A vast power surged out from the large hand like a vast ocean, and the part of the world that was enveloped by the large hand trembled. Chapter 360. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 unimaginably powerful forces collided violently. The surging force shook the heavens and the earth, and a dazzling light lit up the entire night sky. The huge airwave created a tornado in the sky, and a great pressure enveloped the entire place. The aftermath of the collision caused the ground to shake. The 1,000-foot-long sword light and the huge hand that enveloped the world collapsed and dissipated at the same time. Countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. At the center of the collision between the two forces, there were even spatial cracks that looked like spiderwebs. The old man landed on a mountain peak with Gu Fei. He raised his head and saw a figure walking down from the sky, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. It was a fat man in a Taoist robe. His temples were white, but his face was rosy. There was not a single wrinkle on his face, and he did not look old at all. Among the cultivators, there were people with white hair and a youthful complexion. They could stay young until the end of their lifespan, but it depended on each person's luck. Xianxia, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to cause a conflict between the two sects? The old man placed Gu Fei to the side and stared at the fat middle-aged man who was already walking in the air, and said in a cold voice, "My friend Luo Xiao, what do you mean by that?" The fat middle-aged man called Xianxia stood in the air and said with a smile, "What do I mean? You know very well." The old man said angrily. His body emitted a heavy fluctuation of Dharma power, and a chilling sword chi spread from his body. Gu Fei, who was behind him, felt a sharp pain on his skin from the impact of the sword chi. He could not help but be shocked. A terrifying old monster was really terrifying. Then, to avoid hurting the relationship between our sects, you should hand that kid over to me. This way, our sects will live in peace, right? The fat middle-aged man, Xianxia, still had a smile on his face. Luo Xiao could not help but be furious. His cloudy old eyes suddenly widened, and at this moment, they were like two cold stars, shining brightly. Xianxia withdrew his smile and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Luo, let's not talk nonsense. We'll rely on our own abilities. If you can defeat me, I'll clap my hands and leave." Preposterous. Others might be afraid of your scribbles, but I, Luo Yunyang, am not. I'll do as you say. As he spoke, Luo Xiao's figure flickered, and a golden sword aura appeared on his body. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a golden divine sword that blasted toward the middle-aged fatty in the sky, Xianxia. The golden sword chi soared thousands of feet forward. The terrifying sword chi seemed to have pierced through the void as it shot toward Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia let out a low roar, taking a step forward. He immediately moved 1,000 feet to the side, dodging the sword chi. Then, a golden talisman appeared. It rushed out of his body. That golden talisman? It emitted a resplendent golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the world. With a loud sound, the golden light exploded and turned into thousands of swords and sabers, which pierced through Luo Xiao, who was in the midst of the golden sword chi. "I'll break all kinds of magic arts and magical powers with one sword strike. Let's see what your scribbles can do to me." As he shouted, Luo Xiao's hands burst out two sword lights that were 100 feet long. As he waved them, the sword chi rushed up hundreds of feet, shattering all the swords and sabers that were shooting at him. Those were the thousands of swords and sabers formed by the power of the golden talisman. As long as the golden talisman was not destroyed, the swords and sabers would not be destroyed. They would be destroyed and reborn as if they were endless. Luo Xiao was immediately trapped in the sea of swords and sabers. Shameless boasting. Let's see how powerful my 5 elements divine talisman is. Xianxia said. Another faint and illusory talisman? Another faint talisman rushed out of his body. It was a fire talisman that emitted a terrifying divine fire. As soon as the fire talisman rushed out of Xianxia's body, it immediately turned into a monstrous fire and swept toward Luo Xiao, who was trapped in the thousands of swords and sabers. 10-direction destruction. An angry roar came from the thousands of swords and sabers. A vast amount of sword chi gushed out of the thousands of swords and sabers and headed straight for the bull. Then, 10 golden godly swords dashed out of the sea of swords and sabers. The terrifying sword chi vibrated in all directions and destroyed everything. Whether it was the thousands of swords and sabers formed by the power of the golden talisman or the monstrous fire formed by the power of the fire talisman, they were all shattered. A ray of golden light and a ray of fiery light dashed toward Xianxia and instantly entered his body. As if he was struck by lightning, Xianxia was flung hundreds of feet away before he stabilized himself. Nice. The Guangqing Celestial Sword Path of the Guangqing Celestial Sect sure is powerful. Xianxia's ruddy face blushed slightly. The Shangqing Sect's talisman Dao is just SOSO. Around Luo Xiao, 10 golden godly swords were circling him. Every single one of them was emitting a terrifying sword chi. He moved hundreds of feet in the air as he closed in on Xianxia. It was hard to imagine that an old man who was about to be buried in the ground still had such terrifying combat abilities. These old monsters really were getting more powerful as they got older. Although Gu Fei couldn't move or speak, he had clearly seen the battle between the two powerhouses. These old monsters were truly terrifying. They could probably kill him with just a finger. I didn't expect these two to be the old monsters of the Guangxing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect. Gu Fei was certain that if he were to fall into the hands of either one of them, his life would not be in danger. After all, the three great Taoist sects were allies. The people of the Shangqing Sect and the Guangxing Celestial Sect would not dare to openly kill a disciple of the Taishan Sect. However, if he were to fall into someone else's hands, there would be too many variables. Gu Fei did not want to be controlled. He used all the spiritual qi in his body and wanted to break through the restraining power of Elder Luo Xiao. However, although the spiritual qi in Gu Fei's body was surging, it still could not leave his body. All the power was sealed in his body by the mysterious restraining power. He was just a small cultivator in the transcending mortality realm. It was impossible for him to break through the restraining power of an old monster. After trying a few times, he was disappointed. At this time, Luo Xiao and Xianxia were already fighting in the sky. The more they fought, the further they went. Luo Xiao used 10 golden swords to force Xianxia to retreat. In the end, Xianxia had no choice but to use his trump card. 5 talismans condensed to the point of materialization. 5 talismans rushed out from his body, and the power of the 5 elements swept away the golden swords that were slashing at him. What Xianxia cultivated was the talisman Dao of the 5 elements. The golden talisman that emitted a brilliant golden light, the green talisman that was full of vitality, the water talisman that seemed to draw in a flood, the fire talisman that emitted monstrous flames, and the earth talisman that was gray and seemed to transform a part of the world into chaos. 5 elements talismans? A 5 elements array was formed around Xianxia, and the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth was continuously guided over. It was an impregnable defense. Even Luo Xiao, who was known to break all techniques with one sword, could not break this 5 elements talisman array in a short time. The two old monsters seemed to be on par. Fight, fight. The longer the fight, the better. Gu Fei did not give up on attacking the restraining power on his body. In just a short while, he was drenched in sweat, but there was no change in the restraining power on his body. This is outrageous. That old pervert is really perverted. I can't even break the restraining power that he casually put on my body. Gu Fei was extremely anxious. Let's try using the divine weapon essence in my body. Gu Fei did as he thought. He had no other choice. As long as he thought of a method, he would try it. Taking a deep breath, Gu Fei slowly guided the divine weapon essence that was smelted into his body. His skin gradually turned purple. His body had some characteristics of a divine weapon, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a divine sword. But soon, Gu Fei found that the sword qi formed by the divine weapon essence could not pass through his body. The mysterious restraining power on his body also sealed the sword qi formed by the divine weapon essence in his body. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel depressed. He didn't even use this move. The old pervert's restraining technique was really extraordinary. Old monsters were really scary. In fact, with Gu Fei's current cultivation level, even if he had a treasure-grade divine weapon, he would still not be a match for those old monsters. After all, those old monsters had cultivated for thousands of years, and their lifespans were almost up. They were definitely the most terrifying cultivators below the demigod realm. Such a gap was difficult to make up for even a treasure-grade divine weapon. With Gu Fei's current strength, it was also difficult for him to exert the power of the divine weapon essence in his body. Unless the broken weapon soul sleeping in his qi and blood could be stimulated by the aura of the ancient fierce saber like in the virtual sky world and awaken. Only then could Gu Fei use the power of the weapon soul to break the restraining power on his body. What should I do? What should I do? Gu Fei shouted in his heart. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Although he was burning with anxiety, he was helpless at the same time. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out from the distant sky. Bright light instantly illuminated the world as a vast energy fluctuation surged forth. Even though it was very far away, it still blew past Gu Fei's body like a gust of wind, almost blowing him off the mountain peak. Gu Fei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart was beating fast. These two old bastards. Gu Fei couldn't speak, so he could only curse in his heart. The two silhouettes moved quickly in the sky full of sword auras, colliding with each other constantly. The power of the whole world seemed to be aroused by them, and the terrible power that broke out shook the world. The two old monsters were like two gods and devils fiercely fighting. Their fight was earth-shattering, and the mighty residual power made people tremble. Just as Gu Fei was feeling helpless, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ripples spreading in the distant sky. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he closed his eyes. In a short while, the purple vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to flash with purple light, and the skin between his eyebrows trembled slightly as if a closed divine eye was about to open. Chapter 361. The purple light emitted from the vertical scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows grew brighter and brighter. Visible ripples spread out from the vertical scar like transparent water. Network, the vertical mark trembled as if a closed divine eye was about to open. The power of the inner space was guided out by Gu Fei. Unexpectedly, the power of the inner space easily broke through the restrictive force on his body. Swoosh! A purple divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. In an instant, Gu Fei's body shook and the restrictive force on his body was broken. Oh no! The moment Gu Fei broke through the restrictive force, Elder Luo Xiao, who was fighting with Xianxia in the distant sky, immediately sensed it. He could no longer care about fighting with Xianxia. He controlled the 10 golden divine swords and rushed out of Xianxia's 5 elements talisman array. He flew toward the mountain peak where Gu Fei was standing. Ah, fight, fight. I won't keep you company. Gu Fei laughed wildly. The next moment, there was a cracking sound as he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. A dazzling light immediately shrouded Gu Fei. Swoosh! It was as if he had escaped into the void. Gu Fei and the sudden explosion of light instantly disappeared. Roar! Elder Luo Xiao, who had rushed to the top of the mountain peak, could not help but roar at the sky. The sparse white hair on his head all stood up. Xianxia, you old man, I'm done with you. Luo Xiao roared and turned around to control the 10 golden divine swords. He charged toward the middle-aged fat man, Xianxia, with a murderous aura. He was truly enraged. An unprecedentedly powerful ripple of sword chi burst forth from his thin body. The 10 golden swords around him shone with dazzling golden light and grew to a height of 100 meters. The sword chi soared into the sky, causing the world to lose its color. Go to hell! With a wave of his hand, the 10 golden sword lights around Luo Xiao immediately whistled toward Xianxia like 10 divine rainbows. Luo Xiao attacked furiously as if he was putting his life on the line. His sword chi was shocking. If it weren't for Xianxia's entanglement, Gu Fei wouldn't have escaped from his hands. This made Luo Xiao furious. Old man Luo, we will meet again. When Xianxia saw Luo Xiao's baleful aura attacking him, he couldn't help but be startled. He quickly turned into a 5-colored ray of light and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Luo Xiao was furious. How could he let Xianxia go so easily? He then rode on the sword light and chased after Xianxia. The divine rainbows streaked across the sky like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, the 2 rainbows disappeared into the night sky. The teleportation altar in the Pill Cauldron Paradise suddenly emitted a vast energy fluctuation. Then, all the runes on the altar lit up. Swoosh! A purple light flashed, and a figure appeared in the teleportation formation in the center of the altar. The runes on the altar gradually dimmed, and the energy fluctuation that burst out gradually calmed down. Those old monsters are really scary. I didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of them. Gu Fei walked down from the altar and murmured to himself. It had to be said that escaping from the hands of that old man called Luo Xiao was an unbelievable thing. Gu Fei was really lucky. Perhaps he was the first transcending mortality realm cultivator to escape from the hands of an old monster. After coming down from the altar, Gu Fei didn't return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Instead, he walked toward a few small lakes formed by the spiritual spring water in the Pill Cauldron Paradise. The lake was at the foot of the mountain, and a stream of water flowed down from the mountain like a white ribbon. Beautiful flowers grew around the small lake, and there were a few floating lotuses floating in the water. Gu Fei came to the side of the lake, and without taking off his clothes, he jumped into the small lake, and then lay down in the water with his whole body relaxed. The spiritual spring water that flowed down from the mountain had a strong spiritual energy. Gu Fei's whole body was immersed in the water, and he felt as if there was a trace of cool air seeping into his body through his pores. It was extremely comfortable, and all his tiredness disappeared in an instant. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, the spiritual energy was abundant. Gu Fei only soaked in the small lake for a while, and he already felt refreshed. This was definitely a paradise for cultivators. If one could cultivate here, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. It was no wonder that a spiritual land would attract cultivators from all over the world to gather in the northern lands. With a spiritual land and a grotto heaven, the sect would have an advantage over others. Their disciples would be much stronger than others. One must know that sects that had a paradise were all super forces in the cultivation world. Gu Fei soaked in the water, his eyes closed, enjoying this brief moment of comfort. It was as if he had forgotten everything and continued like this. There were no battles, no conspiracies, no blood spilled. This period of peace was short. When the sun rose from the eastern horizon, Gu Fei opened his eyes and walked out from the small lake. Then he walked straight towards the Pill Cauldron Paradise's cave abode. Returning to the cave abode, Gu Fei changed into a set of clean clothes. Then he sat cross-legged on the jade bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. The Pill Cauldron Paradise's cave abode was built on top of the spiritual vein of the earth. It was the place where the spiritual energy within the Pill Cauldron Paradise was the richest and densest. Before long, Gu Fei's body was surrounded by a spiritual light that was visible to the naked eye. He guided the spiritual energy into his body, and then out of his body. He was using this spiritual energy to temper his mortal body. As the spiritual energy flowed through his body, a small amount of it would be absorbed into his flesh and bones. For the body to transform, it required a large amount of spiritual energy. Gu Fei's body was like a container that could contain energy. Once it was full, he would reach a bottleneck, and this container would need to become bigger to contain even more energy. Gu Fei had just broken through to the fourth sky of the ascended realm, so the amount of energy his flesh and bones could contain increased. Countless breakthroughs would bring about a qualitative transformation and improvement. No matter if it was cultivators, martial practitioners, or even all cultivators, all of them walked a path that led to strength, and all of them arrived at the same destination through different means. Strands of spiritual energy merged into Gu Fei's flesh, tendons, and bones, causing his flesh, tendons, bones, and organs to glow. A powerful aura spread throughout the room. The gathered spiritual energy flowed through his body like a trickle, seeping into his flesh, blood, organs, and bones. Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling brilliance. A five-colored aura seeped out of his body, causing his body to flicker with a sparkling luster, as if he was carved out of a five-colored divine jade. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, Gu Fei had sat in the room for an entire day and night before he woke up from his meditative state. After Gu Fei stopped cultivating, the spiritual energy that had gathered gradually spread out. Specks of spiritual energy that could be seen with the naked eye danced around the room before disappearing. Gu Fei stood up from the jade bed. He could feel a powerful force surging within his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were flowing with a layer of multicolored light, flawless and flawless. His bones were glowing with a 5-colored radiance while his skin was sparkling and translucent. His body had gradually separated from his mortal body, as if it wasn't made of flesh and blood anymore. It was more like a magic treasure that was constantly being refined. Moreover, this magic treasure had the ability to gradually transform and become stronger. Gu Fei walked out of the cave and saw the sun hanging high in the sky. Birds were chirping and insects were chirping. The flowers and grasses were covered in dew. This was another prosperous morning. Yen, still hasn't come out from the Fire Valley? Gu Fei looked towards a small valley in the distance. The Fire Valley he was talking about was the place where Yen had thrown it into the primordial pill cauldron and refined it for 3 days and 3 nights. When Gu Fei thought of that place, he couldn't help but shiver. It seems that the nascent soul pill is not easy to refine. Gu Fei murmured. He knew that Yen was refining a pill called the nascent soul pill. According to Yen, as long as she successfully refined this pill, she would be able to break through the Tao-breaking pill and break through to the void-controlling realm. There was a rule passed down by the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate. That was, the disciples of the Pill Cauldron Gate could not leave the Pill Cauldron Grotto without reaching the void-controlling realm. In the eyes of the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate, only the disciples who had broken through to the void-controlling realm would have the power to protect themselves in the cultivation world. In fact, Yen had lived in the Pill Cauldron Grotto since she was young. She only followed her late master to a few places outside the Pill Cauldron Grotto. Thunder Lake was one of them. The situation in the north is chaotic. I can take this opportunity to kill Brother Dongfang and Uncle Beiteng-ao. Outside the cave, Gu Fei looked at the morning sun and made up his mind. As he thought about it, he immediately turned around and walked into the cave. He wanted to take back what belonged to him. He went straight into the depths of the cave. He knew from Yen that in the depths of the cave, there was a spiritual vein guided by the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate to nurture the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The longevity grass must have been moved to the herb garden in the depths of the Immortals' Cave. Didn't the old monsters of the 3 great Tao sects want the longevity grass? The longevity grass was very useful. At the very least, he could use it to bargain with those old monsters. Even if he used the longevity grass as a reward to ask those old monsters to kill Brother Dongfang and Uncle Beiteng-ao, it was not impossible. He had to get the longevity grass back. However, when Gu Fei entered the herb garden in the depths of the cave, he encountered a restriction. However, this was not a problem for him. He directly guided the power of space and condensed it into a purple divine light. He broke through a few restrictions and entered the herb garden. Ever since Gu Fei used the power of space to break the restriction that Luo Xiao had imposed on him, he felt that his power of space could break any restriction or seal. The layers of restrictions outside the herb garden were extremely powerful. However, they were all broken by Gu Fei. The herb garden was not big. It was only 100 feet in circumference. It was full of spiritual energy. Even with the naked eye, one could see the faint spiritual light. There were no less than 10 kinds of spiritual essence of heaven and earth planted in the herb garden. Each of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth emitted a strong spiritual aura. In a corner of the herb garden, there were 2 strange grasses that emitted 9 kinds of spiritual light. However, their stems and leaves seemed to be transparent. Each of the grasses had 9 leaves. The 9 kinds of spiritual light alternated on the 9 leaves. If one paid close attention, one could see that the 9 colors of the spiritual light did not appear repeatedly. Chapter 362. The sun shone brightly, but it could not dispel the bitter cold of the northern lands. Tens of thousands of miles of land were covered in silver. This was a world of ice and snow. It could be said to be a barren land. In addition, the northern lands bordered the far north demonic region. Demonic cultivators would occasionally appear, so not many people were willing to come to the northern lands. However, recently, the northern lands had attracted the attention of the entire cultivation world. It was rumored that there was a newly discovered spiritual land, or that Chu Gu, the first son of the demonic lord, had gone on a killing spree in the northern lands. Either one of these 2 things was enough to shake the nerves of the major forces in the cultivation world. The old monsters of the 3 major Taoist sects who had gone into seclusion had also come out of their seclusion and come to the northern lands. They did not come for some spiritual land, nor did they come to find Chu Gu for a war between the Taoists and the demonic lords. They came for a person. To be more precise, they came for something on a person. The appearance of the old monsters in the northern lands made the northern lands even more uncertain. These terrifying cultivators who were at the end of their lifespans were definitely terrifying existences in the cultivation world. They were shackled at the Imperial Void Realm. Their lifespans were at the end of their lifespans, but it was difficult for them to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. In order to extend their lifespans, no one knew what kind of earth-shattering things these old monsters would do. At noon, outside the southern gate of Bailing City, the usual bustling scene was no longer there. A cool breeze blew, stirring up a few wisps of dust in the corner of the wall and causing them to dance in the air. At this moment, an unprepossessing young man dressed in white walked over from the main road. The young man was empty-handed. It seemed like he did not bring anything with him. This young man was Gu Fei, who had just come out of the Pill Cauldron Paradise. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, he broke the restriction of the herb garden in the depths of the cave and took the 2 stalks of longevity grass. After that, he packed up his things and left the Pill Cauldron Paradise. He did not loot the Pill Cauldron Paradise. After all, if it were not for Yenner, he would probably still be fighting for his life in the Pill Cauldron Paradise with his extremely weakened body. Gu Fei changed his appearance and came to Bailing City again. He was truly audacious. He knew that those old monsters were looking for him, but he still dared to appear in Bailing City. As Gu Fei walked on the streets, he noticed that the atmosphere in the city seemed a little strange. There were not many pedestrians, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Most of the shops were closed and not open for business. Could it be that the commotion from last night was too big, and the residents of the city were still frightened and hid in their houses? The peerless expert of Miss City, Yan Zhongluo, appeared in Bailing City without any disguise and fought with Dongfang Lai without restraint. Everyone in Bailing City was shocked. The powerful aura of a peerless master made everyone tremble in fear. Even the legendary demigod rank powerhouse was alarmed. The difference between cultivators and ordinary people was simply too great. Ordinary people simply could not imagine that those who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground like immortals would appear in front of them. As Gu Fei walked, Bailing City seemed to have become a little deserted. What happened in the city? Gu Fei wanted to find someone to understand the situation, but he realized that there were very few cultivators around. Could it be that all the cultivators who entered the northern lands had left? Gu Fei was bewildered. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. There's a cultivator's aura in that restaurant. Not long after entering the city, Gu Fei finally sensed the presence of a cultivator. Gu Fei walked into the restaurant. In the restaurant, he did not hear any news about the Dongfang and Beitang clans, but he heard something important. I didn't expect there to be an ancient ruin in the northern lands. I heard that it's the remains of a palace of an important person in the ancient times. All the experts in the city were shocked. Many people want to try their luck, but I heard that many people have died there. It's not a good place. Hee. It doesn't matter if it's a good place or not, it has nothing to do with us. That's a fight between experts. If we go, we'll only be cannon fodder. I heard that many experts from the 3 major Taoist sects have come as well. Those who have not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time have all come out. Let them fight for it. Everyone wants treasures, but they also need to be capable. If that ruin really is the palace of that legendary person, I'm afraid blood will flow like a river. Gu Fei was very surprised. No wonder there were not many cultivators in the city. They had all gone to that ancient ruin. Following that, Gu Fei learned the ins and outs of the matter from the conversations of these cultivators. It turned out that on that night, the peerless expert of Floating City, Yan Zhongluo and Dongfang Lai had a great battle in the depths of the snowy forest. In the end, the 2 of them fought their way into the depths of the snowy mountains and accidentally entered a valley. An ancient ruin once again appeared in front of everyone. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, the power of the seal gradually dissipated. The originally heavily guarded valley was easily entered by Yan Zhongluo and Dongfang Lai. In the valley, there was an ancient palace. The palace was not built on the ground, but hundreds of feet above the ground. It floated above a huge fire. Under the valley, there was a spirit vein of earth fire. The palace was actually built on top of the spirit vein of earth fire. For countless years, the spirit vein of earth fire never moved. The spirit vein of earth fire burned day and night. Those with great magical powers had already figured out the origin of the ancient palace. The ancient Almighty had actually used great magical powers to stabilize the underground spirit vein of earth fire. Using the power of earth fire to refine a palace like a magical treasure, the grandness of the ancient Almighty left people speechless. The ancient Almighty was indeed terrifying. The ancient ruin was no longer a secret in the northern lands. Gu Fei left the restaurant and left Northern Mountain City, heading east. Soon, he passed through the snowy forest and entered the depths of the snowy mountains. Gradually, he saw the silhouettes of other cultivators. The snow-covered mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. Gu Fei climbed up a snowy peak. There were already more than 10 cultivators gathered on this snowy peak. When Gu Fei reached the peak, a fair-skinned and chubby young Taoist turned to look at him. As for the others, they were looking ahead, as if they did not notice Gu Fei's arrival at all. In the distance, there was a huge valley. In the valley, flames shot up to the sky. A palace was surrounded by multicolored light, quietly floating above a sea of fire. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, the ancient palace seemed to be gently floating above the sea of fire. This was the ancient divine palace that caused an uproar in the northern lands. It caused many cultivators in the northern lands to rush here. The cultivators of the Tenglong continent received the news and were now heading north. Those who possessed great magical powers and supernatural powers had already entered the northern lands from all over the Tenglong continent. The immortal execution saber, the heaven and earth bow, the demon-suppressing stone, the heaven-piercing spear, and other ancient treasures have appeared one after another. More than 10 treasures have already been taken by powerful cultivators. I wonder what other treasures will appear in the Divine Palace. I'm really looking forward to it. A thin Taoist with a sallow face and a green robe said, "There are definitely many treasures in the Divine Palace. However, until now, no one has been able to set foot in the ancient hall of the Divine Palace. No one has been able to break the seal of the Divine Palace. It's really difficult to obtain the real spiritual treasures." Everyone could not help but nod when they heard this. Even from the top of the mountain, they could clearly see the ancient palace above the sea of fire. The powerful cultivators who had entered the valley earlier had only taken a few dozen castles from the periphery of the Divine Palace. Gu Fei looked around and saw that there were many people on the surrounding mountains. Most of them could not even fly. Most of them were here to watch the show. In the sky around the valley, there were many figures floating in the air. Not only were there human cultivators, there were also many foreign races. More than 10 Taoists wearing Taoist robes were quietly standing on a huge golden talisman. They were floating in the air above. They coldly swept their eyes over the divine palace below. In the north, a mass of devil chi enveloped a part of the world. Within the devil chi, a demonic figure was faintly discernible. The demonic cultivators were also alarmed. They actually dared to show their ferocious might in front of so many righteous cultivators. The demonic cultivators in the devil chi cloud definitely had an astonishing background. And in the south, a huge 5-colored divine bird was hovering in the air like a small mountain. Its feathers were emitting bursts of 5-colored light. There seemed to be a figure standing on the back of the divine bird. However, because it was too far away, Gu Fei could not clearly see the appearance of the person standing on the 5-colored divine sense. In the east and west, there were also figures faintly discernible. It seemed that everyone was watching and no one dared to act rashly. Not far from the entrance of the valley stood the shadows of 3 terrifying beasts. Their imposing manner was oppressive. The bitter atmosphere caused people's hearts to palpitate. Even standing on the ground, everyone could clearly feel the pressure. Very few people could recognize who they were. However, those who recognized the origins of the 3 strange beasts were all incomparably shocked. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. These were only the experts on the surface. Who knew how many old monsters were watching in the dark? To be able to alarm so many powerful cultivators to this place, it was enough to prove that the rumors were true. It was highly possible that the divine palace here was the lost palace of that ancient deity. Gu Fei did not see anyone from the Dongfang family or the Beitang family. Even the people from the 3 great Dao sects were not present. It seemed that there were only a dozen peerless experts from the Shangqing sect. What? This place is really lively. I, Old Turtle, have also come? Suddenly, a roar that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came from the west. The vast voice echoed in the sky. Immediately after, a powerful pressure came from the west. Everyone who sensed this powerful aura changed their expressions. The powerful cultivators standing in the sky to the west immediately dodged to the side in panic. A huge monster wrapped in a monstrous demonic aura flew over from the west. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the sky and earth to tremble. In the midst of the multicolored light, no one could clearly see the real body inside the demonic clouds. Old Turtle? After Gu Fei heard the roar that sounded like the birth of a peerless demon, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The person inside the demonic clouds was someone he knew. Chapter 363. The peerless powerhouse who rode the demonic cloud from the west and arrived above the snowy mountain was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the demonic clan. His arrival shocked all the cultivators in the mountain. Even the peerless powerhouses standing above the valley couldn't help but change their expressions and retreat to the distance. A giant talisman that looked like a golden cloud? On it stood more than 10 powerful cultivators from the Xianxia sect. Among them, there was a white-haired elder with a youthful complexion, a slender and elegant woman, and a dignified young man. They were the first to fly away on the golden talismans. The rolling demonic cloud in the north that emitted endless ferocious aura also retreated like a galloping horse. The three beast silhouettes that emitted terrifying energy near the entrance of the valley also disappeared. Only the five-colored divine bird, which was as large as a small mountain, remained floating in the air, showing no signs of retreating. A powerful wave of demonic energy rippled out from the bird's back. The hazy silhouette standing on the five-colored divine bird was also a member of the demonic clan. Moreover, it was a terrifying great demon that could transform and walk the world in human form. A great demon of this level was at least above the void-controlling realm. The demonic cloud shrouded the heaven and earth, covering half the sky. The boundless demonic aura surged above the mountain like monstrous waves. Everyone felt the terrifying aura emanating from the demonic cloud. It was the aura of a powerhouse that made people's hearts palpitate even more than that of a peerless powerhouse. It made people have the urge to worship it. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. An enormous pressure shrouded everyone, making them feel threatened. This old turtle seems to be even more powerful than when he was in the virtual sky world. Standing on the snowy peak, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The powerful aura emanating from the old turtle made his heart palpitate. Although he already knew how terrifying the old turtle was, he was still shocked by the old turtle's unscrupulous and flamboyant entrance. Not only Gu Fei, but everyone present was shocked by the undying aura of a tortoise. "Ha!" An exclamation sounded from the Fey cloud. Following that, the old turtle began yelling, "Ha! We're rich! We're rich! That's Fire Cloud Palace of that punk, Fire God!" Old Tortoise shouted in the demonic cloud, "The Fire God's collection must be very rich, ha! It really is the primordial Fire God's palace." That old evildoer actually called the ancient Fire God a brat. His background, his identity, could it be that he's actually a great demon from ancient times? In the dark, the old monsters who had not shown themselves were extremely shocked. The arrival of Old Tortoise made them feel danger. That fire god is really generous. He actually managed to attract an earth fire vein to temper his fire cloud palace. Unfortunately, all his hard work benefited me. The turtle's voice echoed throughout the mountains, and no one dared to question it. None of the countless cultivators in the mountains dared to say a word. The powerful aura emitted from the old tortoise was too shocking. Even the peerless experts who could fly in the air had to retreat far away. "Little girl, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and retreat. Do you want to fight with me for this fire cloud palace?" Such words came from the Fey cloud. In the sky above the valley, all the peerless experts had retreated. Even the powerful cultivators who were close to the valley on the ground had retreated. The three terrifying beast shadows had already disappeared into the mountains. Only the Fey expert standing on the five-colored divine bird had no intention of retreating. "Greetings, old senior. How would this junior dare to touch something that old senior has his eyes on? However, this junior knows many hidden experts in the clan, but old senior looks very unfamiliar. May I ask old senior, where are you cultivating in seclusion? A clear and melodious voice came from the back of the five-colored divine bird. Countless cultivators in the mountains pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know the background of the old monster in the Fey cloud. Hee hee, little girl, you're a little interesting. I sense the dragon aura that only the dragon clan has on you. You can forget about my background. I believe that in this world, those who know my background are probably already dead. The old tortoise's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything and saw the woman's true appearance. Gu Fei, who was among the dozen or so cultivators on the snow-capped peak, couldn't help but smile. This old tortoise was indeed an old tortoise that didn't die for 10,000 years. He was a super monster that had lived for countless years. The old tortoise was trapped in an absolute formation by the master of the virtual sky world. After countless years, he could definitely be called a super antique. When the old monsters in the dark heard the old tortoise's words, they vaguely guessed the background of the mysterious woman on the five-colored divine bird. They were all shocked. Old senior. The woman on the five-colored divine bird wanted to ask again. However, the old tortoise didn't want to say more. He said, "All right, since you don't want to retreat, go to the side and watch the show." As he spoke, the Fey cloud that shrouded heaven and earth surged rapidly. The monstrous demonic aura retreated like a tide and disappeared into the terrifying figure in the Fey cloud. Soon, a guy with a dragon head and a human body appeared in the sky. A dragon? Everyone was shocked when they saw the old tortoise's face. The woman on the five-colored divine bird seemed to be quite shocked after seeing the old tortoise's true appearance. Among the demon clan, dragons and phoenixes were revered. However, on the Chunglong continent, only the legendary demon Lord Huang Long was a five-clawed golden dragon. Phoenixes, on the other hand, had long disappeared from the world. But one thing was certain, this dragon-headed demon expert was definitely not the demon Lord Huang Long. The demon Lord Huang Long wouldn't have a dragon head. However, the old monsters who were secretly watching were still alarmed. This was because they sensed that this fellow with a dragon head who called himself the Old Tortoise was probably more terrifying than the demon Lord Huang Long. Back off. The Old Tortoise became serious as if he had become another person. He displayed the attitude of an expert who looked down on the world. His words were filled with unquestionable authority. The woman on the five-colored divine bird had no choice but to move to the side. I'll be taking that fire god kid's fire cloud palace. Does anyone have any objections? As he spoke, the old tortoise's eyes shot out two seemingly solid beams of divine light that swept in several directions. No one spoke and no one walked out. It was completely silent. Only the sound of the earth vein fire could be heard in the valley below. The ancient palace on the fire vein below seemed to belong to the old tortoise. I didn't expect this old tortoise to have the aura of a bastard. When Gu Fei saw this scene and recalled the old tortoise's frivolous behavior, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Very well. Those below, listen up. Get as far away from me as you can, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The old tortoise's voice resounded on the mountain and reached the ears of every cultivator in the mountain. All the cultivators knew that this terrifying demon expert was going to take the ancient palace in the sea of fire in the valley. When everyone heard the old tortoise's words, they immediately retreated into the distance like a receding tide. Countless cultivators were either running through the mountains with large strides, or riding on their magical treasures, soaring into the sky and flying into the distance. Not a single person dared to stay near the area. Soon, the countless cultivators in the mountain retreated tens of kilometers away. Everyone climbed onto the snow-capped peak and looked into the distance at the blazing valley. Gu Fei also blended into the crowd of cultivators and retreated into the distance. Then he followed those cultivators to the snow-capped peak. Just like the cultivators who were watching the show, he wanted to see what the old tortoise was capable of. He actually wanted to take the palace left behind by an ancient god. The peerless experts who could fly in the sky also retreated far away in the air. The person closest to the valley was the hazy woman standing on the colorful divine bird. After seeing that everyone had retreated, the old tortoise raised his right hand and grabbed at the ancient palace above the sea of fire. A palm of light condensed in front of the old tortoise's palm. It quickly enlarged and shrouded the bottom of the valley. The palm of light continued to grow larger. In the end, it enveloped an entire region, including the entire valley. Rumble! The world shook. The old tortoise displayed a terrifying magical power. He actually wanted to directly grab the ancient palace that was suppressing the fire vein. However, things did not go so smoothly. When the mountain-like palm of light reached the sky above the palace above the sea of fire, bang! The entire valley shook violently. A light shield formed by raging flames appeared under the palm of light and blocked the giant hand formed by the old tortoise's supreme demonic power. The strong vibration caused countless gravel to roll down from the surroundings of the valley, and smoke and dust billowed. Everyone was watching and no one made a move. Some of them were intimidated by the old tortoise's peerless power, but some thought that the time was not right and let the old tortoise take the lead and reap the benefits. It should be noted that among those who were watching in the dark, there were actually terrifying experts who could compete with the old tortoise. The demigod in charge of the northern land had the strength to fight, but he did not show up. Previously, many big shots have tried to break the restriction of the palace, but to no avail. I'm afraid this expert from the Dragon Clan is no exception. When the cultivators who were watching from afar saw this scene, they could not help but whisper among themselves. This divine palace seems to be the remains of the ancient fire god. The ancient gods had great divine abilities and great magic power. The restrictive spells set up by the ancient gods are no small matter. Even after countless years, they are still incomparably powerful. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the valley. The cultivators who were watching from tens of miles away could feel the tremors coming from under their feet. They saw that the mountain-like hand above the valley was bombarding down again and again. The entire valley was shaking violently, and even the entire region was quaking. The old tortoise seemed to want to use tyrannical power and the most direct method to break the layer of raging flames that enveloped the fire cloud palace and collect the ancient palace floating above the sea of fire.